Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue, Movement is Life. Prologue, Movement is Life, 1. There's an age-old question, what is the meaning of life? Some people dive into the depths of philosophy to answer it. For others, the meaning of life is the pursuit of a dream. And some don't see any point in the question at all and won't even try to answer it. Countless opinions, dividing people into a measurable number of groups and communities. For Samuel, the meaning of life had always been simply to live. That's quite a tautology, but there's no other way to put it. Live just to live. Not very original, kind of stupid in a way, and not at all ambitious. It's also open to many interpretations, which adds to the confusion. But in Samuel's case, those words should be taken literally. For the last 6 years of his existence, he had only followed the will of the only person close to him in this life. A person who left this world at such an inopportune time, leaving him alone in it. A tragic story with dramatic elements, the kind that amateur authors love to write about and directors lovingly portray in movies. In reality, it wasn't interesting at all, completely gray. Though it all depends on your point of view. From the outside, it might have seemed quite dramatic. Samuel spent most of his life with his mother in an unremarkable village in the middle of nowhere. He didn't remember his father and had no idea who he was or where he was. He never really asked, either. His smiling and kind mother would get very sad whenever questions about his other parent came up. Samuel didn't want to make his mother sad, so he never asked those kinds of questions as a child. When he grew up, he was already used to it and simply didn't pay attention to that fact. The only thing he ever found out was that his mother had arrived in the village not long before and was already pregnant at the time. With no adult men in the house and his mother constantly busy, Samuel grew up handy and independent. His mother's constant busyness was forced. Money was always tight, and the woman had to work herself ragged, often leaving the boy home alone all day. Under her constant lectures about the importance of education, he managed to graduate from high school with decent grades. Then, following his mother's advice, he moved to the city and enrolled in a university. 6 months later, news came from his home village that he had become an orphan. From his mother, Samuel received the money from the sale of their house, which she had sold just a few weeks before her death, as if she had foreseen it, a desire to get a higher education to somehow make a living in this life, and an overwhelming sense of loss that hadn't faded even years later. Despite the suddenness of it, the guy wasn't all that surprised. In the last few years, his mother had given the impression of someone holding on by a thread. Samuel decided to move to the city specifically to relieve her of that extra burden, because he felt like a burden. He wanted her to live for herself for a while, to relax a little, to perk up, and maybe even find a new partner instead of the father he never knew. But no. The impression turned out to be too real, and the woman only had enough strength to raise her chick and push it out of the nest. After the heavy, heart-wrenching funeral, Samuel returned to the city and began carrying out his mother's last instruction, to study. Studying didn't come easy to him. Not because he was stupid, no. It just so happened that even living in a dormitory, his scholarship alone wasn't enough for a normal life, so he had to get a job. The government also paid some kind of benefits and even promised him an apartment after graduation, but the extra money often came late, and Samuel didn't really believe in the country's generosity. So he was quite pessimistic about getting his own place and grabbed any opportunity to add to his savings. This affected his attendance and, consequently, his grades. Luckily, Samuel was lucky with his teachers and fellow students. The teachers understood his situation and gave him as many allowances as possible, while his classmates didn't try to complain about unfair treatment or favoritism, which could have made things even harder. After getting his coveted diploma, Samuel, still without an apartment 6 months later, went off to the army. There, he made a good impression on some influential people, which significantly sped up the process of getting his own living space after being discharged. Yes, the neighborhood was far from the safest. Yes, it was not very convenient to get to work from there. But the building was in good condition, the apartment was cozy, and everything worked perfectly. And most importantly, it was his. This is how Samuel would have continued living, just like the majority. Maybe someday he would have gotten married, found a job in his field, made friends and buddies. But no. This story is a little different. Chapter 2, Prologue, Movement is Life, 2. Prologue, Movement is Life, 2. Damn it, may I never break safety rules again in my life, a guy mentally cursed, awkwardly slipping out of the bus. Looking at him, you could easily tell that physical activity was a regular thing for him. It showed in his strong build and broad shoulders, which, given his considerable height, looked quite organic. He wasn't a giant, just well-proportioned. His face was neither ugly nor especially handsome. The look was completed by a short crop of dark hair, a habit from the army that hadn't gone away 6 months after being discharged. Pulling a pair of heavy-looking wooden crutches out of the bus, Samuel, for it was him, headed home. Why the crutches? Oh, that was the result of a stupid accident and negligence at work. Those were exactly the words he was fired with from the warehouse where he worked as a loader. And it didn't matter that the management was blatantly stealing funds, forcing regular workers like him to work with frankly crappy tools and equipment. The result was a crack in his tibia. Good thing it wasn't a full fracture, though he had every chance of getting one when the winch broke and some part of some musical equipment slammed into his leg. And even though Samuel had no idea what kind of musical thing was in that box, it was really heavy. The stream of profanity that poured out of his mouth at that moment would have sent any composer into ecstasy. He had just come from the hospital, where they finally removed his cast. Samuel didn't understand why he even needed a cast, but he didn't dare argue because he was even more clueless about medicine than about music. His injured leg was now securely fixed in a rigid brace, but at least he could take it off. He was incredibly annoyed by the inability to even take a proper shower, and he planned to spend the next hour soaking in the bath. With these thoughts, Samuel headed home. His route took him through several courtyards and a row of garages to an old-looking 2-story brick building. It was located about 500 meters from the main road, had several identical houses nearby, but northwest decent access road, let alone a sidewalk. At least hobbling along the brick and gravel path on crutches was not a pleasant experience, as Samuel had been learning every day for the last 2.5 weeks. On top of that, there was his momentary whim. He didn't want to lose his shape, so he asked a familiar mechanic to carve him some heavier crutches. For a bottle of liquor and 1,500 yen, the guy finished them in a day. The result was a pair of monstrous-looking contraptions weighing about 8 to 10 kilograms each. Actively and now habitually cursing the local administration for the crappy roads in his head, Samuel moved toward home. That's when his attention was caught by someone's shout. "Huh. I'm asking you, you dumb bitch." BZDam, came the sound of a metal garage wall being struck. And it all came from the same direction. Samuel didn't hesitate for long. His proactive and responsive nature wouldn't let him ignore the situation. He would soon regret this decision, but since he didn't know that yet, he didn't stop. He turned into the narrow passage between the steel garages. He'd only walked about 20 meters and turned into the area where he thought the sound came from when he saw a scene right out of a cliché movie. You know, the one where a couple of scumbags try to do something nasty to a pretty girl. Following the same cliché, the girl was indeed pretty, not what you might actually expect in real life. But Samuel only noted her beauty in passing before focusing his attention on the supposed scumbags. One of them stood almost right up against the girl, his left fist, Samuel realized then what sound he'd heard, pressed against the garage wall just a few centimeters from the beauty's head. He loomed noticeably over the short girl. Another guy stood nearby. There was no point in describing them both in detail, because the clichés ended there. Both guys looked simple. Jeans, hoodies, sneakers. Just different colors. Their facial expressions were gloomy and angry, not what you might expect from scumbags in such a situation. But Samuel had only seen those in movies and anime, so that wasn't much of an argument. "Hey, guys," he called out as he approached. "Did you have some kind of disagreement with this girl?" He didn't see the point in starting a fight right away. Not out of fear, but because maybe he had misunderstood something. The situation still looked a little strange, and Samuel was afraid he might be misinterpreting it. Silence. The trio of 2 guys and the girl sized up the guy. Then the guy standing a little further from the girl decided to answer. "Listen, why don't you just hobble on out of here, huh? This is none of your business." "Maybe," the guy readily nodded. "But I can decide for myself whether it's my business or not. And don't let the crutches fool you." He slightly raised his right creation of the crazy mechanic. "They're a little heavier than they look." Then he slammed it down with all his might onto the brick beneath his feet. The rubber-tipped end of the crutch softened the blow somewhat, but only in terms of dispersing the impact. It was more than enough to leave several noticeable cracks in the rather crumbly brick. "And I handle them pretty well," Samuel smiled brightly at the tense guys. "Listen here." The first one who had spoken to the rescuer started to stoke the conflict. "Wait," the guy who had been looming over the girl put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Apparently, hitting the garage wall earlier had cooled him down a bit, while his friend was still wound up for some unknown reason. "She's not worth it, believe me," he said, seemingly to both his friend and Samuel at once, which further fueled Samuel's suspicions that something was wrong. Glancing at the girl, Samuel caught a rather mocking, panic-free look accompanied by an annoying smirk. His suspicions grew even stronger. "But she..." "Stop it, Vadim. Let's go. I don't know about you, but I have no desire to fight a cripple over that bitch. Especially since it's not even clear who would beat whom." The guy assessed Samuel's impressive physique. She's really not worth it, he repeated, looking Samuel straight in the eye, then dragged his friend away. A few minutes later, their silhouettes disappeared ahead. Ah, well. The guy awkwardly shifted his crutches, realizing that he had probably interfered where he shouldn't have. Well, I'll be going. Stop. One short, simple word, but spoken in such an authoritative manner that it instantly shifted Samuel's state from, looks like I stuck my nose where it didn't belong, to, why the hell did I even get involved here? Yes, the guy winced into something like a friendly smile, looking over his shoulder. For your information, the girl elegantly waved her hand. I didn't need the help of some pathetic cripple to take care of a couple of cockroaches. It was at that moment, slightly stunned by her words, that Samuel finally bothered to get a good look at who he had saved. Long, greenish hair flowing over her shoulders and down her back looked simply magical and must have cost the girl a lot of effort and money. The contours of her body under her blouse and trousers were more than pleasing to the eye, and her facial features were refined and pretty, if a little foreign. I'm not a cripple, the guy answered, tearing his gaze from her impressive upper 90s. So you have nothing to say about being pathetic? Just what I expected from such a dim-witted cripple. Oh well, it doesn't matter. The girl tossed her head, clearly not wanting to hear his answer. You did well and all, so I'm promoting you from disgusting cockroach to pathetic lame mouse. Well, thanks, Samuel said, barely containing his irritation and beginning to slowly understand why those guys were trying to pick a fight with the little brat. I hope you're finished. Then I'll be going. He turned away from the girl completely. And yeah, if you don't want a repeat of this situation, I suggest you be a little more polite around here. And hide that necklace. He nodded without looking toward the girl's neck. It looks expensive, and giving people around here an extra reason to bother you isn't the best idea. Necklace, the girl said in surprise, watching the guy slowly move into the passage between the garages where he had come from. Glancing down, the beauty silently stared at the accessory hanging around her neck for a few seconds. Then, having made some decision, she quickly walked toward Samuel. The sound of her approaching footsteps caused the guy, who hadn't seen the look of surprise on her face, no small amount of irritation. I've decided to walk with you for a bit. You may begin expressing your joy and admiration, the girl drawled in a haughty and, most annoyingly, completely serious tone. Well, thanks, the guy muttered. However, he didn't drive the rude girl away. He decided to simply ignore her. After all, he had already mentioned the neighborhood's bad reputation more than once. And despite her obnoxious personality, he didn't really want to leave the girl alone here. But he had no desire to force himself on her as a chaperone after all the things she had said. Luckily, the girl seemed to understand the situation and decided to walk with someone safe. Maybe she lives somewhere in that direction, the guy thought. Continuing to walk in silence, Samuel occasionally noticed out of the corner of his eye that the girl was staring at him relentlessly, practically burning holes through him with her gaze. What? He finally snapped, turning around. Oh, I'm just waiting for the pathetic plebeian to find his manners and deign to introduce himself to a beautiful girl. Huh. Could you maybe not talk like that? It's a little annoying. He rubbed his eyes. My name is Samuel. Then he moved toward home again, moving his crutches much faster. I wouldn't say it's a pleasure to meet you, but fine. The guy's eyelid twitched at her words. My name is Callie. But I sincerely hope a plebeian like you won't say my name out loud. Actually, it would be nice if you didn't even think about it. Whatever you say, Callie, Samuel said in an openly mocking tone, not at all surprised by the girl's answer. Sigh, pathetic plebeians can't even grasp the hopes and aspirations of their masters. What deplorable lack of intelligence. The guy's eyelid twitched twice. Oh well. I have another question. How do you feel about anime? Huh. Samuel was so surprised that he even stopped and turned to look at the rude girl, stunned by the abrupt change of subject. She's definitely crazy. I need to gently get rid of her and get out of here. It's fine. I watch it sometimes, but I prefer reading. Fanfics, light novels, manga, stuff like that. Almost breaking into a run, which was quite difficult on crutches, the guy answered with complete honesty, surprising even himself. Excellent. Samuel noticed out of the corner of his eye the girl's pleased smile, which easily kept pace with him. That smile sent a wave of unpleasant goosebumps down his back. I've been studying it all recently. Not bad, for a lower species, she nodded with satisfaction. I especially like the isekai genre. What about you? It's fine. I read almost every genre except god-awful yaoi and Omegaverse, and maybe a couple of others. The guy sped up even more, and only one thought ran through his head. Why the hell am I answering all her questions like an obedient puppy? Let's imagine for a second that I'm an all-powerful goddess and I can send you to any world and give you one interesting perk within reason. Where would you go and what would you ask for? The girl had almost completely dropped her previous manner of speaking, asking a question that was clearly just an attempt to keep the conversation going. This caused genuine panic in Samuel. If you ever thought a person on crutches was slow, you were wrong. The speed Samuel was moving at now was almost as fast as his top speed with healthy legs. Sweat poured into his eyes, his breathing became ragged, and his arm muscles ached from the heavy crutches. But the girl still calmly kept up with him and quietly waited for an answer. The world, Huffpuff, of My Hero Academia. With Huffpuff, the abilities of Accelerator from Railgun and Index. With these words, the guy finally stopped near his building entrance. He frantically pulled his keys out of his pocket and pressed the key fob to the intercom. Yanking the door handle, he reluctantly turned his body slightly and only then realized that the girl, who had been hovering at the edge of his vision just a moment ago, had simply vanished. All of this, including the fact that the desperate rescuer had almost instantly answered a question he had never even thought about before, plunged him into a state of sticky, irrational fear. Frantically looking around, Samuel flew up the stairs to the second floor and quickly opened the apartment door, rushing inside. But even after finally getting home, the poor guy didn't feel safe. "I'm totally, Huffpuff, losing my mind," Samuel said, trying to calm himself. He failed. Chapter 3, Chapter 1, Movement into the Unknown. Chapter 1, Movement into the Unknown. The anxiety from the encounter with the stranger didn't let go of Samuel. The first thing he did after catching his breath was get on the internet. Almost an hour of browsing city community pages on social media turned up nothing. Not a single post about an arrogant, obnoxious girl in any of the groups. Giving up on it, Samuel decided not to worry about it and headed for the bath, just as he had planned. What other options did he have? Go to the police? That didn't even sound serious. If he described the situation online and asked for advice, people would just laugh at him, or praise his writing talent and suggest he write a book. So, the guy decided to forget about it. The rest of the day was business as usual. A little internet, a few rounds of his favorite game, reading the newly released chapters of some books he liked, then bed. Tomorrow he still had to look for a new job, and this time, he planned to at least try to find something in his field. But the strange feeling that nothing was over yet was still messing with his nerves. He tossed and turned in bed for a whole hour trying to fall asleep. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and Samuel soon drifted off into the world of dreams. In a courtyard lit by only a single street lamp, a figure stood. The rare passers-by at this hour only glanced at her, then, a few moments later, completely forgot they had seen anything. It was the same girl who had frightened our protagonist a few hours earlier. Her gaze was fixed directly on Samuel's apartment window, and her lips were curled into a mysterious smile. "Up to your old tricks again, you little devil," a voice came from behind her. That voice was so alien that if an ordinary person had heard it, they might have lost their mind. It contained everything: the rustle of leaves in the wind, the screech of crumpling metal, the rumble of a rock slide, and the howl of a hurricane. The very flow of time itself paused, unwilling to interfere as the invisible figure spoke. "TCH. Don't spy on me, you old geezer. It's creepy." The girl didn't even bother to turn around, knowing she wouldn't see anything behind her anyway. "Your actions themselves are disturbing my peace." "Oh, come on," she waved her hand dismissively. "It's not like I drop by to entertain myself that often." "Like you even care?" Callie snorted. "I get that you're bored here, but don't have your fun at my expense, okay? You are upsetting the balance." "Oh, please. That's the whole point, isn't it? I break, you fix. If it weren't that way, there wouldn't be any point in our existence at all." The otherworldly voice fell silent. What a dilemma. Even omnipotent beings worry about the meaning of life. "Besides, I didn't do anything serious this time," the girl pressed. "The world won't lose anything with the disappearance of this little mouse. No friends, no loved ones, no family. Though the identity of his father looks amusing," she thought. "I didn't even sever his connection to the world. He'll go to a subsidiary, spin around there for a couple of centuries, then come back and re-enter the system," the beauty shrugged. "Don't get carried away," a voice rustled, and then time began to move again. The unknown entity had satisfied its need for communication for another few decades and went about its business. Callie's cheek twitched in annoyance. She hated it when someone else got the last word, but this guy always disappeared before she could answer him. Oh well, it didn't matter. The girl turned her gaze back to the window, but she was clearly looking much deeper. Her purple eyes seemed capable of seeing through anything. Necklace, huh, she thought with an internal smirk. If Samuel had known that his selfless advice would result in all of this, he would have cursed his tongue and his kindness forever. But no. The guy had no idea that he had somehow interested an unknown, all-powerful entity. He shouldn't have said anything about an amulet that ordinary mortals can't even see. Samuel couldn't be surprised by strange, sometimes downright mystical dreams. He had them almost every night for his entire life. Rarely was he able to interpret them correctly. Most often, the meaning of what seemed like nonsense only became clear after the predicted event had already happened. For example, the day before the warehouse incident, he dreamed that everyone around him was too fast, while he himself could barely move. It felt like he was in a movie that had been put on fast forward, while he moved at the original speed, struggling as if stuck in molasses. Only after his leg was put in a cast did he realize the dream was hinting that he would soon have mobility problems. And a few days before his mother died, he dreamed that the city he lived in had suddenly emptied out. There wasn't a single person on the streets, no silhouettes of workers bustling in the wide-open store doors. That dream was trying to hint at his impending loneliness. Even though the guy didn't believe in the supernatural, it was hard to be skeptical when you could sometimes correctly interpret a prophetic dream and avoid trouble or even score a small win. But this time, Samuel dreamed of a very unusual plot. In the dream, he was a little boy. Birth and the first few years of life flashed by in an instant. The faces of his parents were just dark smudges in the child's perception, but Samuel's detached mind could understand that they weren't good people. Constant shouting and lectures, treatment bordering on the legal limit. And his parents clearly didn't get along with each other either. Another scene change, and the boy was sitting in the waiting room of some hospital. The child's somewhat distracted ears caught the words. "Your son does not have and will never have a quirk." A strange, alien reaction from his usually strict parents. Indifference and disgust. Scene change. Lots of unfamiliar adults around, a small room he shared with 3 other sullen-looking children, and the thought, "I've been abandoned." Stunningly clear and aware for a 5-year-old child. And the consequence, if I have a quirk, my parents will come back. The strangeness of it all was only vaguely noticed by Samuel's consciousness. The recent encounter with the strange girl had clearly stuck in his mind, and the topic of Ice Guy into MHA had obviously triggered such a strange dream. But there was still a sense of something wrong. People only dream for 15 to 20 minutes at a time, which is why dreams are usually choppy, disjointed, and illogical. That was true even in Samuel's not-so-ordinary case. But this time, something was off. Too detailed. Too vivid and logical. Too many twos. But the main character of the dream had no time for the hero's doubts. He tried to find his quirk. A pointless, stupid endeavor, and everyone who saw the boy's struggles understood that. Children and caretakers alike looked at his attempts with condescension. Especially the children who had quirks and felt special in comparison to him. For over a year, the boy floundered in the darkness of ignorance, trying everything his child's mind could think of. Flash. The child was squatting in the yard. His eyes were full of delight and disbelief. He had already given up hope that his attempts were useless. But then a small twig tore from his palm as if someone had yanked an invisible thread, and tears streamed from the pain in his head. But the boy was ecstatic. He wasn't useless. He had a quirk. Scene change. He was demonstrating his ability to the caretakers of the orphanage where he lived. Their faces showed boundless surprise and shock. The growing hope of going home. Scene change. Hospital again. Countless tests and analyses. Declarations that the boy could not possibly have a quirk. The orphanage director's hand reached out, slipping a few bills to the doctor. The strange case vanished from the corrupt clinic's records forever. Scene change. Scary, dangerous-looking people snatched him right from the yard and carried him somewhere. His cries for help met only a wall of indifferent looks from the caretakers and wary glances from the children. Darkness. Scene change. More tests and analyses, but now it hurt. His head spun from the constant blood draws. The rare, tasteless meals weren't nearly enough to feel full. A hard bed that made his back and neck stiff, and the oppressive feeling of hopelessness and loneliness. The slowly dawning realization that his parents weren't coming. Flash. Darkness. Flash again. This time, Samuel woke up completely wrecked. It felt like he hadn't slept at all. His head ached mercilessly, as if stuffed with cotton wool under his skull. Every muscle in his body throbbed painfully. He had grown somewhat accustomed to the latter over the time he'd worn the cast. Sleeping in almost complete immobility is a real torture. Taking a deep breath to chase away the migraine, Samuel frowned. The smell was strange. Musty, dusty, but with an undertone of bleach. Like an old hospital storage closet or something. Did I forget to close the window, he thought lazily, not in a hurry to open his eyes. The bed creaked loudly as Samuel sat up. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned. His first foot landed on the cold, hard floor, then the second. Wait. The feeling of wrongness hit the still sleepy consciousness like a sledgehammer. With an irrational sense of fear, he opened his eyes. The dark room he found himself in looked nothing like Samuel's room. Gray walls with no windows, a sink, a toilet, a small table with a couple of wooden blocks on it. There for me to try to develop my abilities, a thought flashed through his head, and the guy froze in shock. His gaze dropped to his tiny, child-sized hands and equally tiny legs, which, by some misunderstanding, were attached to an equally child-sized body. A head grew out of that body, a head that was throbbing and panicking. "What the hell?" he said. His voice was just as childlike. Chapter 4, Chapter 2, Movement in Search of Meaning. Chapter 2, Movement in Search of Meaning. "Okay, calm down. Calm down," Samuel mentally shouted, frantically looking around. The coolness of the stone wall he had pressed himself against helped bring him back to his senses a bit, but he was still far from calm. His gaze wandered lost around the dark room, while all sorts of random thoughts churned sluggishly in his head. "She's not worth it, huh?" he groaned internally. "And what am I supposed to do now?" He had no doubt at all about who was responsible for his current situation. Let's imagine for a second that I'm an all-powerful goddess and I can send you to any world and give you one interesting perk within reason. Where would you go and what would you ask for? The melodic voice of the girl he had saved yesterday surfaced in his memory on its own. Who knew that answering the question would bring so many problems? He had never really thought about it before. What a waste of time. And even though Samuel had no idea why he had been so honest at that moment, the answer he had given without any conscious thought matched perfectly what he would have said if he had really considered the question. Why the world of My Hero Academia? Because it's light. You can stay out of most conflicts if you want. There's no world-ending threat like in Naruto or Bleach. Plus, modern civilization has all the perks. On top of that, Accelerator's abilities weren't the strongest Samuel knew, but he definitely liked them more than any others. They were original and almost conceptually powerful. At that thought, his gaze fell on the wooden blocks lying on the table. His mind clicked. Wait, does that mean I have superpowers now? With that thought, almost all the anxiety in Samuel's eyes vanished. He jumped up from the bed instantly, ran to the table, and picked up one of the blocks. Even though the boy's abilities were weak and the simplest manipulations came at the cost of a nasty headache, they were superpowers, damn it. What guy growing up in the 21st century watching anime doesn't dream of getting something like that? How did he do it again? Samuel tried to remember what the boy in the dream did to activate his powers. Accessing those memories was blocked by a strange sensation at the edge of his perception, something vaguely reminiscent of a blinking notification. Focusing on the anomaly mentally, he froze in confusion for a few moments. A simple instruction manual seemed to download into his head. He felt like someone who had seen a video game for the first time and had just finished the tutorial. You know the kind, basic stuff like move with WASD, jump with space, look around with the mouse. Not the best analogy, but it's what he had. After zoning out from the strange sensation for a couple of minutes, the guy snapped out of it. There it is. The boy from the dream's abilities weren't weak. He was just using them wrong. Samuel stared at the block in his palm. The abilities of espers from a certain magical index aren't based on vague concepts like feel the force, Luke, or anything like that. They're built on science and calculation. And what could a guy who barely learned to read know about that? Samuel focused on the colorful block. The world froze. From the manual, he already knew that along with Accelerator's vector manipulation abilities, he had also received the computational skills of that not-so-stable character. The world around him went gray, and the colors faded. What is the brain of a level 5 esper like? The anime didn't give it much attention, but what was shown was enough to form some picture. After getting shot in the head, which was a kind of fix for an overly strong character, Accelerator was hooked up to the MHA network's computing system. That's just under 10,000 minds, each with computing abilities slightly exceeding those of an ordinary human. And even then, Accelerator could only use about 50% of his power. That means that when he was healthy, the anime anti-hero's brain worked more efficiently than the combined computing power of 20,000 people. Those are some crazy numbers, but that's how it works out. And now Samuel was about to experience what it meant to be a walking supercomputer. The anime didn't show how an esper's abilities worked. Viewers could only see the end result, not the method. But the manual gave him that knowledge. What was the boy in the dream doing to activate his abilities? Now, with a more complete understanding of the nature of these powers, Samuel could answer. He was breaking physics over his knee. He wasn't subjugating it through mathematical calculations. He was just brute forcing it. A stupid, almost completely ineffective approach. Like buying a car but instead of driving it, you push it from one part of the city to another. Samuel wasn't going to make that mistake. He wasn't a mathematical genius, but he had graduated from university, where he had managed to get some knowledge. And now, with the ability to apply it, he wasn't going to mess around. In the gray, seemingly frozen space, an equation formed. It wasn't complicated. A simple linear function with 3 variables. A moment, and it moved directly onto the block. Another moment, and Samuel seemed to open some kind of internal metaphysical gate, from which a trickle of some otherworldly force poured out. This force pushed the equation from his gray personal reality into objective reality. A slight mental effort, and the world regained its colors, though they were still mostly gray for now. The block, as if it had only been waiting for that moment, shot off his hand with the speed of a cannonball. It crashed into the stone wall and shattered into many small splinters. Feeling his palm sting slightly from where the toy had grazed it on takeoff, Samuel smiled a smile that would have made even the most hardened maniac wet himself with fear. It works. It works. Though not quite the way he had imagined. It turns out that Accelerator couldn't set vectors himself. He could only change and redirect them. But that wasn't a big problem. It just so happens that in our world, there are no stationary objects. Any object has at least one vector pointing down. Yes, gravity. Accelerator, and now Samuel, can redirect that vector and amplify it by channeling that mysterious energy. The limits of amplification aren't clear yet, but they are clearly very high. And that's not all. As they say, everything in our world is relative. It just so happens that our planet isn't stationary either. It's constantly rotating, and all objects on its surface move with it. At the same time, the Earth moves around the Sun, which orbits the galaxy, which orbits the center of the universe, which also rotates somehow. Now imagine an imaginary, objectively stationary point in space. Then consider what vectors that same block would have relative to that point. Samuel remembered reading somewhere that Accelerator managed to slow down the planet's rotation with his powers. Even if he had no idea how to achieve something like that yet, it was enough to send him into ecstasy at the possibilities opening up. And all this is mine, he asked the space around him in an unbelieving, joyful tone. The question of iSky no longer came to mind, which wasn't surprising. The human brain has an interesting ability to instantly switch from unpleasant things to something good, or at least neutral. It took Samuel some time to finally calm down, but he wasn't panicking at all. He wouldn't have respected himself if he panicked in this situation with such a heavy piano in the bushes. On the other hand, it wasn't clear what to do next. The memory of the body's previous owner hadn't transferred completely. Almost all faces were blurry, and he didn't remember a single name. Not even the name of his new body. At the same time, he was presumably in some underground villain lair, where local bad guys were researching the strange phenomenon of the boy's quirk. Of course, it was more of a side project for these amateur vivisectionists. They had some other unclear goal. As for their numbers, Samuel couldn't say exactly. He could only say with certainty that there were more than 10. At least because different people took him from his cell quite often. So, what to do? Option 1, go in guns blazing. With his current abilities, Samuel could easily take down the metal door and, taking advantage of the general confusion and the fact that they severely underestimate him, get out of there. Option 2, wait. He could assess the underground base with fresh eyes. After all, the guy wasn't tortured so badly that he couldn't sit still for an extra day. Maybe he could figure out some kind of layout and get an approximate count of the enemies. But this idea didn't seem very good to him. Not only because the local strange scientific instruments might notice the changes in the boy, but also because playing the patient victim with such Mary Sue powers seemed like the height of blasphemy. Option 3, a mix of the first two. Simple. Don't charge straight in, but buy as much time as possible. Spend it studying his abilities, and only then make a loud escape. This option seemed the most promising to Samuel. The first thing he decided to focus on was recreating the most imbalanced ability of Accelerator. Hopefully I have enough knowledge to cobble together a vector shield, he whispered into the space around him, then retreated into himself. The world stopped and lost its colors. Chapter 5, Chapter 3, Movement Toward Freedom. Chapter 3, Movement Toward Freedom. So. The vector shield. Without a doubt, the most ideal and perfect manifestation of the ability to manipulate vectors. Equally brilliant in its simplicity. How do an Esper's abilities actually work? There are two main factors that define a person as an Esper. First, personal reality. A rather tricky thing to understand, operating on principles of quantum theory and fully exploiting the observer effect. To put it simply, personal reality is a kind of twist in the Esper's consciousness. Through it, they can create an image of the surrounding reality in their mind, make changes to it, and then force the result into the real world. There are limits, of course. Manipulations are always limited by the Esper's specific ability, point 1. The changes must conform to the physical laws of reality, point 2. And the higher the correspondence between the Esper's calculations and physical and mathematical models, the less the world resists attempts at change. And less of that magical energy is required. Magical energy, by the way, is the second factor. AIM diffusion field, or the field of involuntary movement. That's the term the scientists of Academy City use to describe a certain energy constantly emitted by the Esper into the surrounding space. By its nature, this field has no specific form and is practically undetectable by the 5 human senses. This energy is the building material for any violation of physical laws. It's also, by the way, the very factor that makes an esper a narrow specialist in only their specific field. Sorry for the tautology. The characteristics of the AIM field determine the specifics of an esper's abilities. And they, if you believe fan theories, also influence the specifics of their computational abilities. Thus, Accelerator could calculate a mind-blowingly complex equation with a huge number of random variables in the time it took for a nerve impulse caused by touching an object to reach his brain. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto could perceive and interpret electrical signals like a computer. On top of this, the AIM field slightly influences the esper's immediate surroundings to a barely noticeable degree. For example, the temperature around a pyrokinetic is always slightly higher. Misaka Mikoto often unintentionally sparks with electricity and attracts light metal objects. And Accelerator has his vector shield. Though not exactly. Initially, in its natural form, based on Samuel's feelings, Accelerator's vector shield wasn't even 0.1% as strong and effective as it appears to viewers in the anime. But Accelerator was a genius and a psycho, wasn't he? Instead of accepting the almost useless ability granted by the weak background energy leaking into space, he tore his natural limiters to shreds. Then, to keep things from blowing up, he installed his own. Creating those very limiters was what Samuel was working on now. He had already thanked himself about 20 times for his foresight in not removing the natural limiter before he figured out the plug. That plug, by the way, was a true mathematical physical monster and was essentially the matrix of the vector shield. Though it might have only seemed monstrous to Samuel with his attitude toward studying. His frankly average knowledge of mathematics greatly limited his options. Samuel felt like he was trying to build a magnificent palace out of sticks and mud, a palace fit for a king and his entire royal family. And, what's most frightening, he was succeeding. Yes, with difficulty. Yes, through swearing. But he was succeeding. His incredibly powerful level 5 Esper brain was practically reinventing mathematics, forming a full-fledged science from Samuel's fragmented knowledge. And all of this in less than 5 minutes. Is this even fair? Samuel asked the space around him with a feeling of mild irrational indignation and hidden delight. The foundation of the formula was ready. The absurdly complex equation literally flooded the area of his personal reality. Though it didn't burden him much. Samuel felt that if he just wished it, the formula would compress. Which he did. After that, all that remained was to remove the limiter and put in its place the compressed, thumbnail-sized, three-dimensional ball of numbers and letters. Did I mention the equation was monstrous? It was three-dimensional. Samuel reached for that same internal gate that he had opened 5 minutes ago. In this situation, Accelerator would have done things in his own style. He would have created a battering ram in his personal reality and simply smashed the barrier down. But Samuel wasn't in a hurry to do that. The barrier obeyed his slightest thought without issue, and he saw no point in breaking what he could simply push aside. A simple mental command, stay open until the order is cancelled, was firmly imprinted on the metaphysical barrier. It opened fully, giving Samuel access to the wide flow of energy that came from who knows where. Immediately, the construct Samuel had cobbled together took its place. At that same moment, the flow of energy tried to wash away the new barrier. When it couldn't, it began to push it into reality. This was the most critical moment. The uncertainty principle of Esper abilities allowed for various interesting tricks with logic and perception. Samuel decided to use one of them. Phew. He exhaled slowly, opening his eyes. At first glance, nothing had changed. But no. Samuel felt it. That very feeling of absolute protection, arising on its own. Sinking back into his personal reality, the guy looked at the barrier. Perfect. Achievement unlocked. Bending the universe wasn't easy, but Samuel did it. Now, the incredibly heavy formula existed simultaneously in two places. It separated his personal reality from the endless flow of energy and protected his real body from any external threats. Though regarding any, I might be exaggerating. After all, under the vector shield, I only have my rather weak child's body, which also needs sleep and food. Sleep won't be a problem. The vector shield, which works even when I sleep, can easily cut off any sound or even light. So starving me by not letting me sleep is impossible. But food is not so simple. I have a couple of interesting ideas for improving the shield to block poisonous substances, but that would require a large database of samples, each of which would have to be entered separately. Samuel's thoughts, and used to such a powerful mind, raced through his head at breakneck speed, causing him some harmless confusion. What a pain. Sighing quietly, Samuel forcefully suppressed most of the racing thoughts in his head and channeled the rest into a constructive direction. Now he had a vector shield, and he had become much more dangerous. But it still didn't guarantee his survival. It was all about the principles of how this ability worked. It didn't block anything that wasn't in its database or that the user didn't perceive as dangerous. The latter was especially difficult to implement. But here again, the uncertainty principle came into play. The vector shield was a damn chimera, assembled from all areas of mathematics known to Samuel, filed down with a file, and mixed together into one thing. The area of mathematical logic with its selection algorithms and almost software architecture didn't escape becoming a part of the chimera either. Thus, the vector shield had something like a castrated AI, operating on a trigger condition action principle. The trigger was the interaction of the shield with a passing vector. The condition was that the vector was directed at the user and posed a threat. The action was to rotate the vector of motion of the object or phenomenon by 180 degrees along any axis. How does this pseudo-AI determine the threat factor to the esper? That's where the uncertainty principle comes in again. As an example, take a ball. Usually, a ball is the basis of the model in classical mathematics. Place this ball in front of a conventional obstacle, like a symmetrical hill with gentle slopes. According to the laws of mathematics and mechanics, if the ball gathers enough directional kinetic energy, it can roll up the hill and then roll down the other side. If there isn't enough force, it will stop halfway and roll back. However, according to quantum theory, which is an extended synonym for the concept of uncertainty, the ball can still roll over the obstacle even without enough energy. Scientists often use this model to explain phenomena that occur but can't be scientifically proven. The vector shield can extract from uncertainty the probability that the ball, without enough kinetic energy, will still roll to the other side of the hill and raise it to almost 100%. Translating to our situation, it can detect the probability that the user will take damage and reduce it to the minimum possible value. Thus, even vectors of ordinary phenomena that don't pose a threat to the esper, upon entering the area of the vector shield, will be simultaneously blocked and allowed through. Then, based on the user's reaction to the impact, the box with the cat will be opened, and it will be the pseudo-AI that decides whether the poor flea-ridden creature is alive or not. It gives the impression that the shield can look into the future and, based on what it sees, determine the danger of a specific vector to the user, even though that's not the case. Oh, these esper abilities from Index. They're so damn tricky to explain. However, even this seemingly absolute defense is not perfect. The shield is still built on physics, or at least on something as close to it as possible. And it just so happens that in the world of MHA, people have a special relationship with that science. They mostly break it over their knee. Before, this didn't really bother Samuel. But now, having such a powerful computational processor and understanding the world around him an order of magnitude better, he was suffering. Yes, with a capital S. His brain physically itched from the feeling of wrongness caused by a surface analysis of some character's powers in this universe based on his memory. Too much variety in abilities and mutations. Too many viable individuals. And, most depressingly, even half of these cases couldn't be explained by the possible presence of an AIM field or some configuration of it. This was something completely new. Samuel would likely get answers to some of his questions very soon. These guys are researching quirks, right? Samuel stared predatorily at the metal door, which in the last 6 minutes had stopped seeming like an insurmountable obstacle. But 6 minutes was enough for him to change completely. Subjectively, much more time had passed. Designing the vector shield, thinking about optimizing its operation, thinking about the possible nature of local powers, and a whole host of other thoughts. Samuel hadn't thought as much in a week as he had in the last 5 minutes. Not because he was too slow, but because now he was too fast. An extremely logical type of thinking, honed for precise mathematical calculations and complex modeling, had already subconsciously equated the current situation as favorable. The percentage of risk, meanwhile, was set so low that it could confidently be considered a statistical error. And a person who inherited the powers of an esper from the world of a certain magical index has his own relationship with negligible probabilities. Chapter 6, Chapter 4, Movement to the Surface. Chapter 4, Movement to the Surface. Samuel stared at the door for another 10 seconds, then sighed and forced himself to look away. Before jumping in with both feet, he needed to make sure his armor was up to standard and fit comfortably. He walked over to the table, picked up the second and last wooden block, and placed it on his open, upturned palm. Well, here goes nothing. Last time, he had adjusted the vector so it went slightly upward to avoid tearing off his hand. This time, he aimed it straight forward. If the vector shield failed, he had a good chance of breaking a couple of fingers and getting a serious burn. But Samuel didn't care. That feeling of absolute protection loomed over his subconscious, projecting a false sense of invincibility onto his mind. A simple function, composed without any difficulty, pressed into the geometric figure resting on his hand. A sharp sound shot through the room, like someone hitting a thin copper sheet with a plastic bottle. The block shattered in his hand, and multiple wooden needles bit into the stone ceiling. Well. Samuel looked up, slightly stunned, as sawdust and other wooden debris rained down on him a second later. I need to calibrate this. What happened? Oh, the vector shield had more than fulfilled its purpose. After the block began to move, the pseudo-AI program determined the toy's vector was a threat, then rotated its direction 180 degrees, pointing it straight at Samuel's body. But before the block could cover even a micron of space, the program immediately identified its new vector as a threat and rotated it again. The newly minted Esper couldn't even say how many cycles the resulting algorithm went through. It only stopped when the wooden base couldn't handle the intense, rapid back-and-forth vibration and simply shattered. With a pretty loud pop, the harmless child's toy turned into a kind of explosive with shrapnel. Those fragments, in turn, ricocheted off the vector shield and flew into the only place the AI's analysis algorithms deemed the safest for the user. The ceiling. Well, Samuel said, a little embarrassed, as he fully grasped what had happened. At least I know the vector shield works. Though it wasn't necessarily 100% effective. He still needed to test its protection against unexpected attacks he didn't see himself, as well as its effectiveness against phenomena with distorted physical laws. Quirks. And he could only test that one way. Samuel took a determined step toward the metal door and placed his palm on it. He decided to postpone calibrating the shield for now. A second of thought gave him an interesting idea. What happened with the wooden block had inspired him a little, and he came up with a new, quieter way to get through this obstacle. A slight mental strain, a couple of moments for calculations, and a simple equation flowed from his personal reality into the slightly rusty surface of the metal door. Constant random changes of direction at an extremely high frequency. He set a high amplitude by pouring a fair amount of energy into amplifying the vectors. First, the door began to shake. Then the floor vibrated slightly. Dust started falling from the ceiling, harmlessly flowing around the invisible, unaided eye dome of the vector shield. After 10 seconds, a crunching sound came. The metal hinges crumbled. Samuel took a tentative step forward, pushing the door and making a couple of minor changes to the formula so that the correlation point of the vectors moved with him like the central array of a fixed system. The floor shook even harder as the rectangle of metal, driven by an irresistible force, slid out into the hallway. To avoid making even more noise, Samuel raised his hand, lifting the still finely vibrating door with it. Excellent, he said, looking around with childlike delight. He had kicked up a lot of dust and made quite a bit of noise, but it was still better than blowing the door away with a single, precise, directed vector. He turned off the vibration formula, carefully leaned the now useless door against the opposite wall of the hallway, and looked around with a much more thoughtful gaze. He barely managed to suppress a mocking snort. There wasn't a single security camera in the short, poorly lit corridor. You guys are so careless and inattentive, Samuel grinned from ear to ear, missing a few baby teeth. What the hell? A strangely dressed man raised his eyebrows, watching the coffee in his cup vibrate slightly. An earthquake, answered a feral-looking man sitting opposite him. Feral was an understatement. His long red hair resembled a lion's mane and clearly grew past his neck, forming a small hump on his back where his tight t-shirt fit snugly. His facial features also barely resembled a human's. A slightly elongated, animal-like nose, round eyes almost entirely filled with black pupils, and an upper lip slightly protruding from his fangs created a somewhat repulsive impression. Maybe, the feral man's companion began to say, but he was cut off by a suddenly opened door. Leo, a short, bearded man burst in, wearing a construction hard hat and an orange suit that looked something like a builder's uniform. This ain't no earthquake, stone in my shoe. Huh. Don't look at me like that, sand on your sheet. Something happened in the brat's cell, dust in your nostrils. Shove your own dust, freak, the feral man answered automatically. Wait a minute. That little louse. Heroes. He didn't cause a magnitude 4.1 earthquake himself, coal in my oven, the dwarf shouted expressively. Leo couldn't disagree with his comrade. The brat was too weak and couldn't even move a stool. The guy trusted the dwarf's feelings. After all, it was thanks to his quirk that this underground complex was built, and he could track what was happening inside it to some extent. I hate to interrupt, but if that's true, we need to hurry, a third man in the room said quietly. Shit, the dwarf clutched his heart, even forgetting to add his usual nonsensical phrase at the end of his sentence. Gravel in your ears and a hammer on an anvil, he immediately compensated double. Chameleon. At least warn us you're here, pickaxe on my belt. Indeed. Despite his flashy costume and ridiculously extravagant appearance, this lanky guy could instantly disappear from sight, even if everyone around was looking right at him. His quirk allowed him to become transparent, and his character and temperament actively helped him with that. His companions, as a rule, naturally tended to forget about his presence. Don't get so worked up, Gaster, the dwarf's companion answered so quietly that you reflexively wanted to ask him to repeat it. I'll go check. With those words, he completely dissolved into the air. The only sign of his departure was the door creaking slightly behind Gaster. That guy is creepy, stone in my shoe. You're repeating yourself, Leo muttered, considering himself the most level-headed of the three. He was about to lean back in his chair and finish his mug of coffee, it was a liter mug, perfectly matching the man's considerable size, when his animal instincts simply rebelled. And it wasn't the fury of anticipation from an impending fight that an uninvited group of heroes might have caused. It was an animalistic fear, reeking of sticky horror. Where are we going with Piglet? A big, big secret. A child cheerfully hummed a simple tune under his breath as he walked through the seemingly endless corridors of the underground base. He carefully examined his surroundings, looking into every branch, but constantly tried to keep to the left wall. He had heard that's what you do to avoid getting lost in a labyrinth. And this was, without a doubt, a labyrinth. The idea of a quiet, unnoticed escape didn't seem as appealing as it had in the first few minutes. It would have been much easier to create a wave of noise that would have made everyone's ears ring, than just walk toward the direction the enemies were coming from. But no, Samuel was being cautious. He was going to be smart. Plus, it seemed he had chosen the wrong wall to follow. The fragmentary memories of the body he had taken over didn't have anything resembling the place he had wandered into. I'm hungry. Samuel looked at the stone wall of the tunnel with a predatory gaze. No, he didn't want to eat it. He was thinking about whether he could just execute his noisy plan right now. A good hit to the wall would definitely make a lot of noise. But there was a non-zero chance that such a trick might cause a cave-in. That wouldn't hurt him, in theory, but getting out from under the rubble would be even more of a pain than navigating the labyrinth. I wonder if I set a vertical vector for myself and just fly up through the ceiling, would it work? He shifted his hungry gaze from the wall to the ceiling. And if it did work, what exactly would happen? Theoretically, he could calculate the outcome of such an adventure if he had the information. How many meters of earth were above him? What was its density? Judging by what he had seen, they had done a good job, compacting the soil almost to the consistency of stone. How effective would the vector shield be in such a suicidal, breakthrough attempt? What are you doing here? A cold, rustling voice came from right behind Samuel. He spun around and stared at a person in what looked like a parrot cosplay, or maybe a very flamboyant LGBTQ fan. At that thought, Samuel took a couple of steps back, just in case. But when he realized who he was looking at, his expression instantly shifted from wary and surprised to hungry. Well, well. Breakfast has arrived. The chilling whisper sent a wave of fearful goosebumps down Chameleon's back. Chapter 7, Chapter 5, Movement Toward. Chapter 5, Movement Toward. The man in the flashy costume flinched nervously at the child's expression and twitched his head slightly. Must have imagined it, he thought, looking again at the boy's face and seeing only nervousness and fear. Chameleon was unlucky. He hadn't quite caught the phrase the kid had muttered. If he had, he might have kept some of his wariness. But no. Where are the people who let you out? The man asked in a cold, pressing tone. For a moment, surprise flickered in the boy's eyes at Chameleon's words. But it lasted only an instant, and the villain didn't catch it. Instead, he saw the slightly calmer face of a kid who was thoughtfully glancing somewhere to the side. You mean those strange guys? There's this one funny old guy. He looks almost like a mole, can you believe it? Chameleon listened intently. The man thought the boy didn't even realize how important the information he was casually blurting out really was. And he has this cool red hard hat. The boy's eyes darted again, and Chameleon involuntarily followed his gaze. And his mustache is so bushy. And he waves his arms around a lot. Behind me. A chill ran down the man's neck as he realized where the boy was looking. The details he was describing weren't something you could just remember from a single glance. Chameleon reacted instantly. Without turning around, he lunged straight at the child. It was a reflexive decision, but no less correct for that. Wasting time looking behind him would be a loss. This kind of move could catch an opponent off guard. Plus, he could take the kid hostage. Why didn't Chameleon just use his quirk and disappear? It was the nature of his abilities. To activate it, he had to freeze completely still for a few moments, or be out of sight. On top of that, the disappearance wasn't instantaneous. An opponent might be able to figure out what he was doing and stop him from escaping. But all that was just words. In reality, the villain didn't care about any of those reasons right now. As said, he had lunged on pure reflex. Only halfway to the startled-looking boy did he realize what he had done and why. An instant later, he was standing behind the child, holding him by the neck with his right hand. Stop! Chameleon shouted. But after looking around, he didn't see anyone. Still, he didn't relax. Who better than a master of disguise to know that an empty hallway isn't necessarily empty? Try anything, and this kid's neck will snap like a. His consciousness was flooded with intense pain. Only at the very edge of passing out, already falling to the ground without strength, did he catch the cold gaze of the boy who had been trembling just a moment ago. TCH, what a jerk, Samuel grimaced, looking at the body frozen at his feet. He had to flinch like that. What if I hadn't had time to shrink the shield's area? My guide to the kitchen would be gone, and I'd be wandering around here until the end of time. He skeptically examined the unconscious, LGBT fan. A thought crossed his mind. Had he overdone it? After all, the method he used to neutralize the guy was unconventional. There was no guarantee he hadn't made a mistake. What if his guide to food croaked without medical help? Samuel scratched his head. That would be a little inconvenient. Speaking of the neutralization method, Samuel hadn't borrowed it from a certain magical index or even railgun. He took it from the Accelerator spin-off manga. Not that it was particularly interesting, but the voice actor gave a very good performance, and the title was worth watching just for that. Plus, the character himself was interesting and contradictory enough to be entertaining even alongside completely bland antagonists. In the manga, Accelerator explained the trick as the ability to change the vectors of bioelectricity in the human body. Samuel tried something similar. In theory, this method was the least harmful from the huge list of possible ways to neutralize people that his abilities provided. But Samuel didn't really understand what bioelectricity was, so he translated it into his own terms. Accelerator can't complexly influence vectors he isn't in contact with. Thus, he couldn't, for example, make a person's blood flow backward by just touching their skin. To do that, he would need to touch the bloodstream itself. So how did he manage to control this bioelectricity if it doesn't seem to flow along the surface of the body? Samuel gave himself only one answer: nerve impulses. Maybe there was another way, and Accelerator himself acted differently in the anime. But with his knowledge, Samuel could only implement this version. The point is that by touching, say, a hand, a person triggers a nerve impulse whose nature is similar to electricity. The impulse travels to the brain through a complex system of fibers, trying to deliver the signal encoded in it. Simple and clear. But what does this mean for Samuel? It means that for a fraction of a moment, he has the opportunity to directly influence the vector of that nerve signal. Which is exactly what he did when Chameleon grabbed his neck. Actually, his fingers dug into the vector shield, which was fitted to the skin within a millimeter. After that, it was simple. He amplified the signal and gave it a broken trajectory. Theoretically, such a signal should have traveled along a path not intended by nature. Then, amplified, it would stab into the brain. How this would affect a person, Samuel didn't know. But looking at the body not in a hurry to wake up at his feet, he could guess it wasn't good. After hesitating for a few seconds, the guy bent down and put 2 fingers on the man's wrist. He had a pulse, though noticeably accelerated. Looking closer, Samuel saw that the body wasn't as still as it seemed at first glance. Chameleon's forehead was covered in sweat, and his pupils darted frantically under his closed lids. Samuel would have sworn they moved independently of each other. It looked creepy. With each passing second, the guy believed less and less that his unexpected guest would be able to guide him anywhere, let alone to the kitchen. Next time, I'll have to not amplify the vector so much, he whispered into the air. Then he turned away from the body and walked in the direction the villain had come from. The fact that the men might die, or might already be dying, didn't bother him much. It might seem like the change from a kind, responsive guy to an indifferent killer happened too quickly. But it wasn't. Samuel had always been like this. He cared little for the fate of people he mentally classified as bad. He cared just as little about the fact that their badness was his own subjective opinion. Take the case of saving that weird devil girl. If, after his questions, he had determined who the victim was and who the villain was, he would have joined the fight without hesitation. The result would most likely have been broken bones for the thugs. After all, a non-working leg and the need to move on crutches doesn't exactly help with restraint. Much more than the possible death or injury of an unknown villain in a flashy costume, the guy was concerned about the fact that the inhabitants of this underground complex had clearly deluded themselves about what had happened. That was expected, though. The villains couldn't possibly have assumed that the brat who, a few hours ago, could barely move light wooden blocks with his power would be capable of escaping on his own. The presence of some third force that influenced the boy's release was the most likely assumption. Now, Samuel needed to figure out how to profit from this situation. He had already caught one opponent off guard once. That could work again. He wasn't about to ignore even the smallest advantage. Chameleon lost, sand in my pockets, the dwarf exclaimed expressively. He had been sitting in silence for almost 10 minutes, focused on listening to something. What? Leo flinched. He had spent all the time trying to calm his raging instincts. Already. Did he just completely let his guard down? I have no idea, hammer in my suitcase. And I have no idea who the intruders are or how many there are, cement in my tea. You can't sense them at all, the giant raised his shaggy eyebrows in shock. He understood perfectly well what Gaster was capable of in the tunnels he had dug. It was almost impossible to escape his gaze down there. Most likely, there's someone with a strong earth control quirk, pliers instead of a key. Yes, a jackhammer in my oven. That's probably how they dug in here. Now they're using him to hide their presence, stalactite in my bedroom. That's crap, Leo growled. We might have a mole, a traitor, he winced at the accidental and completely inappropriate pun. You really don't sense anyone. Not even a hint. There is one, nails in my pocket. The little brat. Walking around, wandering through my tunnels, crowbar in his pants leg. He was next to chameleon when he lost, screw in my mayonnaise. Bait. Too harsh for heroes. Well, unless there's a scavenger among them, but then everything would already be on fire. Another villain group. Leo put forward the most likely possibility. The dwarf just shrugged. Fine, we can guess forever. The half-beast stood up from his chair, making the dimly lit room seem even darker. We need to smoke them out. You're going alone, cement in your basin. Do I look like an idiot? The men growled, ducking to get through the door. I'm gathering everyone. Follow me. You'll be our radar. Chapter 8, Chapter 6, Movement Toward a Compromise. Chapter 6, Movement Toward a Compromise. God, I'm so sick of walking. Samuel shouted expressively. The joke about searching for the kitchen inside the underground villain complex had stopped being funny a while ago. His young body was demanding food, loudly. The mental strain was taking its toll too. Sure, his evolved level 5 Esper brain was significantly more efficient than a human one. But it still consumed energy. Energy he was sorely lacking. Not surprising, given the constant blood draws, for the sake of science. And now he had to wander through these endless tunnels on short, child-sized legs with very limited child-sized endurance. Grrrll. Samuel rubbed his loudly growling stomach. This really wasn't funny anymore. But then, his ears caught a sound. A sound that would finally become his ticket out. Footsteps. A lot of them, judging by the echo. The brat's here. Stay alert, there might be an ambush, a gruff voice called from around the corner. A moment later, a motley crew of freaks led by a hulking man turned into the corridor. The man's appearance clearly indicated a mutation-type enhancement quirk. His powerful, half-human, half-lion torso was hidden under thick, heavy-looking fabric that even seemed incredibly heavy. But the beast-like man wore it with exaggerated ease. Well, Samuel thought, staring wide-eyed at this wonder. His curiosity wasn't surprising. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a vivid display of superpowers. His own didn't count. Stop, the men growled menacingly. The group following him didn't dare disobey. Where are the heroes? The growl was now directed straight at Samuel. I want to eat, the guy answered with truly childlike spontaneity. A vein bulged angrily on the giant's temple. Are you deaf? I asked. You. A question. The beast-like man enunciated each word with a growl, his fur bristling on his sideburns and wrists. Where are the heroes? Even his allies took a step back at the last shout. But Samuel remained just as carefree. Well, no. Hunger can hardly be called carefree. And I said. I want to eat. Samuel replied, perfectly mimicking the villain. He just didn't growl with every syllable. Hasegawa, go deal with him. It was an amazing sight. The man who, a second ago, seemed ready to tear the child in front of him apart with his bare hands, instantly calmed down. There was no more raging fury in his eyes. His hands, trembling from the surge of adrenaline, stopped shaking. Even the claws on his hands seemed to retract slightly into his fingers. The man called Hasegawa looked at his commander in surprise, then took a few steps forward. It was a little strange that the boss decided not to go himself. But Hasegawa wasn't about to question the boss's decision, even in his thoughts. If he was sending him ahead, there was a reason. The villain grunt had no idea that Leo hadn't gone himself, not because he had some plan, but because the moment he saw the child, his instincts had gone wild. He felt like a newborn puppy standing before a huge, seasoned wolfhound. He tried to suppress the feeling with an outburst of aggression, but it didn't help. All of Leo's instincts told him that this time, he wasn't the hunter. He was the prey. The last time he felt like this was the day he briefly encountered All Might. That overwhelming feeling of power had almost knocked the breath out of the half-beast. Months had passed since that day. Leo thought he had overcome the horror that had gripped him then. He thought he had pushed aside his fear. Sigh. I just wanted to eat, the child muttered quietly into space. The next moment, Hasegawa, who had gotten right up to the boy, flew up to the ceiling as if gravity had been completely reversed for him. The crack of bones crunching from excessive load echoed through the tunnel. An instant later, gravity returned to normal for the villain, and he slammed into the floor like a limp doll. At that moment, Leo realized he hadn't overcome his fear at all. TCH, overdid it again, Samuel winced, looking at the body crumpled at his feet. This one was definitely a body, now. He probably shouldn't have set a strictly vertical vector. And triple the normal force was a bit too much. A neck bent at a very unnatural angle and a couple of open fractures didn't exactly contribute to a long and happy life. Unless this guy had a healing quirk like Wolverine, he wasn't getting up. With an expression of disgust on his face, Samuel hurried around the slowly spreading pool of blood from under the body and stood in front of the frozen villains. 1, 2, 3. 5 grunts and one, obviously, the boss. Who are you? Leo spat out, taking a step back behind his stunned subordinates. Just a hungry kid. Are you going to lead me out of this dungeon? How about the kitchen instead? No, no, no. I've seen movies. Bad people like to poison other people's food. It makes them really sick. I don't want to eat spoiled food and get sick too. Samuel whined in a perfectly childish manner. Not the best disguise, given what he had been doing for the last 20 minutes. But the villains were definitely catching some cognitive dissonance. And what will you do if we don't take you out? I'll make you fly, the guy shouted happily. Too bad the ceilings are low here. You can't build up speed, he added in a confidential tone. Get him, the half-beast said shortly. But his subordinates, still in shock, didn't immediately understand the command. Are you deaf? Get him. Startled by the mighty shout, the men rushed toward Samuel, activating their quirks. One seemed to be covered in a wooden crust. Another extended elongated, pointed fingers in his direction. A guy bringing up the rear put his palms together, and sparks danced between them, filling the air with a faint smell of ozone. Samuel didn't see the abilities of the remaining two. The fast, spear-like, pointed fingers crashed into his vector shield and reflected back in the opposite direction. They turned the villain into a sieve and seriously wounded another. The shocked, frozen wooden man and another no-name stared in disbelief at their groaning comrade. Meanwhile, the electric no-name finally prepared his attack and shot a beam of electricity at Samuel. It also reflected off the vector shield. But due to the inconsistent nature of electricity, it didn't go straight back. It branched out. The electric guy and the type who hadn't had time to show his quirk fell to the ground, twitching and cheerfully sparking. Only the wooden guy remained, whom the electricity had simply ignored. Judging by the frozen expression on his wood-like face, the villain was already thinking about getting the hell out of there. But only after he got through his first personal crisis. With the crunch of his overloaded bark armor shattering, the last grunt flew rapidly toward the beast-like villain. Humph. But the men dodged the not-so-small projectile with surprising ease, displaying downright animalistic flexibility. The projectile crashed into the wall with a chilling crunch. Overdid it again. Samuel tilted his head, looking at the body sliding down the wall, his arms still outstretched. When he uses his quirk, he only gets tougher on the outside. Inside, it's the opposite, Leo replied, staring tensely at the boy. What a useless quirk. And seriously, what kind of freaks did you hire? The monster in a child's body was so surprised by the recent scuffle that he even stopped pretending to be a kid. Not one decent combat quirk. And they act like. Look who's talking. Sorry, Samuel nodded. And anyway, since you're talking to me so calmly now, you're not going to fight. Am I missing something? You're right. I can't do anything to you anyway. Your ability, is it some form of conceptual reflection? You're observant. And smart. I've always considered myself the most reasonable person in this complex. I'll be much calmer if I just calmly escort you to the surface. You know your image is totally inconsistent, right? Samuel raised his eyebrows in surprise at the half-beast's words. The picture from the outside must have been interesting. A huge man over 2 meters tall with beast-like features standing opposite a kid about 6 years old. And a bunch of small, twitching, groaning, or simply dead bodies around them. And the two of them just talking calmly. I've been told, Leo chuckled, noticeably calmer now. He had accepted his defeat in advance and wasn't going to test the outcome in practice. As a last resort, he could always run away. I think I understand what you're up to, Samuel curved his lips into a sparse smile. You want to quietly lead me out, and then get the hell out of here with the rest of them, right? The half-beast's calmness wavered slightly at these words. I'm right, aren't I? You're not the boss here. At best, you're head of security, or the muscle. Plus, I'm almost 100% sure this whole complex was created by someone's quirk. And that person is probably not among them. He waved his hand around himself, indicating the many bodies lying around. So if you just get me out of here, you haven't really lost anything. Just a few useless grunts and the time to build a new hideout. By the end of Samuel's speech, Leo was sweating quite a bit. His brain was working at breakneck speed, constantly hitting the simple option of running away. The boy hadn't made a mistake anywhere, except for the time it would take to move to a new complex. Gaster was too efficient and hated being idle. So their gang had a couple of mothballed underground complexes just in case. But they weren't equipped. And the equipment here was clearly expensive. Considering its fragility, moving it would have to be done carefully. So running away, scooping up Gaster and the local eggheads, wasn't the best idea. Leo had a very reasonable fear of leaving the little monster alone in a complex full of fragile equipment. What do you want? The man forced out through gritted teeth. There we go. Finally, something to talk about, my dear fellow. Chapter 9, Chapter 7, Movement through the System of Entropy. Chapter 7, Movement through the System of Entropy. A pretty girl stared into a strange, shimmering veil before her. She smiled slightly, almost amused. Around her was pure darkness. Black space that distorted the very concepts of perception, and three-dimensionality seemed to reject the very idea of light while breaking several dozen laws of physics. Take, for example, the fact that despite the impenetrable darkness, the girl's body was clearly visible from any point in this mysterious space. Even if you turned away and looked up, you could still see her, from multiple angles at once. Commendable bloodthirstiness, the girl purred in a cheerful tone. I can feel your blood. The moment her last words sank into the boundless darkness, a man emerged from it. Magnificent. There was no other word for it. It was as if all possible ideals of human beauty had intertwined, entered into symbiosis, and then amplified each other countless times over. You're getting carried away, Callie, his voice boomed dully. Nice to know you haven't forgotten about me, the girl smirked, not bothering to tear her gaze away from the shimmering screen before her. You get more handsome every day, don't you, she said mockingly. A grinding sound passed through the space. An instant later, almost right next to Callie, lightning struck with a thunderous explosion. At that same moment, the man appeared at the spot of the strike. That's your fault too, he snarled in a charming voice. Aye, how uncivilized, the girl waved her graceful hand in front of her face as if shooing away a mosquito. The proximity of the element didn't impress her at all. But I'm glad you're finally starting to take me seriously. Do you want war? You old men can't handle it, Callie snorted. Those times are over when cowardly little humans feared every rustle and fed you with their power. This time, she finally deigned to turn to her interlocutor. How does it feel? People stopped being afraid of thunder. They explained the nature of your lightning. Callie hammered each word with palpable superiority in her voice. These days, people are much more afraid of lies and deceit. The pretty girl bared all her teeth in a furious snarl. They are afraid of me. On the last syllable, a wave of suffocating power radiated from the girl. Sweat beaded on the man's temple. Oh yes, he was afraid. Afraid of the one he had once despised and considered little more than an insect. The little brat who played pranks and fraternized with humans. A nonentity against the backdrop of him, a true god. The man had played too long. For hundreds of thousands of years, Callie, the embodiment of all forms of cunning and deceit, had lived alongside humans. And somehow, imperceptibly, people had changed. Callie had taught them knowledge. The very quality whose absence had once given birth to the gods. But gods are immortal. The goddess of lies couldn't have repaid their mockery with such tricks. But she was cunning. Not for nothing was she the goddess of cunning. The image of the gods in the minds of people began to distort. Fear of the elements took on humanized forms, and along with them, human weaknesses. Still immortal, the gods, under the influence of legends and tales, began to squabble among themselves. But Callie wanted more. The changeable image of the goddess of deceit could easily take any form people invented. But with other gods, things weren't so simple. The era of turmoil, when gods fought among themselves, was remembered by people as a series of terrible catastrophes. Whole continents sank, lands rose from the ocean floor, volcanoes erupted, and the hottest lands were covered in ice. As soon as the divine nature settled down and came into balance a little, Callie had people invent science. Those who had once created omnipotent beings with their fears and fantasies now did everything in their power to weaken them. Constantly swinging from one extreme to the other, the gods could never notice the one who was the cause of their troubles and suffering. She who now went by the name Callie continued her invisible war. I know better than anyone how you feel, Zeus, the girl said softly, making the men wince. But admit it, in the end, it all turned out just hilarious. People love you, god of thunder, ha ha ha. The best joke from the goddess of mischief. Adoration. In the current age, the god Callie hated most was associated with a handsome, spandex-clad savior boy and was the wet dream of countless human fools. This couldn't help but affect the god's nature. But it didn't add any strength to the one who, throughout his entire existence, had fed only on human fear. You think I'm alone, the men snarled. Just let me whisper a word, and dozens of gods will gather too. You can't handle it, the goddess of cunning smirked even brighter. You've grown too weak, while I've become too strong, she shrugged. Fine, the men forced out. But why do you need him? He pointed his finger at the indifferently floating screen. If you thought you could hurt me this way, you miscalculated. Oh, come on. I wasn't planning anything at all. I was just amusing myself on Earth, and this little mouse, can you believe it, found me on his own. The goddess's voice carried a distinct delight. I was shocked myself, she confided to the god, who was boiling again. But what potential? She turned her gaze back to the screen, where a boy was calmly destroying attacking enemies. Just half an hour in a new world, and out of 8 people he met, 7 have tickets to the afterlife. Decisive, your son. Grr. Lightning struck again. Our conversation isn't over. A moment later, nothing suggested that there had been anyone else in the strange space besides Callie. The god of thunder and lightning, having lost the battle of words, fled in disgrace. Not that he ever had a chance to win. He had chosen the wrong opponent. There, convince yourself all you want, but you already know you've lost, Callie cooed, knowing her interlocutor would hear her. And you. She refocused on the screen. I never would have thought that that brute's eternal desire to stick his dick into mortal women could produce someone so interesting. I hope you'll appreciate the humor of my harmless little joke. There we go. Finally, something to talk about, my dear fellow, Samuel smiled predatorily. Honestly, he was mostly bluffing here. What could a 6-year-old child, whose body he now inhabited, possibly ask for? And what could he offer in return? The fact that the beast-like man was cautious enough to take the kid seriously was surprising enough. It had caught Samuel off guard. But he hadn't abandoned his idea of studying his own quirk. Essentially, that's what he was going to ask for. No, demand. In an ultimatum form, with threats of violence and the firm intention to carry them out if the villains didn't agree. Samuel was more than ready to show everyone his seriousness. He didn't know if the remaining villains would believe in the danger of a child, so he planned to lay out his scenario in as much detail as possible. But something went wrong. The giant standing opposite suddenly became alert. His wide nostrils flared, the fur on the back of his neck stood on end, and his eyes seemed to redden. The man's animal instincts had caught something that the boy's human senses couldn't detect. Leo, trolley on the rails, a short, stocky man ran out from around the corner. His clothes clearly hinted at his purpose in this complex. There's a ton of them, rail on the track. Where? The men snarled. Everywhere, mole in his hole. Samuel didn't fully understand the thread of the conversation. He lacked information. What are you talking about? He asked coldly, making the 2 men remember his presence. Haruis. The mutant growled naturally, looking at the boy with primal fury. And you too. The picture became clear. Samuel's furrowed brow smoothed out. He surveyed the scene of the recent battle. If a minute ago there were still groaning bodies here, now things weren't so optimistic. The chance for first aid had been lost. The only thing that could save the villains now was a rare healing quirk. Only the guy who had accidentally been caught in the electrical blast from his comrade had a chance of survival. But his melted skin and countless burns didn't look very promising. And, it seemed, the farce the local villains had initially created had become reality. Heroes were indeed attacking the base. Oops. Senior Police Inspector Hanzo was worried. Over 16 months of extremely careful preparation had finally paid off. They had managed to locate the base of the most unpleasant group of villains he had ever seen. The main reason for their unpleasantness was their carefully selected team of quirk users. In particular, All Hearing. As if mocking the number 1 hero, All Might. This villain had the ability to set up invisible, undetectable bugs. With them, he could eavesdrop on anyone without any problems. Before the police even understood what they were dealing with, this guy would find out all the details of the investigation and, at the most opportune moment, the whole group would move to a new location, simply abandoning the old one. And they had no problems with bases. Having a quirk that allowed them to dig kilometer-long tunnels gave the group simply unfair mobility. Because of All Hearing's quirk, all the details of the case had to be discussed in writing, then the notes completely destroyed. The villains also had an invisibility quirk. A certain chameleon, who couldn't be detected by cameras or specialized quirks, walked through the main police headquarters as if it were his own home. So the operations command post constantly had to be moved to different departments, which also didn't add to the convenience. But finally, the villain's base had been discovered. Their excessive arrogance and inflated ego had been their undoing. Soon, they would pay. Hanzo couldn't wait to lock those annoying criminals behind bars. The heroes were storming the underground complex. Chapter 10, Chapter 8, Movement by the Rules. Chapter 8, Movement by the Rules. To be honest, Samuel was a little stunned. The unexpected and, given the circumstances, absurd attack by heroes on the underground base had thrown a wrench in his plans. Now he wasn't sure what to do. So we're enemies again? Samuel asked the villain uncertainly. Leo flinched at these words. That's all he needed. This little monster was like a barrel of gasoline thrown onto an already burning fire. Let's not. The half-beast didn't get to finish. A piercing sound of rushing air echoed through the underground corridor. An instant later, the nervously shifting Gaster, who had been standing next to the villain, crashed into the wall with a crash and clatter and went limp. Precision work, Samuel noted with mild surprise mixed with envy, looking at the unconscious but still clearly alive body of the stocky man. He didn't get much time to examine him, though. In some imperceptible moment, everything started moving too fast. Guided by his animal instincts, Leo, at the moment of Gaster's beating, had managed to bristle his fur and jump aside from the suddenly appearing threat. As it happened, he jumped right toward Samuel. But that wasn't even what bothered the guy now. "It's all right," a man who had burst into the corridor at breakneck speed puffed out his immensely muscular chest. "Why?" "Because I am here." Samuel blinked in confusion. Well. The symbol of peace and justice had arrived. The guy hadn't expected to run into the #1 hero within the first hour after his ice guy. The hero looked just like in the anime, adjusted for the graphics. A tall man, over 2 meters, wrapped in voluminous, steel-like muscles, flashing a truly Hollywood smile. With his cartoonishly angular face and extremely strange hairstyle resembling 2 white horns, plus the uneven lighting of the dungeon, most of his face was covered in shadows. It made his image significantly more brutal. "Step away from the child, villain," the hero said in a truly manly bass voice. Leo, at that moment, looked really bad. Trapped between 2 monsters, each hitting his instincts like a steel battering ram against a flimsy gate, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Though the man wasn't inferior to All Might in height or external physique, next to him, he looked like a deflated balloon next to an airship. And, apparently, under this pressure, the poor guy had lost a significant amount of his sanity. Because there was no other way to explain his decision to attack Samuel. Although, if you looked for it, the logic was there. After all, unlike All Might, the little kid didn't seem intimidating. Plus, Leo had a complete lack of information about the kid's abilities. So from his perspective, the chance of doing something to Samuel was significantly higher than fighting the #1 hero. "Stop!" All Might shouted and rushed to intercept. The villain, because of his recent lunge, was almost right next to Samuel. All he had to do was swing his arm and turn his body slightly to land a blow. But he clearly wasn't going to make it in time. Samuel noted with some surprise that he could keep up with the insane speeds of the 2 giants present. It was a little unclear, though. His kinetic vision wasn't much better than the average human's. It was only slightly more effective than in his previous body. The hard boost to his central nervous system caused by the sharp improvement in his brain's computational power couldn't have gone unnoticed in all his other functions. But it clearly wasn't enough to keep up with high-speed opponents with enhancement quirks. And that's where his ability came in. He perceived all surrounding phenomena, despite their speed, as a collection of moving vector systems. Before this, he hadn't really gotten to experience his new way of perception, which was radically different from everything he had grown accustomed to in his life. But now, when all his other senses couldn't keep up, his paranormal sensitivity to vectors showed itself in full force. Leo wasn't going to make it. It was paradoxical, and in some ways even impossible, but the beast's speed and agility were significantly inferior to All Might's cheating enhancements. His defeat was only a matter of moments. And that was only because the #1 hero was deliberately holding back, so as not to tear the villain apart in a single bound right next to the child. And then, an idea came to Samuel. Barely formed, not at all thought out, it resembled a kick of intuition multiplied by his newfound computational abilities, which he hadn't gotten used to at all in just an hour. The world froze and turned gray. Leo froze, twisting in an unreal pose just to reach the little monster with his elongated claws. Even All Might froze, who, even during his lunge, didn't lose his brutality or remove the seemingly frozen grin from his face. At the very edge of his personal reality sensitivity, Samuel felt that very barrier he had designed to create the vector shield. Now, he planned to conduct a small experiment. The AIM field is, for the most part, strictly limited in its area of influence. Consequently, the vector shield is also limited. But there's a small nuance. The shield's film, in its normal state, is about 50 to 60 centimeters from the body, measured from the chest. But when the user extends their arm forward, despite its greater length, it doesn't leave the area of protection. I don't need to explain why, do I? The AIM field is plastic, and its area of influence, though it can't change its maximum area, can certainly move it. Usually, such manipulations of the field are performed by the brain subconsciously, with the main imperative, always fully cover the user's body. But conscious control is also possible. Earlier, Samuel had already subconsciously shrunk the shield's area so that Chameleon wouldn't suspect an ambush. But now, he intended to consciously push the area of effect forward, straight toward the half-beast strike, while simultaneously reducing the shield's range behind his back. Theoretically, the shield, set to reflect the vector while conserving kinetic energy, would simply break the villain's arm. Why all this, considering that All Might could easily stop Leo and Samuel wasn't in any danger? Simple. The guy was planning to show everyone that he didn't need saving. Was it a fit of consciousness, slightly warped by his new abilities, or something else? Samuel didn't even think about standing by and watching himself get saved. However, this move wasn't as useless as it seemed at first glance. People would inevitably take him more seriously, despite his young age. Especially considering the bodies of the unsuccessful villains lying around. No one would believe a child was responsible for them, not even the villain's own statements. But with a direct witness that the 6-year-old kid was no victim, and a witness not easily dismissed, it would be different. In the moment frozen by his personal reality, the boundaries of his AIM field moved. They moved frustratingly slowly. But even so, compared to all other frozen phenomena, it was simply monstrous speed, worthy of being called instantaneous. When the boundary of the vector shield was just a couple of millimeters from the villain's claws, Samuel returned to objective reality. A fraction of a moment, a crunch of bones, a prolonged crack of tearing flesh. The recoil threw Leo back, right onto the hero rushing toward him. Have you ever punched a stone wall with all your might? An ordinary person wouldn't do that so easily. But under the influence of anger or other emotions, they might be capable of such stupidity. Such a punch can result in a couple of dislocations, cracked bones, and seriously damaged knuckles. But what if the wall punches your fist back? With the same force you used? The villain's arm, disfigured by an open fracture, trailed a trail of blood as it swung limply behind him as he flew backward. All Might, to his credit, reacted to the change in the situation in time. He stopped almost instantly, brazenly breaking a couple of physical laws from the field of mechanics, specifically kinetics. With a fluid motion, he sidestepped the living, well, at least this time, projectile and caught the villain by his healthy arm. Silence. Despite the unchanging expression on the number 1 hero's face, he seemed somewhat stunned by what had happened. That wasn't surprising. All Might was a very experienced hero. He had encountered all sorts of situations. There had been times when the victim didn't actually need a rescuer because they already had a powerful quirk. But this was the first time it had happened with a child. Because even the strongest quirks in childhood are extremely weakened and limited. Using them for self-defense is almost impossible. Of course, there are exceptions, but they usually involve very specific quirks like innate invisibility, intangibility, or something similar. They only confirm the rule. The hero looked at the scene of carnage around him with new eyes. He continued to hold the unconscious villain, again, this time, in the air. The scene took on completely different colors. If, in the first moments of his arrival, All Might had assumed the beast-like man was responsible for the many bodies, now, after a more careful assessment of the damage, an unpleasant and even somewhat frightening realization dawned on him. Are you okay? The hero asked the child in a soothing tone, carefully laying the lionman on the ground so as not to disturb his broken arm. Are you hurt? The answer was a cold, indifferent stare. That worried the hero. Samuel had already chosen his behavior. He wasn't sure he could play a child convincingly, especially with what he had been through. But a withdrawn, distrustful, silent wolf cub. That he could manage. Not getting an answer to his questions, All Might looked the kid over with a worried glance. The boy was dressed in worn, plain clothes that were clearly a couple sizes too big. The excessive bagginess hid the boy's thinness well, but not from the number 1 hero's eyes. His thick dark hair looked dirty and tangled. The boy himself wasn't exactly clean either. All Might, there's a child here. Possibly a hostage. All Might touched his finger to the earpiece on his left ear. And bodies of villains. 4 dead, 2 in critical condition, 1 unconscious. Medical personnel urgently needed. After finishing his report and nodding at the barely audible response, the hero turned his gaze back to the boy. What's your name? Silence. Can you walk? Silence, plus a wary glance. Grrrll. The sound of a growling stomach echoed through the corridor. Maybe you want a snack. All Might clearly isn't very good with kids, Samuel thought as he walked behind the hero. The man turned to look over his shoulder every 3 steps to make sure the boy was still following him. Samuel continued to stick to his chosen behavior, acting as wary as possible. He kept a healthy distance behind the hero and shied away from the occasional heroes and police officers running past. And there were a lot of them here. A couple of times, their little procession stopped so All Might could quietly exchange a few words with some of the law enforcement officers. But he never lingered, always moving on, afraid to entrust the dangerous child to someone else. Samuel, for his part, spent most of the walk deep in thought. One of the number 1 hero's most ordinary questions had thrown him off a little. What was his name, anyway? The child's memories didn't answer the question at all. And calling himself by his pre-Ice Guy name would be stupid. So the strategy of silence was paying off again. It took 15 minutes for Samuel and All Might to reach the exit to the surface. Then the hero led the boy off to the side. Oh, flashed through the guy's mind, a little embarrassed, when his escort, turning to look over his shoulder again, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Samuel's vector shield, whose configuration had been set in the dimly lit underground passages, was partially blocking the sunlight according to its settings. So, despite the much brighter environment, the boy's figure seemed to be in shadow. Samuel had to sink into his personal reality and quickly change the vector shield setting so it would let a broader spectrum of light waves pass through. All Might, meanwhile, thoughtfully watched as the strange phenomenon that had been blocking the light falling on the boy disappeared. He had clearly drawn his own conclusions from what he had seen. Fortunately, the hero didn't ask any questions, though he clearly wanted to. He led the boy toward a police van parked nearby. Or something like a van, with a pretense of comfort and technology. Neo Mesa, he called out to a man standing next to the vehicle. Despite the warm weather, the man was dressed in a coat and hat. Oh, All Might, a young-looking man smiled. How did it go? Not bad, the hero smiled quite sincerely. The reason I came over, do you happen to have something to eat? He gestured toward Samuel, who was standing a few steps behind. Of course, Neo Mesa nodded. Yuriko, he called into the car. Yes. A girl's head popped out. Feed our little fighter, will you? Another nod toward the boy. You can take some of mine. There are donuts. No problem, the girl smiled. The sight of her made Samuel struggle to keep his face cold. She looked interesting. A slightly larger than average head was a little strange, but not too noticeable. Her eyes, though. That's what caught your attention. There were 3 of them. And the girl still managed to look cute and even, in some way, harmonious. What a crazy world. Come on, Yuriko smiled sweetly at Samuel, beckoning him with her hand. Chapter 11, Chapter 9, Movement on the Roof. Chapter 9, Movement on the Roof. After watching the rather rough-looking boy walk away, Neo Mesa turned his gaze back to the number 1 hero. So. I heard what you said over the comms about the bodies. The man paused on the last word, giving his friend a chance to speak. The young detective knew All Might well, both from friendly interactions and from the professionalism inherent in the number 1 hero. There was no way he had accidentally killed a crowd of villains all at once. Yeah, the hero nodded grimly, his gaze flicking toward the police trailer. Neo Mesa didn't miss it. When I went down into that corridor, the kid was standing in the middle of the bodies. Opposite him were 2 villains. One of them, I'll swear, was just as afraid of that child as he was of me. Are you saying that? I'm not saying anything yet, the hero shook his head. I've just got my muscles. I'm no forensic expert, so. All Might spread his hands, showing his helplessness in the matter. Neo Mesa was about to say something when, one after another, orderlies wheeled 3 gurneys out of the dark passage. Then, picking up speed, they rushed them toward the ambulances. You were wrong about the number of critically injured. I don't think so. At that moment, another police figure appeared from the passage. Looking around, he quickly walked toward All Might and Neo Mesa. Tsukachi-san, during the search of the underground facilities, we found a villain known as Chameleon in critical condition, the officer reported. Critical condition? Hanzo, give me the details. Yes sir, the senior inspector snapped to attention. According to the preliminary examination by the head paramedic, Chameleon had extensive damage to his central nervous system, similar to a severe electric shock. However, according to the paramedic, there are no signs of burns on his body or any of the secondary indicators that usually accompany such injuries. Also, the head paramedic suspects the possibility of a massive stroke. Thank you, Hanzo. You can go. Yes sir, the officer saluted and left. What do you think? Neo Mesa turned to All Might. From what I saw, I'd guess the kid's quirk is something like a shield with a high degree of customization. The hero recalled the situation with the strange distortion of sunlight. Chameleon's injuries don't fit. Maybe he has multiple quirks, the detective stroked his chin. That seems very unlikely, but it might explain why the villains needed the kid in the first place. All right. Neo Mesa clapped his hands. We can guess forever. I'll go take a look myself. He adjusted his hat and headed toward the entrance to the underground complex. Can you keep an eye on things here? He nodded toward the trailer. Just in case. Of course. Samuel thoughtfully ate his simple breakfast of donuts and cocoa. Overcoming his still nagging paranoia and accepting food from someone else's hands was surprisingly difficult. He understood logically that he was safe and no one was trying to poison him. But his subconscious was very wary of everything around him. Still, this quirk of his own mind didn't bother him much. Now, in a relatively calm, not to be confused with a safe, environment, he had a moment to catch his breath and think about his situation. And it wasn't the most pleasant. On the minus side, he had no idea what was happening. How had he been thrown into another world? Why? Why him? From the data he had, Samuel could only draw one conclusion, and he didn't like it. The self-proclaimed, arrogant goddess named Callie was simply bored. For her, it seemed, such a trick cost nothing. Feeling like a lab mouse being laughed at by a higher being was unpleasant, but there was nothing he could do about it. Bad luck happens. Though the scale of his bad luck caused a slight metaphorical burning sensation in his rear end. On the plus side, he understood the language the native spoke, and he had an imbalanced power-up. The divine brat hadn't skimped on that much, at least. And even then, Samuel didn't understand everything people around him said, and he could barely read at all. He concluded that he wasn't guided by a divine built-in translator given to him upon transfer to another world, but by the knowledge of the child whose body he had taken. And since no one had really taught the kid much, he shouldn't expect decent literacy in the rather complex Japanese language. As for his vector control ability, it was beyond praise. Absolute cheat. Accelerator's vector manipulation from the world of Index and Railgun was a damn cheat, especially in the reality of My Hero Academia. At this point, Samuel had barely unlocked 20% of his ability's potential, but he already felt like a cyborg with a minigun going to war against penguins. And it weighed on him. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That applies to absolute strength, too. He immediately remembered the Spider-Man quote about power and responsibility. But Samuel, frankly speaking, wasn't the most worthy person. With this sudden omnipotence weighing on him, he had every chance of losing his mind. However, his subconscious, driven by his desire to remain himself, found an outlet in that same paranoia. Samuel's subconscious took it as an axiom that his vector shield was not invulnerable until proven otherwise. And the only thing that could prove the axiom was the fact that the shield could block any attack from any random quirk user, or from any random combination of them. In other words, until every single person with a quirk on the planet had hit his vector shield with their most sophisticated attack and had it deflected, his subconscious would fervently believe in the shield's inadequacy and constantly strive to improve it. Consequently, until absolute defense was achieved, it was too early to talk about absolute power. Even now, eating a chocolate cream donut, Samuel continued to think about ways to block the penetration of poisons into his body with his vector shield. He also thought about how it would be a good idea to get a scuba tank somewhere and carry it with him at all times. He remembered from some internet speculation in his past world that Accelerator could survive even a nuclear strike. But he could easily die because all the oxygen outside his vector shield would simply burn up. It would also be a good idea, if possible, to focus on aerodynamics and physics in general, so he could quickly and painlessly get out of the damage zone of anything. In general, his thoughts were mostly paranoid, but not to the point of insanity. At least, Samuel believed that. Finished eating, the girl sitting next to him asked with a smile when the boy finished his sweet pastries. I know, not the healthiest or most filling food, but it's just for now. Samuel didn't react to the policewoman's words and continued to play the part of a withdrawn child. As you probably heard, my name is Yuriko. What's yours? The girl wasn't at all upset by the silence. At this point, the guy decided to lower the wall of distrust a little and say at least something, before everyone around became convinced he was mute. I don't remember how the previous owner of this body was named, he added mentally, remembering that Naomesa was nearby and had a quirk that could supposedly detect lies. Yuriko blinked in surprise. She was happy that the child had made contact, but as soon as the meaning of the answer reached her, the girl frowned. Where are your parents? I don't know. Where the previous owner of this body's parents were. After this answer, Yuriko became even gloomier. With 3 eyes, it looked strange, but still quite cute. She was also at a loss, not knowing what else she could ask the boy sitting in front of her without causing him pain. In this situation, a child needs a good psychologist, not me, the girl thought sadly, looking at Samuel with pity. Yuriko scanned the boy with her eyes, causing him to tense up slightly, not knowing what to expect. I've got it, she slapped her fist into her palm. A sharp, unexpected movement. It was stupid. It was unclear what played a bigger role in this situation. How deeply Samuel had gotten into character, or his still not fully calmed paranoia. But the guy reacted very sharply. The moment he heard the sound of her fist hitting her palm, his vector shield instantly switched to an almost impenetrable fortress mode. It immediately cleared the internal space of excess and blocked access to almost all external vectors except light. And that was only so he could still see what was happening. The result was predictable. The chair he was sitting on was instantly pressed into the floor of the trailer, twisting and breaking both. The table he had been sitting at was ripped from its roots and slammed into the wall. The noise was incredible. What happened? All Might burst into the trailer instantly, surveying the scene. The boy, pressed against the wall opposite Yuriko, warily examined the people standing in front of him. The air around him vibrated slightly, not letting the dust that had risen under the vector shield. The girl herself, who had luckily escaped injury in the commotion, stood frozen in the same pose. Her fist was still on her open palm. All three of her eyes were wide with horror. "This is my fault," Yuriko whispered, slowly coming to her senses. She raised her hands in a surrendering gesture as slowly as she could. "I won't hurt you." The number one hero, looking around in confusion, understood in general terms what had happened after her words. He mentally cursed, which was unlike him. As for Samuel himself, he only came to his senses when the table was already flying into the wall and the chair, being crushed into a pancake, was punching through the floor of the police vehicle. Though he was quite surprised by his own reaction to what had happened, he decided to play out the scene. He left the deep self-analysis for later. Chapter 12, Chapter 10, Movement into Darkness. Chapter 10, Movement into Darkness. Despite the excessive tension, the situation turned out relatively harmless. Samuel could have dug in his heels and played the part of a complete lunatic. But he decided not to create unnecessary problems for himself. He had already caused himself at least a few years of regular sessions with a psychologist. He continued to act quiet and withdrawn. He answered most carefully asked questions with either "I don't know" or "I don't remember." To be fair, he never once lied. So he never got caught by Neo Mesa and his truth-detecting quirk. And the detective was clearly on alert. Apparently, during a more thorough investigation of what happened in the underground complex, he had found the room where the boy had been kept. He had found the wooden blocks ground to dust, the metal door torn out in a strange way, and had even traced Samuel's route in detail thanks to finding Chameleon. The picture that emerged was very troubling. Not to mention that, during a search of the villain's documentation, a thin folder had been found titled, "The Superhuman Phenomenon." It contained not yet very extensive or numerous, but quite serious experiments and observations of a boy who, by all parameters, should not have had a quirk. Since Samuel had no idea where the orphanage he had lived in was located, the police launched a search mission. Thanks to the quirk of a certain officer named Tsurugami, it was found very quickly. That wasn't surprising. A tall, strongly built man with a dog's head was, according to Yuriko, exceptionally good at searching and pursuit. So the boy's former residence was found very quickly. However, this discovery yielded no useful information. All of the boy's documents had simply vanished from the orphanage's records. Thorough interrogations of the children and teachers also revealed nothing. Only the fact that the boy had been abandoned by his parents because he was quirkless. Beyond that, everything was blank. No one even remembered his name. By the way, a serious criminal case was opened against the orphanage's staff. The ensuing investigation somehow reached journalists. As a result, so much filth was dumped on all those involved that they would never wash it off. For this same reason, Samuel, as the main victim of the situation, couldn't be placed in just any simple orphanage. Although, here the guy thought more in terms of his past categories. He had expected a dismissive attitude from the administrative bodies. But he was pleasantly surprised when he was taken to what looked like a super-fancy boarding house. For the rest of the day, Samuel was carefully and unobtrusively tested for signs of being crazy. They tried not to put too much pressure on the child who had recently experienced a serious shock. Though the fact of the tests themselves would probably have gone unnoticed only by a child, which was exactly who these subtle tests were designed for. But Samuel was observant enough to notice. So he continued to stick to his strategy of remaining silent on uncomfortable questions. He was simply afraid that if he tried to play the part of a withdrawn child, he would make a mistake somewhere and the psychological tests wouldn't add up. It would be one thing if they were simple yes/no questions. But a half-hour session with a smiling psychologist who showed him pictures and asked about associations was somewhat beyond his abilities. The whole procedure was vaguely reminiscent of the famous Rorschach test, but the pictures were somewhat different from what Samuel remembered. That wasn't surprising, though. After all, the canon of MHA takes place sometime in the future relative to the real world. It was more surprising that something as archaic as the Rorschach test, which already caused some skepticism among psychiatrists and psychologists in the 21st century, had survived to this time. And that he had landed exactly in the canon, Samuel had no doubt. His indicator of certainty was All Might. During the attack on the underground villain's base, the number one hero had stayed in his muscle form for over an hour. So, at the very least, the moment in which the transfer of power to the local protagonist, the ordinary high school boy, and just a wonderful guy, had not yet happened. It was impossible to determine more precisely yet. He didn't remember any exact dates from the anime. So there was nothing to compare it to. On the other hand, if Samuel understood the nature of that goddess brat correctly, she would have sent him in such a way that he could participate in the canon. Or not. The psychological profile of Callie was too vague and incomplete to say for sure. But in general terms, it seemed that the lady was more decent than she appeared at first glance. First, Samuel had received the previous memories of the body he had entered. That helped him at least understand the language. Second, superpowers. It was too early to say for sure, but from his own feelings, Samuel could say that he had been given the powers of a peak accelerator. In a sane state, that is. Callie could easily have given him level 1 Esper abilities and left him no instructions at all. That would have been a real problem. Speaking of levels, do I have access to awakening? A thought flashed through the guy's mind. But the question of awakening was debatable. An unclear mechanism, an unclear type of influence, unclear conditions for activation, and a complete lack of confidence that he could control it prevented Samuel's dreams of becoming an even bigger cheat than he already was from growing. Third, returning to the previous topic, the timely appearance of the heroes. Even if Samuel had done nothing and just sat still, the arriving heroes would have soon rescued him. Very nice. Fourth, independence. To put it simply and cynically, it was much more comfortable for Samuel in this situation to be an orphan. No need to pretend. No hypocrisy. He wouldn't have to put on a friendly face every day and call someone mom who wasn't his mother at all, or even have to deal cheerfully with a father. In general, the likelihood of losing his mind even more than he already had would have been extremely high. And his roof was already leaking quite a bit. Too many shocks in an extremely short period of time. Meeting a goddess. A strange dream with someone else's memories. Being transplanted into another body. The realization that the world isn't the only one and that the fanfics he read could become reality. Receiving superpowers. His first kill. All in a subjective couple of hours. That was too much. Not to mention that the features of vector control, such as increased brain performance and unreal potential, also hit his already unsteady consciousness pretty hard. And the paranoia that had emerged shouldn't be forgotten either. In short, if Samuel didn't receive competent psychological help, he had a good chance of acquiring a decent bouquet of various mental disorders. Or maybe not. It was hard to say. But he definitely wouldn't be the same after this. A strange dream. Another one. It was eerily similar to the one that had greeted him in the new world. But the setting was different, and it was more abstract. No less stressful for that. Samuel had been placed in a quite sizable room in that elite orphanage, if the word elite can even be applied to such an institution, along with some other kid. He was a couple of years older and didn't pay any attention to Samuel at all. Just like our protagonist. Samuel didn't like children and didn't know how to communicate with them at all. So he didn't even have to pretend to be unsociable. After a very tense day on all fronts, he was incredibly sleepy. But the guy was a little apprehensive. After all, the last time he went to bed, he had been ice-guyed into an anime. And given his recent experiences, which could result in a completely phantasmagoric, mind-blowing dream, such fears weren't surprising. Nevertheless, his body took over. Samuel, resigned to the situation and fully aware that he couldn't go without sleep anyway, decided to just go with the flow. And there it was. The dream. Everything that happened, Samuel saw from a first-person perspective. It was very similar to the previous night. The overall feeling was also similar. But the guy couldn't even panic. For some reason, everything around him seemed completely detached. Samuel didn't lose any of his thinking or mental clarity. He perceived what was happening more than adequately. But he couldn't seem to form associative links with his past experiences. At the same time, he clearly and distinctly understood that he was asleep. The dream's plot this time was somewhat strange and incomprehensible. The protagonist simply walked along a bright sidewalk on a dazzlingly white street. Samuel's detached mind didn't hear his thoughts but felt his emotions slightly. Boredom. Immense and somewhat unhealthy boredom. The kind that makes you think, maybe I should go beat someone up to cheer myself up. But the guy just kept walking. Soon, people appeared on the sidewalk. Or something representing people. Absolutely identical white silhouettes wandered here and there, communicated with each other, and generally created a feeling of joy and calm. Until you looked closer. All their smiles, all their joy, all their happy emotions, actively radiated by the silhouettes, were just masks. Literally. Porcelain white masks tightly covered the silhouettes' faces. On them were drawn friendly smiles with black ink. If you looked even closer, some of them had a barely noticeable thin vertical black stripe on their back. And on the very top of their heads, a small zipper pull dangled innocently. All their whiteness was just a costume. As soon as the dream's protagonist got close enough to them, the silhouette's masks cracked, revealing ugly, frightened faces underneath. The zipper on the back of the white costume came undone, revealing a completely different color underneath. A putrid green mixed with brown. In the dream, Samuel didn't perceive time at all. He couldn't tell how long he had been walking like this, scaring everyone and everything in his path. It seemed like it would go on forever. But the emotions the dream's protagonist felt suggested otherwise. As soon as the first people he met ran away in terror, the guy's boredom turned into mild amusement and self-satisfaction. That lasted for a while. But then he kept walking. People continued to run away. Boredom crept back into his emotions. Soon, it gave way to another, much brighter feeling. Irritation. It was unclear at what point the last straw fell. But then, the dream's protagonist, apparently at his peak, stopped. Following the retreating, disgusting colored silhouettes with an irritated gaze, he turned left. Neat, precisely fitted, as if polished to a shine, light-colored multi-story buildings had been his companions throughout his journey. Now, looking directly at them, his irritation multiplied many times over, turning into anger. Anger turned into rage. The slow, too-wide backswing of the dream's protagonist would have been criticized by anyone who had ever practiced martial arts, or at least seen others practice them. But when his raised arm shot forward for the punch, the effect was stunning. With a sound like a plastic bottle hitting a thin copper sheet, his fist created a powerful shockwave that simply tore down the nearest building's wall. Samuel felt that after this outburst of emotion, the protagonist's rage slowly subsided. The dust from the destroyed building gradually settled on the ground, not touching the guy at all. When it finally settled, the protagonist took a step toward the hole he had created. It looked like a hole in space. Like another world, living by its own incomprehensible laws. Dark and gloomy, with a sky tinged with a disturbing purple light, like someone had spilled gasoline into a dirty puddle. Narrow alleys that seemed ready to crush you into a pancake. The walls of the buildings rising into the sky were made of blood-red brick. Semi-darkness reigned. The guy stepped through without hesitation. As soon as the new sky finally settled over his head, he looked over his shoulder. A wall. Also rising into the sky. But this time, Samuel was sure. No matter how hard the dream's protagonist had hit it, he would never return to that cloyingly white world. But judging by his emotions, the protagonist didn't care at all. Indifferently glancing at the wall, he turned and walked on. Into the winding, dark depths of a gloomy alley. It seemed that each step carried the guy tens of kilometers, further and further away from the place where he had entered this frightening world. But he remained just as indifferent. Turning the next corner, the guy froze. His emotions showed slight bewilderment with barely perceptible hints of confusion. Lying on the ground, leaning against a brick wall, was a girl. Her appearance sparked a faint emotion of recognition in the dream's protagonist. A light brown knitted sweater vest over a white blouse and gray skirt suited her not too long chestnut hair and same-colored eyes quite well. She was short but looked quite athletic. A pretty girl, except for a couple of details. A bulky device resembling night vision goggles on her head and what looked like glass eyes didn't add to her beauty. Plus, judging by the bloodstain on her clothes and those same eyes, she was already dead. This fact evoked no feelings in the dream's protagonist except the same bewilderment and slight confusion. He looked up and saw a huge number 1 painted on the wall in black paint. After staring at it for another minute, the guy shrugged and moved on. It wasn't long before, around the next corner, he came across an almost identical composition. The same girl, but this time the bullet hole was in her head and was the first thing that caught his eye. Behind the girl, the number 2 was on the wall. The same bewilderment in his emotions. The bulky device lay nearby, broken. The guy moved on. 2 steps, another turn, number 3. The same girl, 3 gunshot wounds. Slight bewilderment. Another turn, number 4. Again, several gunshot wounds. From an automatic weapon with a small caliber, apparently. 2 of them were in the head. Boredom mixed with the bewilderment. Numbers 5 and 6 weren't long in coming, appearing just as sequentially in the dream's path. Only the number of bullet wounds and their locations differed. Boredom. Number 7. On the girl's chest, a distinct bloody handprint, as if someone had pressed their hand hard into a lump of clay. Her eyes were almost popping out of their sockets from the excessive internal pressure. A new emotion. Barely noticeable interest. 8. A shattered skull. Blood and brain matter splattered across the red bricks. The bulky night vision device was smashed to pieces, some of which were deeply embedded in the skull. The interest became more pronounced, and the boredom almost completely disappeared. Another turn. A bright flash. Samuel woke up. Oh. Samuel mentally groaned, rubbing his throbbing head. Colorful spots floated before his eyes. He was also very thirsty. The room was still dark. He could hear his involuntary roommate snoring. The guy glanced at the All Might merchandise clock hanging on the wall. 5:30, Samuel groaned, burying his face in the pillow. But sleep wouldn't come. His head throbbed, and his mouth felt like a desert. Annoyed, he got to his feet, shoved his feet into soft slippers, and headed for the bathroom. Luckily, there was one right in the room. He turned on the light, walked to the sink, moved the step stool, stood on it, short child's height was a real pain, turned on the water, and put his mouth to the life-giving liquid. What was that, the guy thought, quenching his thirst? He didn't remember the dream at all. Not a single detail. But he clearly and distinctly knew that he had dreamed of something that had never happened to him before. Straightening up to his full height, he looked into the mirror. It was only the second time in the new world that he had seen his face. He couldn't say anything specific. Just a kid. A bit like his childhood self, adjusted for Japaneseness. Plus, slightly gaunt features for a child due to malnutrition. His eyes looked reddish from lack of sleep. A real beauty. What's that? Digging through his thick, dark hair, Samuel pulled out a strand that had caught his attention. The mirror showed small, childlike fingers holding an absolutely white strand of stiff, fishing line-like hair. Chapter 13, Chapter 11, Movement Toward Normalcy. Chapter 11, Movement Toward Normalcy. Hello, a woman said warmly as she walked into the cozy office. How did you sleep? The guy sitting in the deep, soft armchair barely managed to suppress a smile that threatened to spread across his face. The most dangerous person in his new environment. That's exactly how Samuel had labeled this slightly plump, early 30s woman. Her long, slightly emerald-tinged hair framed her somewhat round, soft features, accentuated by the bare minimum of makeup. She wasn't tall, but judging by her appearance, she was quite firm in the right places. She wore rather loose, soft-toned clothes. Samuel also noticed a wedding ring on her ring finger. Miyamoto-san, the boy nodded in greeting. Fine. The main reason this seemingly harmless woman was so dangerous was her quirk. It passively influenced the mood of those around her, improving it for the better. Sorry for the tautology. The influence wasn't actually that strong, but Miyamoto Yasuko used it very skillfully. You look a little pale, she tactfully noted, implying, you look like you've been hit in the face with a shovel all night. Are you sure everything's okay? She squinted worriedly at Samuel's head. The guy, without even tracking the direction of her gaze, knew exactly what she was looking at. The strand of graying hair had been quite a shock to Samuel. What's more, he couldn't figure out where it had come from. He had two main hypotheses. One was based on the influence of recent events. The second was based on the direct actions of a certain goddess. To be more specific, the first option was stress. The strange dream, which he couldn't remember due to his mind's protective reaction, also fit in nicely. The second option was that damn Callie had decided to make his image more authentic and was gradually adjusting Samuel's appearance to match Accelerator's. It was totally in character for that bitch. Despite all the convenient bonuses she had thrown into the reincarnation, she was still a real piece of work. If he were to assign percentages, Samuel would give the first option 35%, the second 60%. The remaining 5% were other possible factors. He wasn't claiming omniscience or genius-level intellect. So 5% was a decent cushion in case he one day learned all the background and found his assumptions to be wrong. And that seemed to be it. Conclusions drawn, he could breathe a sigh of relief. But again, the question of outside observation came into play. When a child who recently suffered a severe shock gradually starts to go gray, it's not a good sign. The result is even more attention to his person. Although, Samuel thought, there are advantages to this, too. At the very least, no one will be able to push me aside. And they won't be able to investigate the quirkless phenomenon too aggressively either. And there's no doubt that some investigations will happen. The case is too unusual. And that was true. A couple of 100 years ago, no one in this world had heard of quirks. Then, poof, they appeared out of nowhere. Such a phenomenon couldn't have happened without painful consequences. The fact that science had barely progressed since the appearance of quirks, despite receiving countless new building blocks of knowledge, speaks to that. And now, out of nowhere, a child appears. All possible tests and analyses say he doesn't have a quirk. And yet he smears a crowd of villains thinly across a wall at the age of 6. There was no way they would let that slide. Miyamoto continued to talk carefully with the boy. Sometimes she asked questions, sometimes she talked about herself. But mostly she answered the questions Samuel asked. She answered them thoroughly and in detail. That's why her answers took up most of the conversation, even though the guy didn't ask many questions. After an hour of conversation, which surprisingly didn't tire him out at all, the topic naturally shifted to quirks in general and Samuel's quirk in particular. I don't have a quirk, the boy said coldly, shattering the conversational web the woman had been weaving. This. He raised the cup of tea she had offered him, which he hadn't had the nerve to refuse. Note to self, figure out some vector shield configuration to protect against mental influence. Is something else. He poured its contents directly onto his hand. Careful, the woman jumped up in fright. The tea was hot, after all. But Samuel wasn't destined to get burned. The herb-scented liquid froze in the air a few centimeters from his hand. Then it began to pulse, contracting and expanding. Accelerator had pulled a similar trick in the anime only a couple of times, and not with liquid. But Samuel remembered it. That morning, when he couldn't sleep, he tried to replicate it out of boredom, with slight modifications. Something like that, the guy shrugged, admiring the tea hanging in the air as it took on all sorts of shapes under the influence of his power. How do you do that? Miyamoto-san whispered, mesmerized by the shimmering liquid. Secret, Samuel answered indifferently. A slight mental effort. The world turned gray and froze. A couple of changes to the closed equation. A return to objective reality. The tea flowed back into the cup in a thin stream, which he had continued to hold in his other hand. Too bad, the woman said with a slightly sad smile. Samuel felt a sudden rush of guilt. Note number 2, urgently develop a method to counteract mental suggestion, he internally screamed, flinching. His face, however, didn't change at all. Luckily, he was fortunate in that regard. The cold, indifferent expression of this body could be maintained without much effort, even despite his young age. Or perhaps because of it. That same, never blushes, never lies, type of personality and all that. It took Samuel a few days to finally figure out where exactly he had landed. And no, not in the New World, or even the time period. He meant the very mundane building of this somewhat strange orphanage. Good renovation, tasty food in the cafeteria, highly qualified staff. And all this despite there not being that many children here. Because of his quiet, silent act, he had to gather information indirectly. A little eavesdropping here, a little overheard word there. After 4 days, he understood what kind of facility this orphanage was. It turned out to be simple and, in a way, even sad. This is where the children of fallen heroes and villains lived. Yes, exactly like that. When watching the anime, you don't really think about the fact that the desire to have a family extends to local outlaws, too. Although here, heroes, by the way, are a full-fledged profession, on par with emergency services. When they get their license, they sign a real contract. Plus, the state gives them a pretty generous package of insurance benefits. And this orphanage is one of them. Being a hero is dangerous. Yes, not every hero spends their time just killing villains. There are plenty of rescuers, firefighters, researchers, and other such people. But in 90% of cases, their work is still associated with risk to life. And quirks don't always compensate for the potential danger. It might seem that all sorts of dangerous rescue work was done by ordinary people in Samuel's past world, and nothing, some of them even lived to retirement. Most, anyway. But here, you have to remember that most quirks are garbage. Remember the composition of the villains from the recent adventure. Extending fingers. Wood-like skin with decreased bone strength. It's not even funny. The guy with electricity seemed more promising, but even he took too long to charge his super attack. You could tear his head off 100 times over. Even the seemingly so cool half-human, half-lion, whose name Samuel never learned, had a critical weakness. His animal perception caused him, when feeling cornered, to completely lose his vaunted sanity. He knew he wasn't going anywhere. He could have just surrendered calmly and not risked his health. Not enough facts. Fine. Remember the students of the best class in the best hero academy, UA. The little freak Mineta comes to mind immediately. And, frankly, most of the abilities of Class 1A students were somehow incomplete and riddled with weaknesses. And this is despite the fact that by this age, a quirk's power is gradually approaching its natural developmental peak. So it turns out that having a quirk, even when fighting dangers quite common to humanity, only increases the chance of survival by a few %. Experience and personal skills still rule. As for the children of villains, Samuel himself killed or severely maimed 7 of them. And they might have had children. Not to mention that every week, a considerable number of various idiots are put in prison and deprived of parental rights. Not all of them are sane enough to have a family and children. But such people do exist. This orphanage exists to help their abandoned children integrate into society as much as possible. Apparently, it had a considerable number of sponsors from the most famous hero agencies in Japan. Not to mention that donating to this orphanage is good self-promotion for various big businessmen. The staff here was also top-notch. It would seem that children of heroes and villains, 2 opposite poles, in one place. They all, as a rule, have not the worst quirks. Some only recently arrived because their parents died due to the actions of a hero or a villain. Conflicts are inevitable. But there are none. They are nipped in the bud. Of course, there were also downsides. Hero propaganda. Unobtrusive, but damn conspicuous if you know where to look. The themes and merchandise of various heroes everywhere. By the way, by the quantity of specific merchandise, you can easily conclude which hero agency invests more money in the orphanage. Probably. The quality of education here was also top-notch. Even though it might seem like, why does someone who already graduated from high school and university need to study, you have to consider that most of the subjects taught were unknown to Samuel. Language study. A necessity. Biology. Considering the program here is already adapted for quirks, it was really interesting to study. English. Also wouldn't hurt, because his knowledge of it was far from a high level, and a review wouldn't hurt. Even local literature was interesting and, in some ways, useful. Of course, there were still art and PE classes, but that was a necessary evil. And it would be stupid to deny their usefulness entirely. Proper body formation in childhood is also important. Otherwise, Samuel would grow up into who knows what, an incredibly strong guy due to his quirk. However, he remembered that one of Accelerator's main weaknesses was precisely his body. So he wasn't going to abandon physical training. What he really didn't need was mathematics. Not only had he already studied all this in his past world, but with his new computational power, all the local problems were so insignificant that he just wanted to lay his head on the desk and fall asleep. The teachers were outraged at first. But hello, Samuel could solve problems from complex differential topology like 2 times 2, and that's no exaggeration. Although, given the specifics of this area of mathematics and its interaction with vector control abilities, it's not surprising. The guy had to strain a bit to convince the teacher that he couldn't teach him anything in mathematics. After that, he had to fend off a man in ecstasy over the child's skills. The teacher simply burned with the desire to send him to all sorts of Olympiads, or even to math seminars in higher education institutions. Luckily, a couple of words about an overly annoying teacher, casually mentioned in another conversation with Miyamoto-san, and by the next day, the math teacher backed off. Speaking of Miyamoto, with each passing day, she became more and more worried about Samuel's condition. That wasn't surprising, considering that the unremembered dreams continued to plague him, and every morning greeted him with a new strand of gray hair. The guy wasn't even surprised by this anymore. He treated it with some melancholy. So his hair was turning gray. His eyes had changed their shade slightly to a more reddish tone. So what? He wasn't growing a second head, was he? He wasn't even shedding a tail yet. So things weren't that bad. Though, a thought sometimes crossed Samuel's mind that such indifference in his situation was somewhat abnormal, it was immediately suppressed by his suddenly awakened healthy rationalism. It simply and unpretentiously shut down all possible worries with one simple question: can you, my friend, do anything about this situation? It was strange to argue with his own rationalism, but, to be fair, Samuel didn't argue. Because he really couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 14, Chapter 12, Movement Towards Silence. Chapter 12, Movement Towards Silence. On top of everything else, on the 4th day, a pair of police officers showed up at the orphanage. In the tiny world called a children's home, any event instantly became common knowledge. A certain spirit of adventure that seemed to follow law enforcement officials wherever they went only added to the universal childhood affliction known as ants in the pants. Samuel recognized Yuriko in the pair. Seeing the boy watching them, she smiled warmly and waved her hand. The officer's path led to the office of the most dangerous person in the orphanage. "Come in," the woman said, slightly raising her voice in response to the knock on the wooden door. The door opened almost soundlessly, and 2 people in blue police uniforms entered the cozy office. "Miyamoto-san," the 3-eyed girl bowed. "It's nice to see you." "Yuriko-kun," the woman said with genuine joy. "I'm very glad to see you too. Please, come in." Yasuko fussed about. "Would you like some coffee? Or tea? I have a wonderful oolong blend." "Sorry, but no," the second police officer said, clearly cutting off the already almost agreeing Yuriko. "We're in a hurry." He drilled the pouting girl with a look. "What a pity," the woman said, slightly embarrassed. "Hanzo." "Danko Hanzo," the man introduced himself, understanding the woman's hesitation in his own way. "We're here about the boy." "The boy? Have you still not managed to learn his name?" Yasuko pursed her lips. "Unfortunately, no," the officer said, ignoring the note of displeasure in the woman's voice. "No birth certificate, no admission documents from the orphanage from which the villain gang took him. Nothing. There are almost no records of this child's existence, except for verbal confirmation from the children and some caretakers." Hanzo spat out the last word with disgust. "But even they don't know anything. Just that the boy was quirkless and was very troubled by it, constantly trying to find his quirk. And he succeeded." "Yes." Yuriko shuddered slightly, remembering the recent incident in the police trailer. "He succeeded. Our department has submitted a request to create new documents," the man said, digging into a folder of papers he was holding. "The process is still ongoing, but the first and last names have already been chosen. The given name will be Ryota. The surname will be Arai. The characters mean new and, well, the latter in the sense of deep. All documents will be created with this name. Your duty is to convey this to the boy. Since he doesn't remember anything, there shouldn't be any problems." "How cynical," Yasuko said, squinting with displeasure. "And you didn't put much effort into the name either. Though it does suit him." "I thought so too," Yuriko hurried to interject. "Ryota means strong, sturdy. That's definitely this guy." She smiled. How is he doing here, by the way? He looked somewhat different to me than he did 4 days ago. You're as observant as always, the woman said, slightly saddened. I think he's having nightmares. He's developed several strands of gray hair. Oh. Yuriko covered her mouth with her hands. Even the usually impenetrable Hanzo frowned slightly. Fortunately, he doesn't remember them. At least, that's what he says. As for the situation with Ryota in general, I've never seen a child so wary of everything. He won't even open up to me. At these words, Yuriko gasped in shock and covered her mouth with her hands. As a former pupil of this orphanage, she was well aware of the nature of Miyamoto Yasuko's quirk. It was weak and not very effective. The young police officer could confidently say that, of all the mental influence quirks she had ever seen, the orphanage director's was the most inconvenient. Its main drawback was that the target of the influence understood that someone was trying to influence them. The induced emotions contrasted too sharply with their own, which, by the way, they also continued to feel, creating a certain duality. If the woman used her quirk on a person who was initially negatively disposed toward her, she would most likely receive even more negativity in return. If the person was neutral toward Yasuko, after the influence, they would be at least somewhat wary of someone trying to mentally influence them. That's just how human nature works. People are too afraid for their thoughts and their own self. So they react very sharply to any attempts to influence them. And so, it seemed like another useless, no good quirk. Easier to forget and not use. But the woman found a way. Children. Even the most wary and beaten by life, they still retain a spark of trust and a belief in better things. So they are quite susceptible to influence. It might look unattractive from the outside, but Yasuko never abused her quirk. She never gave anyone reason to doubt her intentions, being utterly devoted to her work. When I tried to smooth out his wariness with my quirk, it worked for only a moment. Then I felt. The woman shuddered and rubbed her shoulders with her palms. In Yuriko's head, the report she had read after the trailer incident immediately surfaced. Looking at the crushed, twisted, burned, impaled, and drooling bodies in the photos, and reading the analysis of what had happened, written personally by Naomi Sasan, she had felt genuine terror for the first time since joining the police force. After that, I didn't try to influence him too much. Just the bare minimum. Absolutely zero result. Except that he began to make contact somewhat. But that's probably due to his own efforts. Please explain, Hanzo said, having been silently analyzing the woman's words up to that point. He doesn't give the impression of a child. He's extremely serious and collected. Not to mention his anomalous erudition in some areas. For example, mathematics, Yasuko answered instantly, without hesitation. I had to almost forcefully fight off Kageyama-san, who insisted that the boy was a genius and that his talents in mathematics required the finest polishing. All the other teachers also spoke very highly of the boy. Stunning learning ability. That's the description everyone who had the chance to work with him gave me. Interesting, the men said thoughtfully, looking up at the ceiling. What about his quirk? I can't say anything specific, the woman shook her head. Except that his ability is extremely versatile and works on principles I don't understand. In All Might's report, there was a suggestion about this, Hanzo muttered to himself, flipping through the folder that still hadn't left his hands. Here. Influence on surrounding phenomena within a radius of at least 1.5 meters. Some clarity was provided by the testimony of one of the villains, codenamed the Beast. Conceptual reflection of physical phenomena. That fits with what I've already seen, Yasuko nodded. However, whatever his ability is, it's not just reflection. Have you tried asking him directly? Yes. No result. Too bad. Well, the man said, slightly stirring, and glanced at his wristwatch. Call him here. We need to ensure that the information about his identity is conveyed to the boy. Then we'll take our leave. We've already stayed too long. Of course, the woman nodded submissively and pulled the microphone connected to the secretary's office toward her. The conversation with the orphanage director and the police officers was somewhat rushed and unsettling. Ryota Arai. Not a bad first and last name, considering they clearly didn't belong to the body the boy had inhabited. Samuel understood this was inevitable. The slight constraint of Miyamoto Yasuko and the reaction of the old acquaintance from the police easily formed a single picture. In principle, everything was clear. If the police couldn't find any information about the child's parents, and the documents in the previous orphanage had been wiped clean, creating new ones was a perfectly ordinary step. Especially since Samuel truthfully claimed that he didn't remember his past first or last name. This outcome was the most logical. Although, Samuel wouldn't have minded participating in the choice of his new name, at least as a kind of judge. Simply put, he would have liked to have more than one option. But here his inflated ego was probably acting up. After the conversation ended, the police officers left, promising to stop by again in a few days. The cute girl, despite having an extra organ of vision, wished him luck. Miyamoto-san also didn't keep the guy long. She sent him back to the evening walk, from which he had been pulled for this conversation. Though walk was a bit of an overstatement. The orphanage's boarding house was on the outskirts of the city and occupied a considerable area. Most of it was a vast park, where walks were arranged for the children. Ignoring the smiling caretaker who was watching over the order, Samuel rejoined the group of children. Only to separate from them again, inconspicuously, a few seconds later. His attitude toward the little brats hadn't changed. He still tried to keep to himself. Stopping at the edge of the paved path, Samuel raised his gaze to the sky. The vector shield calmly muted the surrounding children's voices and energetic shouts. It extremely accurately filtered out the sound vibrations that the guy had absolutely no desire to hear. Right now, he heard only the rustle of leaves in the wind and the distant chirping of cicadas. For some reason, sadness washed over him. This whole situation. The name that didn't belong to him. The new environment. The child's body. The complete uncertainty. Why did they all suddenly weigh down on his shoulders at this very moment? Samuel suddenly wanted to be somewhere far, far away. Preferably alone. Just for a couple of hours. He continued to look at the clouds. The sky beckoned. With its boundlessness and freedom. With its silence. A simple equation surfaced in his head on its own. From the first moment he realized his power, Samuel had thought about this. But the solution came only recently, during experiments with water control. He had learned to control an already running system of equations without entering the state of personal reality. He couldn't influence the structure or the basis of the equation itself. But he could change the values of the variables without stopping the flow of time in his perception. A moment, and the whole world around him turned gray and froze. All surrounding sounds disappeared. Activating his ability still required an initial push, which could only be done by entering personal reality. A couple of moments to create the structure. An imperceptible moment for calculations. The energy of the AIM field pushed the reconstructed algorithm into objective reality. The world regained its colors and speed. Samuel, with a slight mental effort, picked up the suspended equation and began to slowly change it according to preconsidered parameters. His body filled with lightness. The vector of gravitational attraction, directed straight down, weakened little by little. Despite the apparent simplicity of the effect, the equation itself took many things into account. He didn't want to completely zero out his mass and, having ceased to be part of the gravitational field, simply leave the Earth's atmosphere. A soft push with the very tips of his fingers. The almost weightless body was lifted slightly upward. Only about 30 centimeters, no more. But that was enough for Samuel's heart to suddenly accelerate from the overwhelming delight. Having assessed the distance to the ground, the guy returned his gaze to the sky. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the shocked, wide-open eyes of the female caretaker. But he paid it no attention. All his attention was focused only on the sky and the smooth correction of the equation imprinted in his consciousness. Never reaching zero, the vector of gravity was redirected by 180 degrees. Instead of slowly settling to the ground, Samuel began to rise higher and higher. Another moment, and the force of the vector, under constant infusions of energy, began to increase. The speed of his ascent grew. The caretaker rushed toward him in a panic, shouting something. But it was all useless. The vector shield reliably cut off extraneous noise, letting only the increasing rustle of leaves reach its owner as he ascended. Just a couple of minutes were enough for this noise to begin to subside. But now it was because the altitude was increasing more and more, moving Samuel further away from the ground. Chapter 15, Chapter 13, Movement into the Future. We will now refer to our protagonist with his new name. Chapter 13, Movement into the Future. This was pure delight. A feeling of freedom, a sensation of weightlessness. Flight had always been a dream for humanity. Yes, with the invention of airplanes and other flying machines, people's craving for the boundless sky had subsided somewhat. But most, deep down, continue to dream. To soar upward, without any technological gadgets, by their own power alone. Ecstasy. Looking at the gradually shrinking landscape below, Ryota felt something that had been invisibly pressing on his shoulders since his arrival began to fade. Ha 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 ha. He laughed. For the first time since the day he had found himself in a strange body in another world. He even suppressed his paranoia a little and slightly changed the vector shield settings to feel the wind hitting his face. At the same time, the shield continued to block the low temperatures, preventing his child's body from getting cold at such an altitude. Glancing at the park spreading out beneath him, Ryota saw a crowd slowly gathering at the spot where he had taken off. And suddenly, he didn't feel like landing. Other people's concern weighed on him. He was sure that as soon as his feet touched the ground again, he would be worn out with sympathetic questions and soft reproaches. I'll fly a little longer, he whispered to himself, his smile dimming slightly. Then he turned toward the looming silhouettes of the high-rise buildings in the distance. Several hours had passed since Ryota, under the influence of his vector manipulation ability, had risen into the air. The sun had long since disappeared below the horizon, and the night had taken over. But a big city never sleeps. The noise of cars, the reflections of countless streetlights and headlights, the hum of voices rising into the sky, never ceasing even in the darkest night. By this time, Ryota's delight had somewhat subsided. The adrenaline was slowly leaving his body, giving way to a slight tingling and a pleasant fatigue. The guy himself sat peacefully on the edge of the tallest building in the nearest city, zoning out. At the view that had opened up before him. At the aftertaste of the flight. At the strange duality of sensations. You know that feeling when you're standing at a very high cliff. That pulling sensation deep in your gut. Even though Ryota clearly understood that he was in no danger of falling from such a height and getting hurt, his subconscious kept pulling such tricks. The feeling was strange. The vector shield was no longer blocking the surrounding sounds, and he was fully enjoying the noise of the city bustle. A strange sound behind him snapped Ryota out of this meditative state. But he didn't even turn around. His still somewhat unfamiliar vector perception had already outlined the figure that had appeared on the roof. "Hello, young Arai," a gruff voice sounded. A few seconds later, the sizable figure of the number 1 hero sat down next to Ryota, also dangling his legs over the edge of the roof. "Everyone's looking for you. They're worried." "All Might." Ryota glanced at the uninvited guest. "My name isn't that," he said, turning back to the city views. "Did you remember something?" the man asked in a joyfully surprised tone. "No. And yet you still claim that name doesn't belong to you." "Yes." All Might stared dumbfounded at the indifferent child. "I just know it. No details." Is that why you ran away?" "No," came the same indifferent answer, making the hero clear his throat again. "I didn't run away. I just wanted to think." Ryota was a little more generous with his words this time. All Might hesitated again, glancing at the boy. Too strong a contrast. Just a 6-year-old child. Yet his manner of speaking and thinking, even voiced in a child's voice, especially because of it, caused a strange itching inside his skull. "So you're still going to come back?" the number 1 hero asked awkwardly. "Don't think I'm dumber than I am," Ryota answered somewhat obscurely, not even thinking of finishing the thought. All Might pondered again. The answer was ambiguous. And to a large extent, it put an end to further questioning. The conversation stalled. Ryota wasn't at all bothered by the awkward silence that had fallen. He continued to gaze melancholically at the city at his feet, thinking about something of his own. All Might, however, was clearly feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "You never said you could fly," the man tried to start a conversation. "I didn't," the guy said with a slight nod. And fell silent again. How awkward. The number 1 hero groaned internally. All Might-san, Ryota coldly interrupted the man. "Please shut up." All Might was completely thrown off balance. He talks and talks, talks and talks. What's so hard about just sitting in silence? Ryota thought irritably, slightly glancing at the hero sitting next to him. He didn't look good. Even his horns of hair seemed to have drooped. The man was offended. Ryota even felt a little guilty. Seriously, he had gone far away specifically to be alone with his thoughts. And then this guy showed up. On the other hand, All Might was clearly a hero with a capital H. He was genuinely worried about the boy. And some moments from the canon hinted even more that the local number 1 hero was a stand-up guy. Remember how he dressed? And not just his hero costume, but his everyday life, about which not much is said. But one thing can be said for sure, he didn't look particularly wealthy, no offense to him. And maintaining his image should cost him an obscene amount of money. Participating in advertising campaigns, selling merchandise, just his salary for his hero activities. And where are all those riches? Why did he look and come across in the anime as the most ordinary person of average means? Ryota had his thoughts on this matter, which partially coincided with one of his earlier assumptions. The orphanage had more All Might merchandise than anything else. Even in those fragmentary memories of the previous owner's body in the past orphanage, there were plenty of images of various toys and figures depicting the brutal hero. The conclusion was simple. All Might donated all his money to charity or something like that. As soon as this chain of thought closed and produced the most likely answer, Ryota's conscience began to gnaw at him with renewed vigor. "RY. Huh," the man flinched slightly at the boy's muttered words. "I apologize. That was rude. I didn't mean to." All Might stared blankly at the boy, who still hadn't turned to face him. However, despite his words and his slightly embarrassed tone, the profile of his face had become even colder and more impassive. Only the number one hero's much stronger than average vision could discern the barely noticeable flush that had appeared on the boy's cheeks. Tsundere. All Might nearly shouted it out loud, but managed to restrain himself, limiting himself to his thoughts. It's nothing, the man said, noticeably perking up. I'm the one who's bothering you. Exactly, came the instant answer, making the hero almost choke. I mean. Sorry, he said, drooping again. Ryota barely managed to suppress an annoyed sigh. Fine. I've sat here long enough. I'll fly back. The guy decided to retreat from this situation ignominiously, getting to his feet. Huh. All Might said, confused. But a second later, he cheered up again. Don't bother. You're too slow, Ryota answered, turning his whole body toward the hero. Then, as the hero gaped at the statement, he simply fell backward, dropping off the high rise. Young Arai. All Might jumped up in alarm and jumped after him. The next moment, he was slammed into the wall by the shockwave created by the boy breaking the sound barrier, which Ryota had deliberately not dampened with his abilities. Ugh. The man peeled himself off the masonry, staring dumbfounded at the spot where, a moment ago, the boy had been falling into the abyss. Of course, it was already empty. Getting back to the orphanage was no problem at all. The spatial reasoning skills he had acquired along with his computational abilities easily mapped out the entire area he had flown over. He had even managed to visit the place where the entrance to the underground villain's base, from which he had recently escaped, was located. It was still cordoned off by police. When he returned, Ryota was, as expected, gently but somewhat nervously reprimanded for his escape. He simply turned the vector shield sound suppression up to maximum and stared back indifferently, throwing Miyamoto Yasuko off balance. The flight stunt was held against the guy for several more days. It seemed like all the orphanage caretakers had made a bet on who could get Ryota to show emotion. But he still made contact very reluctantly. However, the experience of the flight and the brief conversation with All Might had somewhat improved the guy's psychological state. His attitude toward his surroundings changed. Only slightly for now, but it was something. And Miyamoto-san was only happy about that. Everything went on as usual. Ryota continued to show positive dynamics in his socialization. Except he still didn't communicate with the children. And every night he had the strange dream, from which more and more white hairs appeared on his head. The staff psychologists were somewhat worried. But Ryota stopped caring about that after 6 months. Besides, the accompanying headache from these dreams no longer bothered him. And, honestly, he liked his gradual transformation. Yes, his appearance was slowly and gradually being adjusted to match the character whose abilities he possessed. But there were differences. Ryota didn't give up on his own physical development. He never missed a morning exercise or jog. In general, he tried to move as much as possible. Without overdoing it, of course. At that age, it's easy to mess up and get some kind of injury that would haunt him for the rest of his life. So he was extremely careful. Flexibility exercises, a little cardio, and a lot of hanging from the pull-up bar. After all, he wanted to have the same height as in his previous life, not the average Japanese one. And he had been tall. His efforts to study the local language and other subjects began to show results. Ryota could already easily express himself in the Japanese that was native to this body. He could read and write at the level of his English. He was surprised at the speed of his learning, but it was all thanks to his memory. The increase in his brain's computing power couldn't help but affect all other areas of this complex organ. His memory had become significantly better. Not yet perfect, not even photographic, but good enough to be a very useful tool for his gradual integration into the new world. Among the local children, he was something of an outcast. But, as you might guess, he wasn't bothered by that in the slightest. Besides, it was expressed only in completely ignoring his person. They wouldn't dare do anything else. If they tried anything else, Ryota wouldn't hold back. He would answer the children with all his creativity and seriousness. Without directly causing harm, of course, or anything so banal. Children are cruel. If even one of their group makes a serious fool of himself, the others will mock him mercilessly, even if they recently called themselves his best friends. Ryota could arrange that. He could easily scare a couple of the most zealous ones and make them cry. After that, no one else tried to bother the quiet one or the nerd. And so Ryota lived peacefully, studying what he needed to know to live in local society and thoroughly investigating his vector control ability. And there was a lot to investigate. Just remembering the anime, where Accelerator did some completely crazy things with his ability, made his brain twist into a knot. Using vector control at a distance. He did that. Just by stomping his foot on the floor, Accelerator could make a large stuffed animal tens of meters away fly into the air. And what about those stone pillars he somehow formed from homogeneous rock? Strengthening the structure of an object. Multi-layered manipulation of air, with which this psycho formed a vacuum sphere, in the center of which a ball of plasma formed due to excessively compressed air trying to fill the vacuum. All of this was implemented in ways that were completely unclear and for reasons that were equally unclear. At the same time, much simpler to implement and no less useful things, like distorting light vectors to create optical invisibility or banal levitation by changing the gravity vector, weren't used by this type at all. In short, Ryota had plenty of work to do studying the piano that had fallen into his lap. And he was delighted about it. And 3 years later, the canon made itself known. The number one hero, All Might, faced the villain All for One in a brutal battle. Chapter 16, Chapter 14, Movement into UA. Chapter 14, Movement into UA. The red color was already getting on his nerves. The inkblot-stained purple sky had become quite tiresome. 6381. Again, the girl. Same uniform. Same appearance. Same bulky device, lying in fragments somewhere off to the side. This time, all her bones were broken. Moreover, the main character of the dream, looking at the girl, felt that she had still been alive throughout the entire process of being ground down. But this fact evoked no emotions. Just the same boredom. Only mild curiosity about how the next one would be killed. Turned inside out. Crushed by the multiplied vector of gravity. Maybe the unknown killer had enough skill to completely stop Brownian motion around the young body. Well, why not? The movement of microscopic particles in a gaseous medium is also expressed in vectors. He had already grown accustomed to this endless road littered with corpses. Accustomed to finding around every corner another identical dead body of the same girl. The thought that not so long ago this girl had been alive seemed somehow strange and incomprehensible. Nonsense. Flash. Another strange dream, a lazy thought drifted through Ryota's mind as he stretched lazily and got out of bed. Over the past couple of years, the intensity of the unremembered dreams had waned. He had them barely once a week now. The unpleasant sensations that had plagued him upon waking in the early days had faded away just a few months after arriving in the world of MHA. And yes, Ryota had long since grown accustomed to his new name. He even called himself that in his mind. No point clinging to a past he couldn't get back. Rolling out of bed, the guy began his exercises without bothering to get dressed. 8 years of careful, rather thorough work on himself hadn't been in vain for his appearance. Not very bulky, but quite defined muscles, especially for his age, rolled smoothly under his skin, responding to the load he created. He didn't spend much time on his warm-up. He just loosened up his muscles and ligaments a bit. Then he threw on a t-shirt and shorts and went outside. The sun hadn't yet risen to its full strength, so semi-darkness still reigned outside. But despite the early hour, occasional rare passers-by hurrying about their business could already be seen here and there. Putting earbuds in his ears and turning on his player, Ryota tossed the device into his pocket, zipped it shut, and began jogging lightly along his usual route. Running out of the dormitory gates, barely nodding to the night shift security guard, who was already used to seeing the guy running out of the area, Ryota headed toward the nearby school. And yes, his place of residence was no longer the orphanage where he had ended up 8 years ago. He had lived there for only 5 years. Essentially, just to finish elementary school and get all the necessary documents confirming his mental stability. After that, he submitted a request to transfer to the dormitory. It was approved quite easily. Not surprising. All the teachers, to the last, spoke very positively about the guy, especially noting his non-conflict nature. And who was he supposed to conflict with? The children. Not even funny. The teachers. There was no point. Besides, those same checkmarks in his personal file, confirming his mental stability, were necessary to Ryota. If only for the same transfer to the dormitory and, consequently, reduced supervision. Only after that could the guy breathe easy. A new place, new people, and, most importantly, the opportunity to go out for a walk. At a speed of a couple of Mach, yes. The ability to be anywhere in the world in a matter of seconds had an extremely positive effect on the teenager's character and temperament. From that moment on, Ryota had been everywhere. America, China, Russia, the Netherlands, Spain. He didn't hold back. Constant trips to other countries had an extremely beneficial effect on his language learning. By now, he could quite legitimately call himself a polyglot. Also, the ability to fly anywhere without hindrance helped the guy develop his ideas for using vector control. Some of his inventions definitely could not be tested in densely populated Japan. The boundless ocean was perfect for that. However, there were some problems in terms of developing his abilities. Some of the canonical Accelerator's tricks just wouldn't work, no matter what. In particular, the same ability to influence things at a distance. No matter how much he racked his brains with complex equations, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even toss a coin lying on the floor a couple of meters away. Actually, that's not quite right. He could toss it. Indirect influence wasn't cancelled. A light tap of his foot on the floor, and the impulse of applied force, spreading in waves across the surface, was quite easily directed by vectors and released at the desired point, tossing the accursed coin into the air. But Accelerator did that with a damn stuffed animal. And he even managed to make it float in the air. Ryota spent many months trying to understand how that guy did what he did. He was about to give up, loudly declaring that the Accelerator spin-off wasn't canon and that the author himself didn't understand what he was writing about. Then, suddenly, realization dawned. Accelerator was a psycho. Unbalanced, with constant outbursts of aggression and all that. However, using an Esper's abilities requires a cool head. Think about it yourself. You're seething with rage and want to tear your opponent apart. You sink into your personal reality, and there. Mathematics. In the case of vector control, it's damn mind-boggling mathematics. By the time you come up with the type of influence, pick the right pattern, and calculate everything with all the variables, you've already calmed down against your will. But that obnoxious anime psycho somehow got around this issue. Or he was too psychotic for something as trivial as solving a linear function of differential topology in 16 variables to shake his rage in the slightest. That example, by the way, was taken from that same coin-tossing experiment. Ryota didn't really believe the too psychotic option. So that meant Accelerator was doing something different. Memories of how the previous owner of his body, straining with all his might and radiating emotions, made a twig in his hand jump involuntarily came to mind. The simplest application of force, breaking physics. The very thing Ryota had unknowingly renounced within the first hour of his arrival. Not the smartest decision. Luckily, the problem was noticed quickly, and he approached its solution with due diligence. He managed to find out that the forceful pressure of the AIM field on objective reality could significantly distort the phenomenon. After that, Ryota spent many dozens of hours selecting all possible configurations of pressure with interesting effects. And, most importantly, cultivating, his AIM field, as strange as that might sound. To be more precise, he developed the conductivity of his body and his personal reality, so that he could influence vectors without entering a frozen world state. It wasn't easy. For almost 3 months, an annoying headache and slight weakness became his constant companions. Then things got easier. Either he got used to it, or something else, but he still devotes time to these exercises every day. Besides, after just 2 years, he managed to replicate the long-range influence trick. The logical continuation would have been an attempt to influence vectors by conducting the impulse through the air. But here, Ryota hit a significant wall. It seemed like just a difference in the density of the conducting medium. But delivering vectors packed in a container of a crude AIM field configuration through stone and earth was quite easy. Through the air, however. It felt like the limitation was almost at the hardware level. Still, the guy didn't despair. His training continued to bear fruit. To use an analogy, the computational power of an Esper is like a car engine, and the energy of the AIM field is the fuel. No matter how good the engine, you won't go far with bad fuel. And even the best fuel won't reach its full potential in a non-working junker. So Ryota was improving the quality of the fuel. After running a couple more laps around the school fence, he turned back toward the dormitory. It wasn't far away and wasn't very big. A 3-story building. Most of the first floor was occupied by the cafeteria, a gym with showers, and various administrative offices. Only the second and third floors were reserved for the residents. The rooms weren't large, but they were single occupancy and had their own bathroom. After washing off the sweat from his run, Ryota went down to the cafeteria, which was slowly filling with people. All sorts of ages, but no older than 18. Mostly either orphans or children from the provinces where education wasn't great. But there weren't many of the latter. After all, the school to which the dormitory was attached had considerable authority and didn't take just anyone. After finishing his morning routine, Ryota popped back into his room for a minute. Then, grabbing his phone and a more official-looking sports uniform, he left the dormitory again. Here, a question would be appropriate: where did the money come from? The issue of his own financial support arose quite quickly after his arrival in the new world. Not urgent, but still, the guy wanted to have personal belongings and some kind of financial cushion just in case. The logical question was, how do you earn money as a child? Without any starting capital or anything like that, of course. But he did have periodic access to a computer, a supercomputer in his head, and some programming skills. The latter came not from nowhere but was a direct consequence of graduating from university with a degree in information systems and technology. Not to mention that the image of a hacker programmer was quite romanticized, and Samuel, then, devoted considerable time to this field of knowledge. In the new world and a different country, the fundamentals were somewhat different, as were the programming languages. But the teachers at the boarding school were quite supportive of their pupils' hobbies. The same Kageyama-sensei, the math teacher, was the head of the computer club and enthusiastically embraced the interest of his genius student. And Ryota lived up to his expectations. It's understandable. He was his own compiler and interpreter, his own programming environment, his own linter. Riding the wave of success, Ryota was given access to a computer without any problems. Money from freelancing began to flow into his e-wallet in thin streams. And he didn't do all this just for the money. Programming gave him a lot of inspiration for using his own abilities. Not to mention it was just for fun. In short, he had quite eventful years. Leaving the dormitory grounds again and nodding to the guard who had already changed shifts, Ryota hurried to the bus stop. Today, he had the entrance exam for UA Chapter 17, Chapter 15, Movement Off to the Side. Chapter 15, Movement Off to the Side. Welcome, everyone, to my live show, a retro-style guy on stage shouted with a grin plastered across his face. Now, all together, HEY. He waved his arms, trying to infect the hall with his enthusiasm. The gathered crowd of prospective UA students had no desire to catch his enthusiasm. The well-known hero's call went unanswered. He wasn't surprised at all. Ryota involuntarily winced from a slight jab of second-hand embarrassment. In the past, he would have face-bombed. But his image as a low-emotion, serious genius had become so ingrained in the Ice Guide guy's very being that even his reflexive actions were now made with an eye on his current behavior model. Goosebumps are running down my spine, listeners, the hero continued to rant. Ryota was seriously considering cutting off the sound coming from the stage with his vector control. It seemed like a pretty good idea. Excellent, examinees. A dramatic pause. I'm going to tell you the ins and outs of what's about to happen. Are you ready? There probably should have been some kind of response from the listeners. But the crowd was clearly experiencing even more acute attacks of embarrassment than Ryota, who was more experienced in all areas. Yay. But even this time, Present Mike wasn't at all bothered by the audience's lack of reaction. This guy was clearly getting off on his own voice. He didn't need anyone's applause. Present Mike. A tall man with light hair styled into a ninth wave haircut and matching mustache. Yes, those very same Universal Pass mustaches. Yellow glasses on his eyes, ripped off from Kamina from Gurren Lagann. Otherwise, his costume was pure retro with elements of heavy metal, expressed in the metal spikes on the shoulders of his black leather jacket. Given his somewhat slender build and the overall impression of his appearance, calling him anything other than old guy or old man somehow felt wrong. An interesting style. Now, pay attention, listeners, the hero finally got down to specifics. We will test your courage with a 10-minute race through an exact copy of one of the city's districts. You can bring anything you want. Why, I wonder, is he only mentioning this now? Or did I not read the brochure carefully enough? Ryota thought lazily. As for the rest. Time is 10 minutes. The area is a city district, at minimum. The number of participants. He ran his eyes over everyone sitting there. 272 people. Everyone gather at the designated place after the presentation, got it? Present Mike continued. Even as Ryota's thoughts, along with counting all the applicants, took less than a second, the guy didn't miss a word of what the hero was saying from the podium. Okay. Silence again. No response. But this time, such a manner of presentation no longer felt strange. It was more of a feeling like, when will this end? If he's trying to relieve tension and nervousness in the children, he's good at it. We'll scatter a bunch of villains all over the battlefield. 3 variations. 3 levels of power. The number of points corresponds to the strength of the villain. Use your individual abilities and destroy as many villains as you can. Your task is to score the highest number of points. The hero continued to splash enthusiasm. But this time, his efforts didn't go unnoticed. Whispers and stirrings began among the students. And don't even think about attacking other participants or using some anti-hero device, because that's against the rules, got it? Again, silence was the answer. It seemed like this time it would be the same as before. Mike was already opening his mouth to continue when a voice rang out from the stands. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Judging by the look of utter amazement that appeared on the hero's face at the shout from the audience, he had completely forgotten that he wasn't alone. He looked as if one of the chairs had just spoken to him. Ryota shifted his gaze to the guy who had stood up. Something clicked in his head. It just so happened that over the 8 years of living in the new world, with all its worries and problems, most of the details of the canon had faded from his memory. He still remembered the main characters, a little about their personalities, and the general direction of the plot. But little things like who, where, how, when, were gone. But now, for the first time in a long while, the canon made itself known. Ida Tenya. In reality, his figure was even more imposing than in Ryota's memories from the anime. In height and build, the guy somewhat resembled the Ice Guide guy's past body, except a little shorter, still a schoolboy. Pedantic to the point of idiocy and equally idiotic in his seriousness. He had a freaking engine in his legs that worked on freaking unknown principles. He admired his brother and cat girls, or was that not from the anime? The information sheet actually lists 4 types of villains. Such a blunder would be a great embarrassment for a national-level academy like UA. The reason we're all sitting here is that we're seeking guidance on the path to becoming exemplary heroes. The guy shouted in one breath, never changing his intonation. Furthermore, what's with you? He suddenly turned sharply to the left. Apparently, the fact that a normal person sometimes needs to inhale was unknown to this weirdo. Yes, you, the curly-haired one. Making sure he had the attention of the person he was addressing, Ida frowned menacingly, crushing the poor guy, invisible to Ryota due to the crowd, with his gaze. Could you please sit still? You're distracting. If you think UA is a place for entertainment, then just leave this hall already. Ryota didn't hear the boy's answer. Despite the oppressive silence in the auditorium, the guy either didn't bother to say anything or said it very quietly. All right. Thanks for the segue. Much appreciated, examinee number 7111. Mike continued to preach, as if the recent scene hadn't happened at all. The 4th type of villain you'll face is worth 0 points. Let's call them arena traps. Has anyone ever played Super Mario Bros.? Remember those creatures that fall on you from above? You'll have those in every zone. The more people around them, the more they rampage. The hall buzzed lazily, discussing the new information. Comments about similarities to a video game and that it sounded easy enough could be heard. Thank you very much. Forgive my rudeness. The shout made all the examinees flinch and turn toward the source of the noise. They predictably saw the massive figure of Ida, now bent in an apologetic bow. A perfect 90 degrees. What a crazy world. Ryota twitched his eyelids slightly and hurriedly averted his gaze from the psychedelic sight. Well. I've had enough. Let's move on to the main event, Plus Ultra. Enjoy the anticipation of the trials. His enthusiasm overflowing, Present Mike applauded himself. The hall met the end of the speech with its usual silence. Ryota thoughtfully looked at the model buildings ahead. From his position, it was hard to gauge the full scale of the work done, but it was clearly impressive. Maybe these constructions are someone's quirk. Otherwise, you'd never have the budget for this kind of thing every year. Though, I don't think the kids would have enough energy to completely demolish the district, so there's not much to rebuild, really. He thought. Just touch it up, repair it a bit, and that's it. Looking more closely, Ryota saw no evidence that his assumption was correct. The buildings looked brand new. However, that wasn't proof. Of course, they tried to polish up the part of the training ground where the examinees started. But that didn't mean it was like that everywhere. Moreover, it was very unlikely that anyone, in a fit of battle fury, would notice the roughness in the repairs of the model houses. Ryota became so interested in this question that some very energetic friction between students passed him by entirely. He only vaguely noticed a clearly panicking guy with a bush on his head. The protagonist, apparently. Not that it mattered. Even back when he was Samuel and watching the MHA anime, Ryota liked the universe itself and some individual characters more. The protagonist, Midoriya, let's be honest, as a shonen protagonist, he was pretty weak. Maybe it was a matter of personal preference or the guy's age at the time of watching. Or both. After all, his love for anime had been nurtured by shows like Bleach, Death Note, and Hunter x Hunter. They had somewhat different motivations and character types. Later, to broaden his horizons, he tried to watch Naruto and One Piece. Let's just say it didn't go well. Not because they weren't interesting, but because they were too long. That's when he first became interested in manga. Reading was much faster than watching, and without filler. But that's another story. The point is, young Midoriya didn't impress him. All he had was a clearly author-mandated, unjustified willpower, a pain threshold like a veteran Marine, and a whole bunch of complexes. As he had said many times before, he was pretty weak. The question of the training grounds architecture currently interested Ryota much more. Stay art. The now familiar voice of Present Mike rang out. A mental stopwatch began ticking in the guy's head. While the students tried to recover from the completely unexpected start, Ryota, paying no attention to his surroundings, sank into his personal reality. Set starting point. Set value to 0. Form a three-dimensional coordinate grid. Mark obstacles. Set a variable, assign value, student. Repeat 271 times, designate variables as an array. Calculate trajectory. Fix. Interpolate considering obstacles. Set correspondence variable, student, 1, 272, equals obstacle. Proceed with execution. Less than a moment. The voice of Japan's loudest hero hadn't even fully faded when Ryota, blasting everyone around him with a shockwave caused by breaking the sound barrier, simply vanished. The already stunned children simply froze in shock for a good 10 seconds. Then a shout came from the crowd, "Are you out of your mind? Die." The suddenly awakened crowd of students rushed to dismantle the robots, which were imitating villains, for spare parts. Surprisingly, despite the very fast start of one examinee, the children didn't encounter a single busted hunk of metal along the way. That wasn't surprising. At that moment, Ryota, having already risen 100 meters above the training ground, had spotted the boundaries of the zone and rushed to the area furthest from where everyone else had started. This was his compromise with himself. The robots had spawned just as well there as at the start. But competition was completely absent at first. So he could score more than enough points and not ruin the cannon. Ryota didn't really care about the cannon, but ruining Midoriya's life didn't appeal to him. In the anime, he had only the typical archetypal character of a whiny wimp with an internal furnace of endurance. But here, in reality, knowing his story, depriving the guy of the chance to follow his dream would be a dick move. At the same time, Ryota confirmed the correctness of his observations. In the far corners of the district, the houses looked noticeably less polished than at the main entrance. Inside, they were even worse. They were slacking, comrades. Tearing his gaze away from the plaster that crumbled from the slightest vibration, Ryota turned to the robot that had been actively trying to gouge him out from under his vector shield for a good 5 seconds. A noble endeavor, but stupid. It was still intact only because, knowing there would be a bunch of students around with poor control over their quirks, Ryota didn't want to set the vector shield to 180-degree reflection mode. Instead, he did something much more elegant. The vector wasn't reflected anywhere. It was simply nullified to 0. All accumulated kinetic energy, all impulse, everything was instantly cancelled upon contact with the shield if the vector was dangerous to the user. Such shield functionality was clearly not originally planned by Accelerator. And this level of vector manipulation somewhat exceeded the simple, change direction plus amplify. But the very same training to boost his AIM field helped. There was much more benefit from that than might appear at first glance. The robot itself was unimpressive. Bulky and clumsy, but at the same time quite light and fragile. An ordinary, well-trained person could dismantle such a thing into spare parts without any trouble, let alone someone with a useful quirk. Another swing of the tin can. This time, its fist didn't land on the invisible film. It landed directly on the guy's outstretched index finger. A moment, and the robot abruptly rethought the concept of three-dimensionality, completely transforming into 2D. A sharp, 18-fold increase in the vector of gravity didn't go unnoticed by this marvel of engineering. A Thyian metal pancake was now spread out over the cracked asphalt. Luckily, the gravity amplification effect targeted the object, not the area. So nothing irreparable happened. The banal difference in density at the speeds used did the trick. Ryota hadn't wasted his last few years in vain. He had managed to outline some boundaries for himself of what was allowed. Dismissively brushing an invisible speck of dust off his shoulder, image. The main thing is to play the part, he briskly moved toward the next clumsy tin can. One famously butthurt Mr. Explosion would have to put in a bit more effort than in canon to score enough villain points to take first place. Chapter 18, Chapter 16, Movement Outside the Framework. Chapter 16, Movement Outside the Framework. After a dozen robots had been killed in various ways, Ryota began to get a little bored. He also suspected that Bakugo, motivated to the max, was racking up points somewhat faster. He spent just as much time on actually destroying the tin cans, but significantly less time moving between targets. Kicking on the afterburners wasn't something Ryota particularly wanted to do. It wasn't cool and didn't fit his image. And it definitely wasn't laziness. Absolutely definitely. So, Ryota whispered to himself, formulating a plan in his head. A second later, a robot that happened to be within reach froze, then began to deform. It twisted, flattened, and stretched until all that was left of it was a metallic-colored ball from which steam poured. Too many deformations per second and too much compression had heated the compressed metal. Another second, and Ryota, along with the resulting creation, flew into the air. And now, I dub thee boomerang. Fly. He whispered, barely moving his lips, in a solemn tone. The metal ball shot from his palm at a crazy speed. Down below, a great many robots began to slowly shrink. The ball flew down, smashed the enemy into pieces, then returned back. Honestly, it looked more like a yo-yo than a boomerang. But the principle of the vector program classified the resulting craft as a boomerang. The ball's trajectory was a classic parabola, except the rays didn't go off to infinity, and the step along the x-axis was very short. Not even 5 minutes had passed when all the robots in the unpopular area were destroyed. Ryota was already eyeing the possibility of depriving some characters who looked completely second-rate of their points when Present Mix's voice rang out. Oh, yeah. Time's up. I'm just burning up. Threat of universal doom. Because he was above the test site, Ryota was the first to see the new threat. This time, definitely a threat, without any quotation marks. One of the model skyscrapers simply crumbled when the massive machine moved and climbed out. This particular example of robotics was clearly sturdier than the little tin cans. Not surprising. Even if you made such a thing out of aluminum, it would be damn heavy. Any old alloy wouldn't withstand such weight, and the robot would fall apart on its own. Evangelion reference. Ryota muttered to himself, raising an eyebrow slightly as he slowly descended. And Evangelion existed in this world. He had checked. There were quite a few anime in common with his own world, but mostly old titles. Sailor Moon, various Gundams, that same Evangelion, and a whole bunch of other mecha anime that Samuel hadn't watched back then. And he hadn't checked this out of idle curiosity, but out of fear that the Toaru universe had been written in this world and that fans of old anime could draw parallels between his powers and accelerators. Luckily, his fears were unfounded. The number of such small discrepancies compared to his previous world was considerable. In the world of MHA, the anime niche was entirely given over to giant humanoid combat robots. Exceptions were very rare and not very popular, except for Sailor Moon. Schoolgirls in sailor suits are the ultimate combination. And anime itself, as a result, hadn't spread as much around the world. This discovery had even come as a bit of a shock to Ryota. Meanwhile, the huge robot was moving quite quickly toward the cluster of students. They noticed it too. After a brief moment of shock, everyone, predictably, ran away. Except for a couple of people. Ryota saw a small girl whose leg had been pinned by debris from one of the buildings. And he saw the local protagonist's reaction to this. This was the climax of the whole scene with the test. A boy trembling with fear, who hadn't scored a single point until then, saw a princess in distress. There was no moment of realization or hesitation. 1 second, he was trembling, trying to crawl away from the giant robot. The next, he was flying like a mad projectile straight toward its head. It was beautiful. A powerful, regal punch simply crumpled the robot's rectangular head as if it were made of Play-Doh. The robot began to fall backward. Its internal systems couldn't handle it, and smoke poured from all visible joints. There were even a couple of explosions. And Midoriya Izuku, meanwhile, was falling down. The girl he had saved was too far away to stop his fall with her anti-gravity quirk. What the? Ryota frowned, watching the guy fall to the ground like a broken doll. That's not how it happened in the canon. He had enough time for a second of analysis. The girl couldn't help him. Too far. Moreover, she was still staring in fascination at the falling mech, completely unaware that her savior was screaming as he fell toward the not at all soft asphalt. The world froze and lost its colors. It took Ryota only a couple of moments to pull out the now familiar equation for high-speed flight. It was quite different from the one he had used the very first time he flew. It turned out that you can't fly at supersonic speeds by simply changing gravity. Very inconvenient. Slow acceleration, fantastic sensations, hard to control. For fast travel, Ryota had come up with a different method the same day. By setting the trajectory in advance and including the maximum number of variables, he could essentially program his own vector. At the same time, a special configuration of the vector shield protected him from external factors and normalized the area around the user's body so that he wasn't affected by G-forces. There was no clap of air this time. The suppression of this phenomenon was built into the vector flight program. The previous time, it had just been more dramatic. A couple of seconds later, Ryota was standing exactly where, according to his calculations, Izuku should land. He lazily pondered which of the couple dozen ways he should use to stop the suicidal guy from falling. His appearance didn't go unnoticed. The princess in distress stared in surprise at Ryota, who had appeared out of nowhere. A second later, either because she heard the falling guy's scream or because she was interested in what Ryota was looking at with his head tilted back, she also noticed that her savior had clearly not taken any superhero landing courses. Not that it was possible with broken legs and only one intact arm. Why broken legs? Well, he used his quirk to jump. On both legs. For those not in the know, that's like stopping a flying baseball with a glass bat. The ball will stop, but the bat will be screwed. So Midoriya's legs were screwed too. Speaking of Midoriya, he was clearly on the final approach. Ryota had to decide on a method right now. Running through all the options he could think of, he chose the most dramatic one and raised his hand, palm up. The world froze and lost its colors. Set vector. Object of influence, gravity. Area of influence, parallelepiped, 32 cubic meters, with a base of 6.4 meters. Resource shortage. Reconfigure AIM field. Check. Acceptable. Give the space a layered structure. Number of layers, 51. Type of influence, reduce gravity by 2.5% compared to the layer above. Proceed with execution. Another moment, and time and color returned to the world. But nothing else seemed to have changed. The gravitational distortion created by Ryota didn't manifest itself in any visible way. So the girl, not understanding his manipulations, looked at her falling savior in horror. But then the sufferer reached the boundaries of the distortion zone, and his falling speed began to drop. Sorry for the tautology. The area of distorted gravity was a little over 5 meters high. With the set number of layers, gravity's effect on the guy would decrease every 10 centimeters of his fall. However, there was still the problem of accumulated momentum and energy. But that should be compensated by the fact that by the 40th layer, an object entering the zone of influence would begin to be pulled back in the opposite direction. If the calculations were correct, the current effect should be enough to completely and relatively smoothly stop Midoriya Izuku. And even if it wasn't, Ryota was still standing below to catch him if necessary. The backup wasn't needed. So, what do you say? In a dimly lit room filled with monitors of various sizes, 3 people sat in 2 chairs. One of them was dressed as if he had escaped from an old spy and detective movie. A long, slightly worn beige trench coat and a matching stylish fedora. I already knew he was damn strong. But that was unexpected, the men answered. He was tall. But his whole appearance gave the impression that you were talking to a dead man. Sharp features, slumped, once broad shoulders, and thin, dry skin that stretched over his skeleton as if there weren't any muscles at all. This Mr. Zombie was dressed in a strict black suit. Oh ho ho ho, the current younger generation is just something else, exclaimed the last and strangest person. No, rather a raccoon, or a badger. A dwarf bear. The strange creature calmly sat on the armrest of the chair the thin man was sitting in and was dressed in a business suit tailored to his size. Did you see that punch? What form? What expression and willpower? The little animal with intelligence surpassing a human's gestured actively. Midoriya Izuku's performance was without a doubt beyond all praise, the man in the hat answered calmly. However, what interests me much more right now, Nedzu-san, is your opinion about this examinee. Following the press of a button on the remote control the man was holding in his hand, the image on the largest monitor rewound to the very beginning of the exam. The frame showed a tall, ash-haired boy lazily examining the metal pancake the robot at his feet had become. Oh, Ryota Arai. The director of UA Academy leaned back, paying no attention to the monitor at all. I've had the chance to read his personal file. I can say little about him, Naomi Sadano. I have practically nothing to teach him. Really? The detective frowned slightly. A formed worldview, self-control, discipline. This guy is already fully formed. The clay has hardened and evolved into stone. And as I suspect, it was already impossible to change him back on the day you pulled him out of the dungeon in Kanto. Can you at least say something about his powers? Our analysts have been racking their brains for years now and still haven't been able to give any coherent verdict. Oh, yes indeed. I've read those interviews. The little animal smiled viciously. Nedzu-dano. Oh, forgive me. The director of UA apologized very falsely, covering his mouth with a paw in feigned embarrassment. I really don't like people in white coats. Something very dark flickered in the depths of Nedzu's eyes, but was instantly suppressed. And what do you say, Toshinori-kun? You could say you've seen the kid in action. Any thoughts? The little animal hurried to divert attention from what had just happened. At first, I thought it was some kind of shield. That was supported by Leo's testimony from that case. But soon after, that theory of mine got a pretty strong shake-up. Flight and other little things, right? Chameleon. One word, but so much meaning. The faces of all the other intelligent people in the room instantly became harder. He regained consciousness only after 1.5 years, and All Might didn't finish saying what his interlocutors already knew. And he'd be better off still in a coma. The director of UA finished the number 1 hero sentence without a shred of piety or embarrassment. Completely destroyed neural connections. Absolute loss of cognitive functions. It took him 6 months to learn to breathe again and another 6 to eat without assistance. 6 years have passed, and he still wets himself and is incapable of almost anything. Such an effect clearly goes beyond just some kind of shield. Yes, All Might said abruptly. And yet, Naomasa said, not letting silence fall, do you have any thoughts, Nedzu-san? Thoughts? Oh, I have many. Which ones do you want? About Ryota Arai's abilities, the detective answered just as calmly. Before this test with the robots, I was torn between several options. Gravity manipulation, distortion of phenomena, influence on processes, limited telekinesis. But now, after everything I've seen. With every new word, Nedzu lengthened the dramatic pause more and more. But he didn't get any reaction. His interlocutors were well acquainted with his character and knew better than anyone not to feed the troll. Vector control. The eccentric furball answered, not at all embarrassed by the lack of reaction. Vector control. Naomasa frowned thoughtfully. Or otherwise, direction management. Everything I've seen so far fits perfectly within the framework of such an ability. Even Chameleon's case can be explained. I can understand the scene part, but how can Chameleon's case be explained by such an ability? The detective turned to the little animal with easily readable interest in his eyes. Nerve impulses. Bioelectricity. They always move toward the brain and transmit information. If the kid's ability is fine enough, by influencing their directions and amplifying them, he could easily cause irreparable damage to the brain without causing fatal physical injuries. I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nedzu-san, but he could turn any person into a vegetable with just a touch, couldn't he? Exactly. The little animal jumped on the armrest. His eyes burned with considerable enthusiasm. He can, but besides Chameleon's case, he never has. I don't see where you're going with this. He possesses incredible power. Nedzu spread his paws wide, as if trying to show the full extent of the abilities of the person in question. Not that the reach of his tiny paws could even begin to convey the admiration he put into his words. But he has never used it for evil. Willpower that not everyone can boast of, especially at his age. From what I've seen. The little animal suddenly became serious. He could tie Toshinori in his strongest form into knots without any problems. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? Naomasa was so surprised that he even switched to you. Not at all, Nedzu shook his head. Look here. The remote was brazenly snatched from the detective's hands, and the image began to fast forward. Right here. The monitor showed the moment when he was dealing with one of the robots at the very beginning. One touch, and the tin can flew apart into many fragments. Do you see that? Nedzu paused the video and pointed a finger at a seemingly random point about 10 centimeters from Ryota's body. The shield. The same one that Toshinori once noticed and that the villain Leo spoke about. If I'm right, and I almost always am, then his defense is, in a way, conceptual. That is, it doesn't matter how strong the attack directed at him is. He simply turns it back around. And apparently, it happens automatically. Look. A few more seconds of rewinding. Here, if you look closely, he paused the video again. Do you see that fragment? It was flying at the guy from a blind spot. He didn't see it. The pause was released. But he deflected it. And didn't even pay any attention. Round the clock, 360-degree protection capable of withstanding anything. Silence fell. It seemed that All Might and Naomasa had even stopped breathing from the revelation. Only Director Nedzu seemed somehow unnaturally happy about what he had just told his colleagues. The ability to destroy an opponent with one touch, absolute defense, flight, super speed, he's just a monster. Wait a second, Toshinori said grimly, and steam poured from his figure. Another second, and the thin, mummy-like man was gone. In the chair sat a huge, muscular superhero whose suit seemed like it could rip apart from the tension at any moment. From what I understood from what Nedzu said, young Arai, having such overwhelming power and being fully aware of it, has remained almost completely without external control to this day and has never done anything that could be considered villainous. Flying to other countries on weekends doesn't count. The immensely pleased furball waved his paw in front of his nose. If he hadn't used such enormous powers at all, I'd be really scared, he explained at his interlocutor's uncomprehending glances. But as it is, you're absolutely right. He energetically slapped Nizu's paw on the muscle-bound shoulder of the man sitting next to him, then hissed in pain and rubbed his bruised paw. Tisk, ayaya. He didn't even think about causing trouble with all his power. Or he did think about it but turned out to be strong enough internally to restrain himself, which is even cooler. And now he's right here. The director of UA spread his paws again. It seemed this was his favorite gesture. At UA Academy. The Academy of Heroes. My Academy. With each phrase, the manic gleam in the eyes of the genius little animal grew stronger. Nedzu. Forgive me. This time, some embarrassment could actually be heard. I got a little carried away with enthusiasm. Nedzu turned his little muzzle to the detective. The main thing here, Naomasa-kun, is that he wants to be a hero. And he will become one, the director finished calmly and sat back down on the armrest, watching the looped replay of Ryota using his abilities to catch the falling Izuku Midoriya on the monitor. The best of them, to be honest. Chapter 19, Chapter 17, Movement Between Frames. Chapter 17, Movement Between Frames. Ryota scratched the back of his head thoughtfully and left the academy grounds without looking back. Well, the minimum plan was accomplished. He had scored points, noted the canon characters, made an impression, and tested his abilities in a relatively combat-oriented environment. After all, in all 8 years since his arrival, Ryota had never had a real fight with anyone. Not that he had been looking for one, of course. But he had traveled to so many countries in that time and never once gotten into trouble. Luck. External influence. It wasn't clear. And the possibility of external influence shouldn't be dismissed. Ryota wasn't all-powerful, after all. That sounded funny within the context of this universe, but as you can understand, he wasn't talking about the number one hero. Just think of Callie, who had transported him to another world and somehow granted him superpowers. Of course, it might seem a bit arrogant to compare himself to gods. But who else was there? Objectively, to find someone capable of posing any threat to Ryota, you would have to try very hard. And if you take the totality of his powers and imagine that he was serious from the very beginning, the probability approaches zero. Among humans, that is. But there are gods. And as one case had already shown, they exist, and suddenly. And it's normal for them to walk among people. The last conclusion was somewhat shaky, since there was a good chance that Callie was special in that regard. However, the probability of the opposite was still higher than the probability of meeting a person with a quirk capable of threatening Ryota. Hence a new question. Did gods exist in this world? If the answer was yes, did they know about his existence? Or had Callie managed to pull it off without informing them? Did that mean he couldn't act too conspicuously, otherwise he would immediately catch the gods' attention? Could gods from other worlds interfere? Callie had managed it, after all. It might seem that Ryota was too afraid of the gods, given all his power. And that was true. The limits of their abilities were unknown. You could theorize endlessly and try to guess, but never hit the mark. In this case, being wrong was dangerous. So he had to be careful. For 8 years, Ryota had been extremely cautious in exploring the boundaries of what was permitted. Today, they had become a little wider. The canon had cracked. Was it the cumulative effect of all those tiny, insignificant influences that could have echoed through the canon during Ryota's life in the new world? Or was that supersonic dash at the start, off-script, enough? But events had shifted. Midoriya Izuku had been saved from a fall by another person. It was such a tiny change, and it shouldn't have affected the canon. But still, it was a change. And most importantly, Ryota didn't get anything for it. A meteor didn't fall on his head. His powers didn't suddenly disappear or weaken, he checked. The earth didn't open up beneath him. Lightning didn't even flash past and hit him on the head. Nothing. That was encouraging. There were 4 options. First, there were no gods in this world. Thinking that way was somewhat dangerous, but in a way it was logical. It was only logical until you started digging deeper. On the one hand, over the history of human civilization, a huge number of books and stories had been written. Even if not all of them had become full-fledged worlds, there should still be a ton of them. And in each world, people also wrote stories. For example, in the world of MHA, over 200 years of quirks existing, a lot of literature had been written that clearly didn't exist on Earth. Had all those written worlds also been realized? Did they also have gods? If so, and they were capable of interfering in other worlds like Callie, it smacked of a multiversal catastrophe of epic proportions. On the other hand, there was a possibility that a god could only interfere in a world they could observe. In other words, the world of MHA was written on Earth, and the earthly gods could influence it. But the local gods, if they existed, had no idea that there was a world above them and were therefore at a disadvantage. If that was the case, the existence of gods was quite possible. And given the fact that even in the anime, there were many worlds where gods were part of the plot, it was all very confusing. Second option, the gods didn't care. Perhaps Callie was unusual in herself, and such behavior was extremely strange for a god. They saw no point in interfering in human affairs. It would be like a wise, experienced adult playing with an anthill. That was also a dangerous option, as it downplayed the potential danger. Keep it in mind, but don't rely on it too much. Third option, the gods didn't know the canon of this world. Here, the brain immediately began to stall, as a serious temporal paradox emerged. What was created first? The anime, My Hero Academia, or the world into which Samuel had fallen? Why had he fallen into the world of the anime long before the canon? What would happen when the story reached its logical conclusion? A real nightmare. Fourth option, Callie had somehow made a deal with the local gods and settled everything. Perhaps there really had been some kind of agreement that outlined the boundaries the Ice Guy shouldn't cross. But he, of course, hadn't been told the details. Another experiment? Or an exacerbated paranoia? Of course, a mixture of the above options in various proportions was also possible. For example, the gods might not know the canon, and at the same time, they might not care at all, because a couple of years of canon meant nothing. Or Callie might have made a deal with the gods who were so indifferent to what was happening that they didn't even ask for any conditions or payment. Use your imagination. MHA. Ryota exhaled slowly, pushing a whole heap of conspiracy theories out of his head. There was 0 point, and a whole lot of anxiety. A much more important question was, should he fly abroad to celebrate his admission, or not? Arizona was currently having autumn festivals, and they made amazing crabs there. Ryota was pondering this undoubtedly important question when he was unexpectedly interrupted by a voice from behind. Thank you so much. At first, Ryota didn't even realize the voice was addressing him. But a couple of people walking nearby glanced specifically at him. Plus, the direction of the voice. And it was vaguely familiar. After a second of hesitation, the guy looked over his shoulder and saw a slightly out-of-breath girl. Bright chestnut hair with a couple of long strands falling in front, while the rest of her hairstyle was quite short. The ends of her hair barely reached her shoulders. She wasn't tall. And because she had clearly just run to catch up with Ryota, she was slightly hunched from exhaustion, making her seem even shorter. However, once the guy made eye contact, the girl perked up and stared back at him with her huge brown eyes. For a moment, Ryota felt a twinge of recognition. Something like déjà vu. His subconscious somehow superimposed a light brown school uniform and a strange night vision device on top of the girl's head. But the moment passed, and the mirage shattered. Ryota shook his head slightly, and even the fragments of the image completely disappeared. At that same moment, he recognized the girl standing before him. Ochako Uraraka. Another of the very few MHA characters whose name he still remembered. For what, escaped Ryota's lips involuntarily, before he had time to think about his answer. He had to quickly adjust the slip to fit his image. His left eyebrow rose slowly, and his forehead furrowed just slightly. Not for nothing had he practiced in front of a mirror. That expression looked simply magical on Accelerator's face. The girl said, slightly embarrassed. For saving that boy. You're thanking me for him. The eyebrow didn't show any signs of lowering. Well. I would have felt terrible if he had gotten hurt saving me. He has broken legs, and the bones in his arm are most likely a complicated puzzle of 100 pieces right now. Hurt worse than he already is. Judging by her confused expression and slightly tilted head, Uraraka had managed to confuse herself. He could have died if it wasn't for you, she finally found the right words. And you would have died if it wasn't for him. Ryota turned his whole body to face her. Thank him. I will, the girl perked up. But you saved my savior, so you're kind of my savior twice over. So I have to thank you too. For a few moments, Ryota short-circuited. Silence fell. The pause was slowly becoming awkward when he finally recovered from his interlocutor's logical twist. You're welcome. Can I go now? Yes, of course. Ryota was already about to breathe a sigh of relief when. No. The breath caught in his lungs, and the guy barely managed to suppress a cough. That's not what I meant to say. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Finish. Ryota had already mentally raised the white flag. The computational power of a supercomputer. It was clearly not enough to keep up with this girl's thought process. On the periphery of his consciousness, the idea of activating his personal reality to keep up with the hyperactive schoolgirl was already flickering. No, stop. That's not sporting. And not cool. Only through years of experience playing the part of a pompous, silent jerk was Ryota able to keep a straight face and not react in any way to the lightning-fast shifts in the conversation's topics. His mouth, however, was clearly not on his side and wasn't in a hurry to say anything intelligent. Perhaps his social skills, which had dropped below the floorboards over the past 8 years, were taking their toll. No, nonsense. Uraraka blinked. She tilted her head. She lightly tugged at the left strand of her chestnut hair. And you are. She blushed. It doesn't matter, Ryota said, trying to pull himself together with a mental shake. It wasn't working very well. You'll find out soon enough. With those words, he turned sharply over his shoulder so as not to be stopped again. How? Uraraka said, clearly surprised by the guy's words. She didn't even react to his rather rude gesture. But Ryota didn't bother answering. With inexpressible pleasure, he sank into the depths of his personal reality and fished the equation for high-speed flight out of his memory. Only this time, he didn't remove the elements that dampened the shockwave. Find out, he tossed out at the moment when he had already returned to objective reality but hadn't yet attached the equation's controller. A moment, and his silhouette vanished from the path almost without any effects, leaving Uraraka in a slightly stunned state. Too much unplanned social interaction, Ryota lamented as he walked calmly toward the dormitory. In 8 years, I never once got caught like that, and I never used my quirk in public places, at least not like that. And now, oh well. Calmly walking past the dorm security guard post, the guy hurried to his room. The unexpected dialogue with Uraraka had clearly thrown the rather taciturn Ryota off balance. For example, using a quirk in public places without a license in the world of MHA is punishable. Yes, there isn't very strict control over this particular law. After all, the concept of quirks is interpreted quite broadly, and there are plenty of people in the world whose quirks are always active. So it's not even really an offense. But Ryota definitely didn't need unnecessary attention from the law. Say what you will, but even an almost invulnerable person can have their life made very difficult by law enforcement if they cross the line. In Ryota's case, problems with the police could have delayed his attainment of independence for a considerable time. After all, the state machinery in the modern world, and especially in the world of MHA, where all sorts of super strong people exist, is more than capable of grinding down a very strong lone wolf. Reaching his room, Ryota pulled his keys out of his bag and opened the door. The already removed bag flew into the corner of the hallway without much ceremony. His hand automatically felt for the light switch. Half a minute later, having already changed into slippers and taken off his top, the guy moved from the hallway to the bedroom. Suddenly, "You're late." Ryota reacted before he even understood the meaning of what was said. A lunge in the opposite direction from the voice and switching his vector shield to fortress mode. The uninvited guest who had come to his room couldn't have good intentions. A moment for reflection and assessment of the situation. Ryota scanned the entire room in an instant, looking for anything that differed from what he remembered. Then he listened to his vector perception. Everything seemed clean. Another moment later, he shifted his gaze to the uninvited girl. "Who are you?" he asked, still maintaining extreme wariness. "Huh." The girl blinked in confusion and tilted her head slightly to the side. "Oh, right." She slapped her fist into her open palm a second later. "I looked like this back then, didn't I?" There were no visual effects. It was like two frames changing. Without any transition, the short-haired, dark-haired girl with Asian-shaped eyes transformed into Callie. Chapter 20, Chapter 18, Movement Toward Awareness. Chapter 18, Movement Toward Awareness. Callie. Despite 8 years having passed since their last meeting, Ryota recognized the goddess instantly, without any trouble. Her image was too deeply ingrained in his mind. It was associated with some not-so-pleasant things, so Ryota tensed up even more. But not for long. The rational, mathematical type of thinking, ingrained in him through years of vector manipulation, had become second nature. If Accelerator had had a normal childhood, he probably would have grown up to be just as imperturbable. With those kinds of computational abilities, it was only natural. Ryota was the same. He seriously doubted he could do anything to the one who had granted him such powerful abilities. For her, it probably wouldn't be any trouble to take them all back. So he decided to just go with the flow. And if things did come to a confrontation, he would do everything possible to make sure the bitch didn't get any pleasure out of it. If necessary, he would drive something sharp into his own temple. Yeah, Callie waved off the gloomy guy. "How are you doing, little mouse? Happy to see me. You have no idea." The sarcasm in his voice could be scooped up with a bucket. "Relax," the goddess snorted mockingly. "I can see your intentions like an open book. It would be a little insulting if you got nervous and killed yourself just to spite me." "You read minds?" Ryota asked without changing his expression, completely ignoring her words. "Like I need your pathetic thoughts." Another dismissive wave of her hand. "I've lived alongside all sorts of people for longer than you can imagine. Your thoughts, intentions, aspirations, hopes are all an open book to me." As she spoke, the girl calmly walked past the tense guy and unceremoniously sat down in his computer chair. "Let's say that's true," Ryota conceded. "Even among ordinary people, there are those who can read souls in a flash. And she was a whole goddess who had existed for who knows how many years. So why are you here? And why now? And, I've been wanting to ask for a long time, why me?" "Oh, so many question marks in one sentence," Callie said, spinning in place. On one hand, I don't have to answer your stupid questions at all. On the other hand, why not?" She smiled slyly and spun around again, sitting cross-legged. Her behavior is different from last time, Ryota thought as he watched the strangely carefree Callie. Of course it's different. The girl grinned broadly. "I'm the mistress of my own thoughts and character. I'll act however I want." "Super," the guy answered impassively, not at all surprised that he had been read again. Then he fell silent, waiting for answers to his already asked questions. If the goddess was in a good mood today, he should take advantage of it. "Oh, so calculating," the girl said, feigning shock. "All right then. The questions. I think I'll start with the last one." Callie leaned back in the chair, put her hands on the armrests, and stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. "You see, you're not exactly an ordinary person." Callie talked for a long time. And that was tense. Why was she answering his questions so thoroughly, after 8 years of silence? Why had she even come? Judging by the pleased expression on the goddess's face, she had again picked up on the questions arising in the guy's mind. She smiled a very sly smile. "Damn devil." "So," Ryota spoke up when Callie paused her flow of eloquence. "You sent me here because I somehow noticed your trinket, and my shitty father is a god. Ha ha ha. Shitty father. Ah ha ha. The girl rocked dangerously with laughter. Phew, it's too bad he can't hear that. Phew. You see, the thing is, she turned in the chair again, ordinary people can't influence the embodied world. Callie raised a finger didactically. Unfortunately, my statistics are only based on the fates of a couple of assholes who pissed me off. Ryota frowned. You mean those guys who were bothering you behind the garages? The very same, the girl nodded, pleased with his perceptiveness. But, if I understand correctly, you provoked them yourself. So what? That doesn't give them the right to call me a bitch. I don't forgive that kind of thing. The guy barely managed to suppress an unwanted thought. He didn't want to piss off this crazy woman. Don't bother. Don't think about a white zebra. Same thing here. The harder you try to hide something from me, the more obvious it becomes. She smirked. Don't worry. As you've already noticed, I'm in a good mood today. And you're a whole little mouse, not a brainless cockroach. So I'll forgive you this time. We've digressed, Ryota said impassively, hinting that it was time to continue. Yeah. Callie stretched. You see, embodied worlds are incomplete. She spread her arms. And the people living in them have one fundamental difference from real ones. They are incapable of faith. Something tells me we mean different things by that word, Ryota commented. He had spent considerable time online studying various religious movements. At least it was some source of information about possible enemies. Indeed, the goddess nodded calmly. Faith, in my understanding, is what allows people to create gods and bring the worlds they imagine into being. A kind of omnipotent power that only humanity can wield. I understand, Ryota said, quickly discarding several of his thoughts about gods and their existence in this world. And how does that affect the impossibility of ordinary people living in embodied worlds? I honestly haven't fully figured it out myself, Callie shrugged. I've only observed this phenomenon once. But from what I understand, the world simply grinds them up and absorbs them. Figuratively speaking, she added, noticing Ryota's gloomy expression. You see, ordinary people are different from the inhabitants of embodied worlds. When they get inside, the world calmly reshapes them into the common type, turning them into canon characters, the guy interrupted, suddenly understanding the whole point. Yes, the goddess said, not at all angry at being cut off. For some reason, her face even bore a very pleased expression. It happens instantly. Their consciousness, memories, and thoughts become clouded. And along with the crude removal of the part of the soul responsible for faith, the result is quite interesting. And that's where you, a demigod, come in. Callie slapped her hands on the armrests. You are extremely different from both ordinary people and the embodied. And you have enough power that the world can't do anything to you. After all, it isn't sentient and can't consciously control its actions. So, Ryota began after a short pause for thought, am I the only demigod in the world? Puffed, of course not, the girl shook her head condescendingly. I wouldn't say there are a ton of you, but a couple dozen in the whole world could be found. Finding a demigod is quite difficult, of course. But if I set that as a goal, I could do it in a couple of years. The thing is, another sly smile, each of you demigods possesses a certain gift. I think that's the most accurate term. Some have incredible charisma. Some can see the future. Some are damn strong, by human standards, of course. And you can walk through dreams. I thought I just saw the future. It's not that simple, Callie shook her head. In many religions and beliefs, the world of dreams is a separate, independent dimension. When a person falls asleep, they only glimpse its distorted reflection at the very edge. Then they wake up in shock. And, as often happens, such human belief does not go unanswered. And so, there you are. One who can look much deeper and stay there longer. Practically every night, you travel to a world embodied by human faith. Does that ring a bell? I understand. And the other demigods, I take it, can't withstand the world's counterpressure. Worse. According to my calculations, they will unconsciously fight off part of the pressure, while another part will slowly eat away at their sanity and consciousness. Basically, they will gradually go crazy. Hell, even you have fallen under this influence. The girl pointed at Ryota's gray hair. And you're blocking 99% of the pressure. The remaining part can barely get through even the natural defenses of an ordinary person. Ryota blinked. This explanation was logical. And it led to one question. But I keep diving into the dream world every night, he began. Callie smiled very contentedly at this. And it's at night that something happens that makes me look like this now. Exactly. Despite your almost 100% protection, at the moments you enter the dream dimension, your defense gets a little distracted. Not for long and very slightly. But that moment is enough to influence you just a little. But why this way? Ryota waved his hand in front of himself, drawing the interlocutor's attention to his body. It looked damn like Accelerator's, by the way. Even despite his daily training, his body was built in such a way that he was almost incapable of gaining mass. Of course, even with such a drawback, his lankiness didn't look like weakness in the slightest. It was just that if Ryota put on a baggy turtleneck and loose pants, he would become almost an exact copy of Accelerator, except for his height. Features of your power, the goddess waved her hand in front of her face, as if talking about something insignificant. I had to deceive 2 worlds so you could use vector control. Deceive. Ryota latched onto the word. Well, yes. I am, after all, the goddess of lies, deceit, and evil jokes. Click. It sounded like everything fell into place. It came from under Ryota's skull and even into the external world. So much was explained by the goddess's casually stated fact. You're damn right. I wonder if there was even a single word of truth in everything I told you today. Callie curved her lips in a very cheerful and nasty grin. Well then. She spun around sharply in her chair, turning her face to the computer, not giving Ryota time to react in any way. I think it's time to get answers to your first 2 questions. The words hung in the air, but will they be true? Ryota gritted his teeth in annoyance. You see, here's the joke, Callie began her story as if the last minute hadn't happened. The flow of time in embodied worlds is very chaotic. Nothing like the familiar flow of a river. It's more like the rotation of a hurricane. And like the air in that same hurricane, time in embodied worlds is cyclical. The world calmly exists until the end of the written canon. Then it restarts. This happens constantly. Even now, somewhere out there, a huge number of worlds continue to recursively disappear and reappear. That's how they work. And the same thing would have threatened this one, she pointed her finger at the floor, if you hadn't changed the canon. A pleased smile lit up Callie's face. She hurried over to the computer. She bypassed the password as if it didn't exist. Then she opened the browser and typed a very familiar address into the search bar. What are you doing? I've already checked. This world doesn't have webno. Ryota's words caught in his throat. The monitor calmly displayed the interface of a site he knew from his past world. The one where he used to read novels and fanfics. I deceived your computer into believing it was connected to your past world's network, the goddess shrugged nonchalantly, as if she hadn't just done something completely absurd. Never mind. Another second, and the girl typed something into the site's search. A few moments later, a fanfic page opened on the screen. The header image featured a girl with blue hair and eyes sticking her tongue out on a yellow background. MHA, My Vector Manipulation Breaks My Hero Academia, by God and Devil. Is that author also a god? Ryota thought to himself. Yep. Here, read it, Callie even vacated the chair with an expression of great anticipation on her face. Just the prologue is fine. Giving the girl a gloomy look, Ryota carefully sat down in the chair and turned to the monitor, trying to keep the goddess in his field of vision. Scrolling down past the list of 18 chapters, he steeled himself and opened the very first one, delving into the reading. What the hell do you mean I'm the main character of a fanfic? Chapter 21, Chapter 19, Movement by New Rules. Chapter 19, Movement by New Rules. And why? The flash of genuine shock faded barely a second after Ryota read and understood what was written. Apathy and indifference washed over him. Why what? Callie smiled slyly. Why did you come? Ryota raised his chilling, cold-to-the-bone gaze to his interlocutor. Your words, they killed everything. Motivation, meaning, purpose. Nothing's left. His throat, unaccustomed to talking, began to sting slightly. But he didn't show it. If that were the case, it would be very sad, the goddess answered, still smiling. And I wouldn't have come. You still don't get it. When I took you from the original world, I placed your soul into the world of MHA. One of many embodied worlds. But now, you're no longer in it. The answer was a gloomy, thoughtful silence. Come on, little mouse. You're smart. Ryota didn't answer. Instead, he sharply turned back to the computer and scrolled to the bottom of the page with the mouse. The prologue came out after I arrived here, he whispered to himself. What came first, the chicken or the egg? I see you've understood something, the girl said approvingly. So far, I'm just even more confused. Not to mention that your appearance in this fanfic is also described. Something tells me you wouldn't be so pleased if you knew your entire existence was just some writer's fantasy. Callie silently nodded, keeping her satisfied smile. But don't forget, I'm the goddess of lies and deceit. All my emotions could be simple pretense. The liar's paradox, right? Ryota sighed in defeat, tilted his head toward the ceiling, and lowered his eyelids. I am lying. If a person says that and lies, then they are lying about being a liar. If they tell the truth, then their statement is true, which means they couldn't have told the truth. He opened one eye. Wasn't it enough for you to confuse me with all that world stuff? You had to add a little more chaos with your words and behavior. That's just how I am, the goddess shrugged carelessly. Consider it the essence of my existence. My, so to speak, semantic load. Ha. Let's pretend for a second that I'm a gullible fool who will believe everything you say, and get back to the topic of the world. Whatever you want, she raised her hands in surrender. So, let's take it as an axiom that the world I'm in right now is neither the world of MHA nor a fanfic based on it. The only evidence for this is the words and reactions of the goddess of deceit. But let's be honest, it's easier for me to believe you right now than to doubt every word of your story. Ryota cut off Callie, who was about to speak. True, the girl ignored his attempt. Before coming to visit you, I looked at the world of MHA. It seems to have restarted. Your world has become something new. I can understand why that happened, the guy whispered, thinking a little. But I still don't understand the full background. The world we're in right now, according to my observations, is no longer embodied, Callie squinted. At the same time, it isn't the original world either. It's gone beyond classification. And this fanfic, she waved her hand toward the monitor, is just an attempt by the original world to somehow smooth over what's happening. The original world. I've thought about that before, but if secondary, embodied, worlds can influence the people who enter them and have certain mechanisms for doing so, can the original one also do something? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. A goddess quoting Hamlet. Ryota raised his eyebrows in surprise, turning to Callie. You humans have always been inventive. Especially when it comes to writing books. But I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd read Shakespeare. I've always loved reading, even if I wasn't a fan of the classics. And in the army, there was a fellow soldier who loved all that stuff. He often got books sent to him, and Hamlet was his favorite. So I asked to borrow it. Ryota shrugged. Anyway, don't stress yourself out too much. This world, right now it stands on the threshold of becoming something greater. I don't know what that will lead to yet, but I have a feeling the result will be interesting. For a couple of minutes, silence fell. Ryota was completely immersed in his thoughts, reflecting on the goddess's words. Should I expect surprises from other gods? He broke the silence. If they notice the appearance of a strange phenomenon? I don't think so. For the most part, gods are too self-absorbed and pay too little attention to the outside world. And in our case, you'd also need to know what to look for. Got it. And, by the way, I have a question. You lied about being able to read human hearts, didn't you? You just knew my thoughts because you read the last chapter of this epic. Callie grinned mischievously at these words. Every detail of her expression practically radiated a kind of playful merriment. Maybe yes, maybe no. Who knows? Her smile became even more mischievous. You can think about that at your leisure. And I should probably go. Ryota only frowned slightly at the goddess's remark but didn't say anything. He wanted to. He still had a whole bunch of questions, half of which were leading, designed to find out how much truth and how much lies were in her words. But he was afraid the goddess would deliberately make it all even more complicated. One last thing. Callie's hand reached for her slender neck. After an imperceptible moment, with no special effects, an amulet appeared out of nowhere. Ryota remembered the day of his first meeting with the goddess down to the smallest detail. Even after 8 years, he instantly recognized the very same medallion that had hung around Callie's neck that day. Here. She held out the removed necklace. Right now, this world literally revolves around you. You're the main character of this story. And I'm dying to know what happens if, while it's being written, you're accompanied by a piece of my power. It won't give you any special bonuses. Just put it around your neck, and it will instantly become invisible and intangible, even to you. And why would I want that? Don't be a grump, the devil pouted. Wear it in good health. Huh. Ryota didn't have time to understand or notice anything. Again, the complete absence of special effects in just a moment. But the goddess managed to bypass his vector shield somehow and hang the necklace around his neck. A couple of seconds later, it silently disappeared, and Ryota stopped feeling any weight. Hey, you. What is this? The guy looked around the empty room in shock. She ran away. Damn brat. Bam. Shoo. Ryota stared in shock at the brass basin lying on the floor that had just hit him on the head. On the inside was written. You're one too, tongue sticking out. At that moment, the usually cold-blooded and imperturbable guy's eye twitched nervously. The guy couldn't stay in a state of shock and melancholy for long. It wasn't in his character. The new information was understood, processed, subjected to the most paranoid doubts, but ultimately accepted. After the goddess left, the computer returned to normal and no longer showed the familiar sight, no matter how much Ryota searched. His nervous state subsided after about 10 minutes. Then he just started thinking. In essence, the goddess's appearance and her story changed nothing. Everything remained within the old framework. Except now Ryota had a kind of foothold, and hundreds of different options had turned into just a couple of dozen. Every line of information the goddess had provided had to be carefully considered and verified in the already familiar way. Yes, by poking a stick into the hornet's nest. Except before meeting Callie, Ryota had been afraid of running into some kind of mutants when he stirred up the nest. Now he could quite reasonably expect ordinary bees. After getting his thoughts in order and finally calming down completely, the guy began the most tedious and annoying activity any teenager could face. Waiting. Ryota had no doubt about the results of his entrance exam to UA. So he wasn't nervous at all. But he really needed those results. He had worked hard for 8 years. He had played the role of a non-conflictual, slightly withdrawn good boy. He had followed almost all lawful instructions and regulations. He had been the very model of an obedient child. But the greatest form of personal freedom he had achieved was a place in the dormitory. But enrolling in the academy. Not just any academy, but the best hero academy in the country. Ryota could reasonably expect his own apartment. Years of freelance programming work, with his brainpower, had given him a very substantial financial cushion. If necessary, the guy was more than ready to shut up complaining mouths with money. Enough depending on others. Thank you, Ryota nodded slightly to the guy standing in the doorway, taking the letter from his hands. Don't mention it, Arai-san. And, this is a letter from UA. Yes. You got in. Genuine curiosity showed on the short guy's face. Yeah. Cool. Just as expected, Arai-san. Oh, I almost forgot. Shimizu-senpai asked you to get in touch when you can. Okay. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Good luck. With those words, the boy briskly trotted off down the hall, holding his bag of mail tightly. 10 seconds later, he could be heard energetically pounding on another door. Your newspaper. Yoshino, goddammit, it's only 7 in the morning. Not bothering to listen to the now familiar argument, Ryota calmly closed the door and headed to his computer desk. Every morning during this energetic boy's shift, exactly this happened. Fortunately, the shift was voluntary and, moreover, paid. Perfect for earning a little pocket money. So the younger students didn't turn down such opportunities. Throwing the letter on the table, Ryota stared at it thoughtfully for a couple of seconds. Then, sighing in annoyance, he went to take off his sports uniform. He had no desire to run. One day wouldn't hurt. After changing, he returned to the table and, after a moment's hesitation, tore open the envelope. Inside was a miniature, palm-sized projector. Ryota had even tinkered with one a few months ago out of curiosity. Pointing the beam at a flat wall, he pressed the single button. Asterisk ahem. Eralara. Huh. We're already recording. Ahem. Good time of day, Arai Ryota-san. Asterisk the oddly coiffed head of present mic appeared on the projected image. Asterisk, I want to congratulate you. You. Asterisk he raised his hands up. Asterisk passed. Asterisk he put them behind his head. Asterisk the entrance. Asterisk he spread them wide. Asterisk, exeum. Asterisk he thrust them forward with his thumbs up, asterisk. Still just as overly energetic, Ryota chuckled to himself. For a few more minutes, the guy warbled like a nightingale, dumping a continuous stream of information on the guy's unprepared brain and ears. But only a couple of drops of it were really valuable. So Ryota couldn't just cut the sound on the thing and go about his business. He had to filter everything and separate the important from the unnecessary. Asterisk, that's it. We'll be waiting for you at our academy in a week. Asterisk. The image went out, and the guy exhaled in annoyance. It was for those damned words that he had listened to the hero's flow of eloquence. And it all fit into a short phrase. Watching individuals like this, it was hard to accept the inhabitants of the MHA world as simple NPC statists, as Callie had portrayed them in her speech. This still caused some dissonance and an itching under his skull. But Ryota was already quite calmly enduring it. Until this moment, he hadn't had any particular goal. Just live life to the fullest, enjoying his gifted abilities. Live for the sake of living. Exist for the sake of existing. Just like before. Just like in his past world. But now, why not believe at least part of the goddess's story and try to create something incredible? For example, create another full-fledged world. Chapter 22, Chapter 20, Movement Toward Independence. Chapter 20, Movement Toward Independence. After the projector shut off, Ryota felt a sense of relief. And it definitely wasn't because Japan's loudest hero had finally stopped his flow of eloquence. Maybe just a little. But seriously, the main reason for his relief was that he could finally begin his assault on the dormitory administration to get an exit permit. He had learned about this document quite a while ago, when he first became interested in the prospect of getting his own apartment as soon as possible. Essentially, the local bureaucrats could have gathered all the necessary papers and documents themselves without even getting out of their chairs. Even in the 21st century, such departments couldn't function without electronic document management. Now, even more so. However, the burden of collecting the paperwork always fell on the requester. Was this an attempt to show adolescents leaving for adult life all the horrors of bureaucracy? Or was it the last quest closing out the main story? Or was it some perverted mixture of the above with the inevitable notes of sadism that simply must appear in anything involving the dreaded word bureaucracy? It couldn't be otherwise. Fortunately, Ryota had already been through this hell. What did you expect? Getting an apartment from the state due to the loss of a breadwinner. In America. What was some measly quest to get a couple of papers compared to 6 months of constant battles with the demons of the Housing and Communal Services Department of the city administration? However, it was too early to go take the quest. It was only 7 in the morning. So Ryota, remembering the words of today's duty officer, went to one of the few people he could identify as anything other than, I think I know this person exists. Though he certainly wasn't a friend. Going down one floor, Ryota walked to the farthest door in the hallway and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Knocking was useless. This guy never took his headphones out, always blasting music. He wasn't afraid of waking the guy up either. Since he had already sent his desire to meet through Yoshino this morning, it meant he had already stopped by and woken him up. Otherwise, he would have just called. And he wouldn't have hesitated to start ringing even in the middle of the night. Before the second ring even finished, the phone was answered. But not a word came from the other end. It's me. Open up, Ryota said into the phone, not at all surprised by the silence. A few seconds passed. Then a metallic scraping sound came from behind the wooden door. The door handle turned, and the door swung open. Without a second thought, Ryota walked inside. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a strange mechanism attached to the doorknob on the inside. This contraption was designed and built by Shimizu Satoshi's immeasurable laziness. Moreover, he had clearly confused cause and effect again. He had spent far more effort and time assembling this wonder than if he had simply walked to the door himself every day for the next couple of years. The main problem, by the way, wasn't the complexity of the design itself. It was the administration's outrage. They were fiercely opposed to this technomaniac disfiguring his room any more than he already had. After long and heated negotiations, the guy finally managed to get permission to upgrade his living space, with the condition that any mechanism could be removed without damaging the room itself. Stepping over the haphazardly piled mountains of various stuff, Ryota calmly walked from the hallway into the main room. Contrary to all the stereotypes about hermit tech maniacs, this particular specimen's room didn't have an atmosphere of a dark lair illuminated only by a monitor screen. Quite the opposite. All sorts of lighting fixtures were abundantly stuck all over the room, creating an extremely bright illumination. The curtains were tightly drawn. The window itself was half covered by a pushed-in, doorless cabinet, its shelves piled high with various electronics. The room's owner himself was sitting at his computer desk with his back to the entrance and didn't acknowledge the guest's presence in any way. You wanted something? Ryota asked, not bothering with a greeting or anything resembling one. The interlocutor mumbled indistinctly and pointed a finger at a flash drive lying to his left. Heard you got into UA, the guy finally spoke as Ryota approached. Interesting how fast the whole dorm will know about this news thanks to Yoshino, Ryota asked rhetorically, picking up the small device. What's this? My new nesting doll. Hearing the answer, Ryota barely managed to keep his expression from twisting. The very same nesting doll because of which he had met Shimizu Satoshi 2 years ago. And plug it into one of the Academy's computers. I want to find something out. You want to hack one of the best hero academies? Seriously? Ryota raised an eyebrow. The story of this pair's acquaintance was quite unusual. The 17-year-old at the time, Satoshi, with the nickname Uber Hacker, had been working on the same freelance platform as Ryota himself. He had been interested in the person rising so quickly in the site's rankings. So he hacked him. The then completely unprepared guy. He probably hadn't expected that when he pulled the victim's IP address, he would find that they were practically from the same address. After that, he reached out to Ryota directly, and that's how their acquaintance happened. I want to find something out, Satoshi repeated. And when did you have time to prepare this? Ryota shook the flash drive clamped between his fingers in the air. Yoshino was here barely an hour ago. I've been preparing it for quite a while. Why? I already uploaded it to your email and hacked its domain, setting it to autoload, the guy shrugged impassively. This wasn't a surprise to Ryota. When he found out the day that some guy was snooping around his PC like it was his own, he showed the full depth of his paranoia. He cranked up the security so tightly that he doubted he could break it remotely. And Shimizu just caught the unexpected competitive spirit and decided to break through the tricked-out ice at any cost. I see, Ryota said, scratching his smooth chin. And what good will the information you can pull from the Academy's school server do you? There's so much funding pouring in there that setting up several physical servers for different needs is a piece of cake. The nesting doll contains a replicator with a simplified AI. Not the one I wrote on commission a couple of weeks ago, by any chance. Silence. Yes, despite Satoshi's astounding talents in everything related to hardware and system hacking, his abilities in actually writing complex software were pretty average. Good enough to make most of his creations work. But compared to Ryota's skills in this area, it was nothing. Okay, the idea is good. I'm trembling in horror and all that. But, Ryota crossed his arms over his chest, I updated my systems and changed all the security layers a week ago. Shimizu Satoshi's hands, which had been fluttering over the keyboard, froze. He turned to face his interlocutor for the first time during the conversation. His dull gray eyes, with deep bags under them, bored into the standing guy as if trying to discern the secrets of the universe. Or maybe get a hint. I installed a separate system unit. Ryota began to speak with slight notes of pleasure in his voice, deciding to spare his acquaintance. The OS and all the software are written by me personally. Any files coming from outside pass through it and are filtered. Among other things, it communicates with the main PC through a complex dialogue code that goes through several checks at each stage of transmission. Any file deemed malicious is instantly quarantined. Ryota spread his hands. So right now, your little nesting doll is trying with all its might to bypass an almost dead isolated block. TCH, Satoshi clicked his tongue in annoyance, sharply turning back to the monitor. Give me a couple of days, and I'll open this like a can of beans. You're not going to tweak the contents. Ryota waved the flash drive in the air with a victorious expression. Not necessary. I'm willing to bet that UA's security isn't even half as paranoid as yours. I'll take that as a compliment. And you still haven't given me a single reason to agree to your venture. You're almost already agreeing, since you only need a reason. So give me one. Satoshi turned away from the monitor again and fixed an irritated gaze on Ryota. Wait a second. He turned back, quickly closed all open windows. Another minute, and the virtual OS with the fake IP collapsed, its distribution went to the trash, and the files stored inside went to the cloud. After another couple dozen actions, a very ordinary Excel spreadsheet with a drawn graph appeared before Ryota's eyes. And what's this? This is All Might. Ryota quickly glanced at the graph, paying special attention to the row markers. The vertical axis wasn't labeled at all. Just the number 0 at the start and 17.5 at the peak. The horizontal axis, obviously, had dates written out, with a 2-month step starting 10 years ago and ending today. The graph shows the average number of hours per day that All Might spends on his hero work. As you can see, Satoshi's finger pointed to a sharp drop in the curve. He slowed down a lot in the last few years. I didn't think you were a hero fan. I'm not a fan, the guy hurried to answer. The reputation of a reserved, cool hacker technician was valued by this guy immensely. Every detail of his image was carefully polished, so he couldn't allow any suspicion of fandom. But I sometimes hang out on off-topic forums. I came across some discussions among fans. I spent an hour on research, and here's the result. He waved his hand toward the monitor. And don't you see the connection? A few years ago, All Might suddenly declined and started spending less time on heroism. At the same time, the percentage of charitable donations in his name also increased significantly. And now he's going to work as a teacher. A meaningful pause. All Might found a girlfriend. Ryota wasn't moved at all. Damn. You're the last person I expected that from. Don't ruin my logic with all this snotty feelings stuff. Rejecting obvious options is the basis of your logic. Ryota raised an eyebrow. Do you not consider Occam's razor users to be people at all? What does that have to do with it? Everything. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck, not a disguised rooster. How old do you think All Might is? Since his appearance hasn't changed at all. Besides that, there are almost no posts on the internet of ordinary people noticing the hero doing everyday things, except for obviously staged ones. It's reasonable to conclude that All Might's quirk allows him to change his appearance. How old is he really? Does he have a wife, kids? With every word from Ryota, Satoshi's mouth opened wider and wider. And even if he really decided to step down and find a successor, so what? The reduction in heroing time could be a neat way to get others used to doing without All Might. Those are just assumptions, the guy muttered, ruffled. But you're right. Building theories based solely on a graph is useless. That's why I'm asking you to help me. Okay, Ryota agreed without hesitation, quite satisfied with the reason given. In exchange, I'd like to read all the information UA has on me. Something interesting. Shimizu Satoshi was particularly susceptible to anything interesting. A wild mixture of curiosity, a desire to cause a scandal, and the skills to crack computer security systems of the first tier. It was a lot. And scary, honestly. Quite, Ryota chuckled. It'll be an extra incentive for you. How will the information from the nesting doll get directly to you? The built-in AI will look for ways to connect externally. If it doesn't find any, just plug the flash drive in again. Got it. After talking to the technomaniac, the real hellish routine began. Go there, pick up this, get that signature. Boring. Though there were positive moments. He even had to go to that same orphanage where Ryota had been sent after the underground incident to get some papers. His memories of living in that complex were bright enough that the guy, who hadn't been there in a long time, felt a pang of nostalgia. He even stayed for a cup of tea with Miyamoto Yasuko, about whom he hadn't had the best impressions during his stay there. A certificate from a psychotherapist, from his homeroom teacher in elementary school, from the director and psychologist there, a transcript from the middle school secretary and, again, certificates from the director and psychologist, a recommendation from the dormitory manager, and a written consent to lease an already pre-selected apartment missing only Ryota's signature, plus a bank statement. All the above red tape took almost the whole week, plus a day for moving and transporting his belongings. But, at the cost of inhuman effort and suffering, Ryota managed to move into his apartment before the first day of school at the academy. Chapter 23, Chapter 21, Movement into Space. Chapter 21, Movement into Space. The first class at UA started promptly at 8. But for Ryota, renting an apartment literally a couple hundred meters away, getting there on time was no problem, even with his morning workout. He even miscalculated a little and showed up 15 minutes early. He did have to wander around the building a bit, though. It was unclear who built the academy so huge, but they were clearly compensating for something. The classroom door, almost 3 human heights tall, hinted at that. Though maybe it was a design choice in case of students or teachers with size-altering quirks. When the guy walked into the classroom, it was already half full. But no one was in a hurry to make connections. Except one person. Oh, hello. My name is Ida Tenya. As soon as Ryota crossed the threshold, this thing rushed toward him at full speed. It sported a ramrod straight shoulder width, slick back hair, and expensive-looking glasses hiding the idiotic, strictly staring eyes. You're the guy who scored 130 points on villains and 50 on rescues, right? Nice to meet you. Points. Oh, right. Something like that, Mike mentioned it and even showed the numbers. Didn't notice, Ryota answered coldly. He ignored the guy's surprised expression and walked to a free desk in the very back row. Whatever Ida was about to say, he didn't get the chance. The entrance door slid open with a loud crack, and he appeared on the threshold. Hairstyled like, my head was attacked by nitroglycerin, a stare that said, you're all cockroaches at my feet, and a matching expression. Katsuki Bakugo. Another name he didn't have to strain his memory to recall. He swaggered in, hands in his pockets. He had apparently opened the door with his foot. He walked to the nearest free desk, ignoring all his classmates, sat down, and put his feet up on the desk, tilting his head back. Of course, the four-eyed, catgirl-loving guy couldn't tolerate such liberties. He rushed off to dispense his brand of justice, completely forgetting about his previous conversation partner, and, again, thank God. Ryota watched the unfolding spectacle with mild interest, which didn't show on his face. Watching long-seen canon events from a different angle was quite entertaining. Enjoying the show, Ryota missed the moment when the door opened again and the shaggy, green-haired head appeared in the opening. But he could be forgiven. The class had already filled up to its maximum with all the other characters, most of whom he couldn't remember no matter how hard he tried. The timid gaze of the new actor darted in an attempt to survey the class. But before it could even start moving, it immediately landed on the arguing Bakugo and Ida. A new actor joined the comedy, the scope of the plot astonishing. But then, BAM. Oh. It's you. The curly-haired boy, a joyful voice rang out. The next moment, the simple comedy transformed into romantic comedy. At least, the suddenly embarrassed and blushing Midoriya was clearly trying to steer the plot in that direction. I wonder, today is the entrance ceremony? Or maybe a small competition? Uraraka continued to psychologically break Midoriya Izuku. Oh, and the teachers, I wonder what they're like. I'm so excited I can't stand still. If you're looking to make friends, you're in the wrong place, a voice said. Well, here comes the forest ranger to break everyone up. And this is the hero course faculty. A person invisible from behind the doorjamb sucked something from what sounded like a sealed tube of heroes. Slithering into the classroom under the astonished gazes of the teenagers was a thing. After a few seconds of fussing on the floor, accompanied by the sound of an unzipping zipper, the thing opened up, and a homeless man crawled out. Seriously. Looking at this unshaven, unkempt skeleton with a dead, exhausted stare, there's no softer word, the impression was unambiguous and far from positive. The skeleton looked at the frozen students with his half-dead gaze. It took you 8 whole seconds to quiet down. He dropped the thing he had been holding onto the floor and walked behind the teacher's desk. Life is short, kids. You could all use a little common sense. After that, looking over the students once more, the bum seemed satisfied. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Nice to meet you. From the back rows came a few lonely claps. Ryota was expressing his gratitude to the actors for a perfectly performed comedy. 10 minutes later, the whole class, led by a mildly annoyed Aizawa, gathered at the stadium. Yes, the brilliant idea of kicking the students out for PE on the first day of school belonged to the selfless homeroom teacher of 1A. The quirk test, or, in other words, prove you're not a loser. And if you really are a loser, you're expelled, yada, yada, yada. Softball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance run, running broad jump, strength tests, flexibility tests. You've all done these in regular schools. Simple physical tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. Even after several decades, countries haven't settled on any standards in this regard. Aizawa scratched his unshaven chin. Well, it's all negligence from our ministries, he shrugged. After that, the teacher walked over to a separate box, one of many, and pulled out an ordinary-looking ball. Bakugo, how far did you throw a ball in middle school? He unexpectedly addressed the guy standing a bit ahead. 67 meters. Throw it using your quirk. Aizawa tossed the ball to the student. You can do whatever you want as long as you're in the circle. Don't hold back. Wasn't planning to, Bakugo answered grimly, cracking his arms. Weighing the projectile in his hand, the guy wound up like a pitcher and threw. The throw was undoubtedly good. Form, proper breathing, a correct body turn, and a bright flash of an explosion in the air that also added some flair. Meanwhile, Ryota carefully observed Bakugo's body's reaction to the close-range explosion. Breathing calm, pupil dilation within normal range, normal reaction to soft sounds, so not deafened. Looks like I was right. You need to know what you're capable of, Aizawa's calm voice rang out as everyone stared at Bakugo in shock. Ryota suspected the reason for everyone's shock was less the force of the throw and more the war cry. That's a pretty standard result for our academy. The teacher held out the device showing the number 705.2 m, obviously the distance the ball had traveled. I think I can show off a little here, Ryota smiled internally, looking at the children excited by the prospect of using their powers without limits. The fun, by the way, didn't last long. Exactly until the moment Aizawa, radiating dread, announced that whoever took last place would be expelled. At that point, everyone had to try, whether they wanted to or not. There were quite a few tests. And Aizawa was clearly too lazy to put all the students through each one. So the mini-Olympics soon turned into chaos. Though it might only seem that way on the surface. Aizawa seemed to choose students and tests completely randomly. But it always turned out that in that particular sports competition, that particular teenager could demonstrate the maximum potential of their quirk. Not to mention that each student participated in a strictly defined number of tests, which was 4. Except. Why the hell is he pretending I'm not here? Ryota thought with slight confusion as Aizawa named another group of participants and sent them to the course. It was suspicious. Every student had already participated in at least a couple of tests. Except Ryota. It seemed like everyone had completely forgotten about him. At least the students had. From the moment the comedy started in the classroom to the moment of the quirk test, the teenagers' attention constantly bounced from one important thing to another. It was quite difficult for them to notice the lone guy observing from the side. With some exceptions. Ryota once again caught the arrogant, insolent gaze of Katsuki Bakugo. He was clearly not straining himself too hard on these competitions. So he often looked around to make sure he was better than anyone else in the class. That Ryota would go unnoticed was inevitable. It was equally inevitable that the most explosive guy in 1A would recognize our hero. Bakugo was too stung by the fact of his third-place score on the entrance exam. But soon, the guy was distracted from his self-admiration by a couple of his classmates' results. If the infinity sign on the measuring device for Uraraka's ball throw didn't bother him much, then Midoriya's much more modest result, which still exceeded Katsuki's own, was a different story. An explosion was inevitable. But Aizawa once again proved his competence and, with the help of his erasure quirk, extinguished the conflict without any problems. Well then. You've all shown yourselves quite well, the hero said in a bored tone. He showed particular approval toward Midoriya, who was now standing with a broken finger, manfully enduring. However, we have one more untested student. Ryota Arai. Please step into the circle. He waved his hand toward the softball throw area. Ryota lazily stepped out from behind the gathered students, drawing several slightly surprised and confused looks. There was also a couple that stood out from the general crowd. Ochako Uraraka was clearly stunned, but gradually, joy and something like delight appeared on her face. Midoriya Izuku, shocked, even forgot about the pain in his broken finger. After a couple dozen different emotions flashed across his face, he became intensely determined, endurance mode, and set himself the goal of thanking his savior. Unfortunately, Ryota's social skills were clearly too poor to interpret anything from the expressions of strangers' faces. But he could still theorize based on some details of their biographies he remembered from the canon. Taking the ball from Aizawa and stepping into the circle, Ryota thought for a few moments. I wonder what all this is about. What's the point of singling me out from the general flow? There's clearly some unpleasant multi-step plan here. It's unpleasant, at least, because I'm not the one organizing it. It's being done to me. By an act of will, he pushed the conspiracy theories cramming his skull aside and focused on the task. Throwing the ball. The guy strongly suspected that right at this moment, Aizawa was boring a hole in his back with his gaze, trying to turn off his ability. At least, if he were someone influential and had such an unpredictable, uncontrollable figure as Ryota, he would try to test all possible degrees of influence. This was one of the reasons Ryota was 99% sure he would be placed in Class 1A, not 1B. Okay, enough. He shook his head again, focusing on the ball in his hand. Maybe Aizawa is just offended by my applause and decided to punish me this way. The more important question is, what interesting thing can I do with this ball right now? Just applying the maximum force vector wasn't an option. The consequences were unpredictable, and someone could get hurt. An idea suddenly came to him. If he calculated the density of the ball, based on his knowledge of the density of the air, he could calculate the maximum resistance and friction the projectile could withstand. From there, he could calculate the maximum possible speed. Then another idea came. A long time ago, when he was still Samuel in his past world, he read a book. It was about two cities built by different people. One was a city of happiness, built according to all possible norms, inhabited only by carefully selected people. An ideal utopia, without the anti-prefix. Where every person and every detail worked to make everyone happy. But there was a second city. Built by a not-so-pleasant man. In that city, he built the most advanced factories for that world, producing the most modern weapons. The city's walls were smelted from all sorts of iron. All forms of art and entertainment were forbidden. In the book, there was a scene where the ruler of the city fired a giant cannon at the City of Happiness. The cannon was calculated so that the projectile would travel halfway across the world and fall on its target. However, due to a random confluence of factors, the cannonball didn't land on the city. Instead, due to the right angle and applied force, it entered orbit. Ryota didn't remember the book's title or its author. But that scene had somehow been preserved in the depths of his memory. Now it surfaced, and the inspired guy set about recreating it. The world around him froze and lost its colors. Ryota entered his personal reality. The ball's density is the easiest. Divide mass by volume. His abilities, besides his calculation speed, had significantly affected some of his senses. For example, it was no problem for him to determine the radius of the ball in his hand to within thousandths of a millimeter by sight. Same with the mass. Next is more fun. The density of air under normal conditions is 1.2754 kilograms per cubic meter. In Japan, due to its proximity to the ocean, this number needs to be adjusted. Also, it should be noted that density decreases with altitude, and with it, the coefficient of kinematic viscosity. Current altitude above sea level, angle of inclination, required force application. Adjust calculations based on possible random interference caused by unpredictable weather in the upper atmosphere. Adjust calculations based on the higher density of the ozone layer and the decreasing influence of gravity. The completed equation compressed to a point. Then, with a clear conscience, Ryota left his personal reality and looked at the ball in his hand with slight doubt. The probability that the material won't hold up is over 40%. Well, it's still worth a try. While Ryota was running through all the calculations and reflections in his head, no time passed in the world around him. Numerous gazes were still fixed on him. When he carelessly moved his arm to the side, as if trying to lob the ball gently, everyone was surprised. When his hand moved forward smoothly, as if the ball released from his fingers wouldn't fly even a couple of meters, they were puzzled. When the projectile, no longer held by his slender fingers, broke the sound barrier and shot like a comet toward the blue sky, everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. The device held in Aizawa's frozen hand continued to supply surprisingly accurate information. 1,000 kilometers. 2,000, 3,000. The student stared mesmerized as the number on the display kept growing. Ryota patiently counted the seconds. Soon, he would raise his head to the sky and, using his vector perception to its maximum, try to detect the ball flying high, high above. If he was lucky, it would become a new satellite of the planet. At least for a while. Chapter 24, Chapter 22, Movement Towards Socialization. Chapter 22, Movement Towards Socialization. Glancing back at the hushed class, Ryota met the stunned gaze of his homeroom teacher. Heh. Caught himself. He wasn't looking at his device's display, so he didn't know my throw's result. Yet he looks like I just punched a hole through the moon with that ball. Obviously, his attempt to stop me from using my abilities failed. The conclusions were simple. Aizawa couldn't turn off mutant type or passive enhancement quirks. For example, if he looked at Ryota's old acquaintance Yuriko, her third eye wouldn't go anywhere. Following this logic, it was possible that Ryota's abilities worked as a body enhancement. But the man's reaction made it clear that they had figured out the nature of the guy's powers to some extent. And that nature should be most vulnerable to the eraser's gaze. Ryota didn't let any of his thoughts show on his face. He remained stone calm. But at some point, Aizawa flinched and winced in annoyance, realizing he had given himself away. Next test, he grumbled. On the track. What followed was pure surrealism. The sprint. Ryota floated half a centimeter off the ground, then instantly teleported to the other end of the track, simultaneously canceling air resistance. There wasn't even a clap. The standing long jump. He demonstratively floated into the air, froze in place, and shifted his uninterested gaze to Aizawa, as if to say, do I really need to jump if I can fly? The grip test. The device crumbled into pieces under an excessively amplified, directed vector. Its stronger counterpart, designed specifically for strength-type quirks, suffered the same fate. The running long jump. Same as the standing jump. The endurance run. Ryota calmly announced that he could fly indefinitely and that it wouldn't be a problem for him to even sleep during the race. By the end of the class, Ryota had completed all the tests but wasn't the least bit tired. It would have been surprising otherwise. After the first couple of tests, the students overcame their shock, and all sorts of admiring exclamations came from their side. Throughout the tests, Aizawa continued to watch the guy relentlessly with his gaze, no longer trying to hide his attempts to turn off Ryota's abilities. Well then, I think that's it. Time to announce the results. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of teenagers instantly fell silent, as if an invisible switch had been flipped. Your final score is the total of all your results. If I looked at each one individually, I'd die of old age. Scanning the 10 students, Ryota noticed one very, very nervous face. Midoriya Izuku had suddenly realized that of all the tests, the only decent result he'd shown was the ball throw. And that was only by breaking himself again. Oh, by the way, about my expulsion comment earlier. Yeah, that was a lie. What? A bunch of shocked faces greeted the teacher's unexpected words. Midoriya was particularly expressive, looking as if he had died, reincarnated in another world, died again, and returned to this mortal earth in the span of a few seconds. Come on, it was obvious from the start, a girl with long black hair said with slight surprise in her voice. Ryota didn't remember her name, but there was something about yaoi, so he decisively took a couple of steps away from the young-looking schoolgirl. It was to make you try harder, Aizawa commented carelessly on the student's reaction. And since we're still in class. He turned his whole body toward Ryota, who was standing somewhat apart. You're entering the harsh world of heroes. Here, a hulking brute and a scrawny weakling can be equally dangerous. You never know what a person's quirk is capable of until they use it. Remember that. And with that, class is dismissed. Aizawa smirked slyly, completely killing the seriousness of his speech. Midoriya, go see the recovery girl and have your finger healed. Everyone else, head back to the classroom. Your curriculum plans are on your desks. Familiarize yourselves. I'm leaving. As soon as the teacher left, the unruly mass of teenagers, which could only be called students, finally got the freedom they wanted and began to bustle noisily in all directions. Arai-san. Uraraka beamed, hopping over to Ryota. She had clearly been waiting for this opportunity since the moment she realized he was in the same class as her. So that's what you meant when you said, you'll find out soon. The girl made an extremely indifferent face, perfectly mimicking the guy in front of her. Fortunately, this time Ryota was prepared for something like this. He had thought out various dialogue options in advance. Being as cold as he had been in elementary and middle school would be stupid this time. If he had considered those periods of his life as merely a passing phase, then UA High was a much more important stage. Connections made here could significantly affect his life as a hero. Yes, pure pragmatism and nothing else. I don't remember introducing myself, Ryota said, tilting his head slightly toward his shoulder as he looked into the eyes of the slightly embarrassed Uraraka. Aizawa-sensei said your name when he called on you, the girl answered somewhat incoherently. Let's say that's true. Ryota didn't get to finish. Thank you so much. Deja vu, Ryota inwardly flinched. Then he carefully, who said fearfully. No such thing, turned to look over his shoulder. He saw a dark green mop of hair. That's what he saw because its owner was currently bent over in a bow. For what? Ryota answered the guy, still feeling like this had happened before. You saved me during the entrance exam. The student straightened up, revealing a face red from overwhelming emotion. Or maybe it was red from pain. His finger was still broken. Impressive pain tolerance, Ryota thought, remembering how he himself had felt from just a crack in his leg back in his old world. Of course, there was also a huge bruise, but it still looked better than the almost purple finger of the guy standing in front of him. You're welcome. Ryota answered Midoriya in a slightly questioning tone, not eager to continue the conversation. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I heard. What's your quirk? The boy fixed a burning gaze on Ryota, causing the guy to almost flinch. I saw how you stopped my fall during the exam. You clearly used something other than brute force. And today you showed something completely, tchow. The guy flinched sharply from the pain. Apparently, Midoriya hadn't noticed how he had started gesturing wildly during his speech and had aggravated his finger. But the question itself didn't go unnoticed. The students cautiously but not too secretly listened in. They were also curious about their classmates' overly strong abilities. You should go to the nurse's office, Midoriya. If you don't treat injuries like that quickly, there could be complications, even amputation, Ryota explained the obvious slowly, as if to a foolish child. Izuku suddenly turned pale and, apologizing, ran off toward the main building, completely forgetting his questions. He left poor Ryota to the mercy of a crowd of teenagers who hadn't lost any of their interest. Have you ever felt like the most delicious piece of cake surrounded by a crowd of people with a sweet tooth? Fortunately, Ryota had never felt that feeling. But after this moment, he couldn't say that with certainty anymore. The guy quickly scanned the teenagers with his gaze. Only now did he have the strange feeling that someone was missing. The little pervert, what's his name? Never mind. He's not here, Ryota noted mentally. In principle, it's logical. Where something is gained, something is lost. And the grape weirdo isn't significant enough to cause an imbalance in the class by allowing an odd number of seats. For once, this simple thought took Ryota an unusually long time to think. Apparently, his subconscious was working, trying to at least subjectively delay the moment of interacting with the students. Vector manipulation, the guy answered the curious crowd decisively. The question of revealing his own quirk was something Ryota had considered even before arriving at the academy. He was almost certain that everyone who needed to had already drawn the correct conclusions about his abilities and found a common denominator. So hoping for eternal anonymity would be stupid. Better he himself remove the veil of secrecy on his own terms, simultaneously confirming the conclusions of the curious, so they would calm down and stop digging and theorizing. Vectors are directions of movement, right? Asked a tall girl who looked older than her age, frowning slightly and looking down thoughtfully. This time, Ryota remembered her name. Yayorozu Momo. What a name, indeed. Simplified, yes, Ryota nodded almost imperceptibly. I didn't understand any of that, but it's cool, a blonde guy with an electricity quirk smiled cheerfully. HRMPH. An annoyed half-snort, half-growl came from behind Ryota. Already imagining what he would see, the guy looked over his shoulder and saw a scowling Bakugo approaching him, his fists clenched tightly. This doesn't mean anything. You think because you scored the highest on the entrance exam, you're the best. The teenager's eyes were red with barely suppressed anger. A chill ran down the spines of those present. The feeling of an impending fight grew stronger. Like hell you are, pale face. Standing on his tiptoes to get level with Ryota's eyes, Katsuki Bakugo practically spat out. I'm going to be the best. You'll just have to eat my dust. He shouted this right in Ryota's face, then sharply turned and headed for the exit. It seemed he wasn't even going to the locker room to change into his everyday clothes. The teenagers breathed a sigh of relief. Ryota continued to watch the retreating guy indifferently. Katsuki Bakugo looked like a mad dog. And he wasn't talking about some little lapdog but about a, albeit young but already quite formidable, wolfhound. However, it was quite difficult for Ryota to perceive him the way others did. What can an angry dog do when you're sitting inside a tank with a cheat code for unlimited ammo? Make him laugh a little, maybe. So, how did you find him? In a well-lit office, on either side of an oval table, sofas littered with all sorts of cushions stood facing each other. On one of them, looking somewhat endearing due to his small size, sat the director of UA Academy. Opposite him, on the second sofa, ignoring the presence of his boss, lay sprawled the homeroom teacher of 1A, Aizawa Shota. Not bad. I thought after the entrance exam incident, Izuku Midoriya would start being afraid of his own quirk and the pain it could cause him. Fortunately, it turned out differently. He just didn't know how to use it, the man answered the director in a somewhat exhausted tone. I see. Midoriya-kun is, without a doubt, a very strong person capable of overcoming difficulties, even when they manifest as severe physical suffering. And on the hero's path, he will achieve much. However, right now, I was asking about a different student. Aizawa winced as if he had just chewed a not quite ripe lemon. It wasn't hard for him to figure out who his somewhat comical-looking interlocutor was talking about. I couldn't influence his ability at all. He grunted and closed his eyes, indicating that the topic was closed for him. I expected something like that. Further proof that what fuels this child's powers is not a quirk. Aizawa remained silent, true to his intention not to raise the subject of Ryota Arai again unnecessarily. However, another point interested me. Nizu paused, building suspense. The man sitting opposite, hating himself for it, took the bait and reluctantly opened his eyes, silently asking the other to continue. He had no doubt that even without directly observing what was happening, the director could see much more than he could. I've been wondering for a long time, the overly intelligent little animal snorted cheerfully at Aizawa's reaction. Exactly how this guy controls his powers. Simple willpower wouldn't account for such filigree precision and consistency. And his shield works even while he sleeps. Aizawa opened his eyes in surprise at this statement. He didn't even ask how Director Nizu knew about that. He was afraid he'd get an answer. However, today, I found a clue. The little animal raised his paw, pointing his little finger at the ceiling. The ball he threw. I was able to track its trajectory with a sensor. Too bad it burned up in the upper atmosphere, and the data wasn't very complete. But it was enough to calculate its further trajectory. The ball should have entered orbit. Its trajectory was almost perfect. I think if it weren't for some random factors, like different weather conditions at high altitude and the insufficient strength of the ball, our planet would have a new satellite. Can you imagine the amount of calculations needed to pull that off? Aizawa shook his head, slightly stunned. Not surprising. And if you also consider this guy's math results and the teacher's reviews, it's getting really interesting. Aizawa shuddered at the villainously insane look in Nizu's eyes. Chapter 25, Chapter 23, Movement, Sometimes a Real Trial. Chapter 23, Movement, Sometimes a Real Trial. When Ryota got home, he stretched out with a relaxed sigh. There was something about being in his own place. Even though the apartment was rented and didn't technically belong to him, he still felt an unprecedented emotional high. It's hard to understand if you've never strived for independence. The apartment was on the second floor of a two-story building. It was quite simple, but it had all the amenities he needed for life. A bath, a kitchen corner, space for a computer desk and a bed, and another room for training with lots of free space. This room was separated from the bedroom by only a thin, almost cardboard-like partition. It was completely empty, as much as Ryota could manage. Except for a PVC mat on the floor. When he moved in, much of what was there had been left by previous tenants. A stove, an old wardrobe, a bed, a refrigerator, and even a worn-out but still working TV. So he didn't have to spend much on furnishings. A mattress, an electric kettle, a slow cooker, that mat, and some groceries. That was all he bought. So his bank account still looked decent, with a modest sum sporting 6 zeros, note, yen, so don't freak out. Considering he had earned this money over almost 8 years, using his brain's cheating abilities to the max, it was actually a small amount. After a traditional cup of tea, he changed into loose clothes and went into the empty room. Why, with all his money, hadn't Ryota filled this room with sports equipment, given its purpose? There was an interesting reason. The thing was, even though he had started training from the moment he arrived, he didn't use any equipment at first. He knew that pushing too hard at an early age could come back to haunt him later. All his training was focused on working with his own body weight and improving basic metrics like flexibility and endurance. He planned to take the next step only 4 years ago. But he ran into a problem. First, he was a bit of a sociopath. Large crowds of people stressed him out. So gyms and sports clubs were out. Second, he was still a sociopath. Other people's attention during a workout would annoy him. Honestly, there were no other reasons besides not wanting any publicity whatsoever. So the obvious solution was to use his cheating abilities. Was it hard for someone who could fly around the planet in half an hour to satisfy their desire for privacy? That sounded like a trick question. Luckily, the answer was no. Even 200 years after the 21st century, humanity still hadn't fully explored the Earth. Moreover, based on what Ryota had learned, the human population in the world of MHA during the canon era was even slightly lower than in his past. Back to training. Without equipment, a dedicated space, or a coach, but with the ability to manipulate vectors, coming up with something wasn't hard. A simple algorithm that applied proportional resistance to every movement Ryota made was designed and implemented in a few minutes. A few more minutes for calibration and difficulty adjustment, and it was ready. In essence, this method resembled underwater training, minus the oxygen problems and excess moisture. Under the pressure caused by his own vectors, even the simplest movement, like raising an arm, required every muscle in his body to tense. After a couple of months of training, looking at the effectiveness, he couldn't have gone back to simple methods like dumbbells and machines. The only thing that annoyed him was the need, exhausted as he was, to return home each time from remote, uninhabited places. But now that problem was gone. Because the resistance was a percentage of the force applied, it hadn't gotten easier even after several years. Just more familiar. But the results fully justified everything. The next day at the academy started quite routinely. It would be naive to hope that just because you got into a hero academy, they wouldn't demand knowledge of regular subjects. So general education subjects received no less attention than heroics. In fact, because of this split, the students faced even more of a workload than in any other high school. Well, that applied to ordinary students. Ryota planned to make most of his teachers realize his cosmic genius and not bother him too much with simple lessons. After all, he already knew most of the school curriculum at the time of his arrival. And with his significantly increased intelligence and learning speed, memorizing anything he was missing was child's play. Until lunch, Ryota was bored out of his skull and fended off overly interested classmates. Then he ate the bento he had brought from home. Paranoia never sleeps. Enemies are everywhere, and the food is 100% poisoned. Then things got more interesting. I am here. A huge man burst into the classroom, which was slightly nervous in anticipation of the first fundamental hero training. All Might. Needless to say, his appearance caused an absolute furor. Really, All Might? Look, he came through the door like a normal person. All Might is going to teach us. Cool. Ryota looked at the class with somewhat surprised eyes. No, he understood that the hero standing at the teacher's desk now was immensely popular. But this much? And it's not like they were all die-hard fans. However, if you were a real All Might fanatic, finding out he decided to work as a teacher at UA wouldn't be too hard. Even one of Ryota's acquaintances, a shut-in, knew about this information. And he certainly wasn't a fan, if only for image reasons. While Ryota watched the unfolding chaos distantly, the number one hero finally gathered his thoughts. With his powerful bass voice, he completely shut down the students' noise. Fundamental hero training. All Might spread his arms out dramatically, showing off his impressive muscles. In this class, we will build your foundation as heroes through various trials. And we'll start with this. The hero reached behind his back and, a moment later, revealed a sign with just 2 words written on it. Battle Trial. The boys' locker room of Training Ground Beta. As you might guess from the name, it was filled exclusively with guys. They were now, with abandon and radiating enthusiasm in all directions, trying to squeeze into their self-designed hero costumes. Ryota stood a little to the side, already changed, projecting a slight sense of superiority with every tiny gesture. He had devoted a lot of time to designing his future costume. In particular, he spent over 2 hours fighting his inner Chinibyo, which was trying with all its might to claim the right to a stylish black cloak. And here's the catch. That same insidious inner demon, suffering from 8th grader syndrome, had somehow already calculated the vector algorithm by which said cloak would flap and shimmer dramatically even in a vacuum. And it was actively broadcasting the scene into his head, whispering slyly that a scuba tank could easily be hidden under the cloak. That was a dirty blow. A scuba tank, you see, is not just a reservoir of compressed, cooled gas. It is, practically, a panacea. The key to immortality and omnipotence. If Ryota had an oxygen tank, he wouldn't fear a nuclear bomb or teleportation into space. An oxygen tank wasn't an object. It was a dream. A goal. And it was so close. All he had to do was give in to his inner Chinibyo and his inner dignity at the same time. However, common sense and a sense of style prevailed. How he looked in the eyes of others wasn't so important to Ryota. But in his own eyes, a black cloak would be fun only at first. And then, no. In the end, through an inhuman struggle with himself, Ryota managed to create a concept for the most suitable costume. First and foremost, comfort. The costume should be quick and easy to put on and take off, not restrict movement, and have adequate ventilation. Second, appearance. Black and white, with white predominating. No pretentiousness or overt posing. Strict and simple, but so that looking at it from the outside, you got the impression it was a hero costume, not some strangely looking casual wear. Despite the difficulty described, creating something like this was quite simple. He just had to remember Accelerator's look and add a couple of details. Third, functionality. Someone might say it's stupid to put functionality last. But Ryota's abilities made him extremely versatile. As for useful gadgets, only an oxygen mask, he couldn't resist, for a dozen breaths and a couple dozen ceramic balls in special compartments on his wrists. In case he needed to hit enemies at a distance and couldn't use the environment to create projectiles. He didn't bother with a mask covering his face. He simply gave the costume a high turtleneck collar that covered the lower half of his face and could be unbuttoned with a couple of movements. After all, heroes in the world of MHA don't pay much attention to anonymity. For this, you'll be divided into teams of villains and heroes to conduct a 2-on-2 team battle. Chapter 26, Chapter 24, Movement Toward Fundamental Training. Chapter 24, Movement Toward Fundamental Training. The teenagers' unified cry fully expressed their surprise at the hero's words. So this is fundamental training, a monotone girl with vaguely amphibian features asked. Exactly. All Might thrust his thumb in the air, grinning widely. Or, to be more precise, one of the forms this training can take, he nodded didactically. Throughout a hero's career, they can face a wide variety of situations. Some can be predicted, others cannot. The hero's gaze flickered for a moment toward Ryota, who was standing off to the side. The point of fundamental training, oddly enough, is to build a foundation that allows you to act in the most diverse situations imaginable. Just what you'd expect from the #1 Hero Academy. Ida's muffled exclamation rang out. But this isn't just a 2-on-2 battle, is it? That would be too careless and unpredictable. Unacceptable. There must be some rules. Don't get so worked up, young Tenya. All Might hurriedly raised his hands, cutting off the flow of verbosity from the overly curious guy. The rules are quite simple. The villain team must protect the nuclear weapon inside the building. The hero team must disarm it before it's too late. In addition, the #1 hero walked over to a nearby box and opened it, revealing neatly folded items resembling handcuffs. You can also neutralize an opponent by capturing them in these chains. Of course, if both heroes or both villains are caught, that also counts as a win for the capturing side. What if we just beat them half to death? Does that count as a win? An aggressive shout came from the human embodiment of butthurt. Is there no threat of expulsion like in Aizawa-sensei's class? Uraraka asked timidly before All Might could express outrage at Bakugo's words. If we're splitting into groups, what's the best way to do it? Ida's brave, seriousness-filled, and idiotic voice. Don't you think this cloak looks divine on me? A syrupy voice drawled from a guy in a night costume. This is so stupid it's almost funny, Ryota chuckled to himself, watching All Might's sweaty face as he simply couldn't keep up with all the questions. I don't understand anything when you all talk at once. The hero couldn't take the intense pressure and exploded ignominiously. Watching the scene, Ryota thought he saw a flicker of condescension in the student's eyes. This is why I don't like kids. Loss of consciousness by an opponent will count the same as putting handcuffs on them. But don't be offended if you get a low score for it. This is just training. The hero began answering questions in order. No one will expel you for making mistakes in my class, he answered Uraraka. You'll be split into teams by lot. He pulled a box with a hole for a hand out of nowhere. Capes are cool. He thrust his thumb up toward the beaming guy. Are we seriously splitting into groups by lottery? Ida exclaimed indignantly, making All Might flinch and throw him a pitiful look. Well, heroes often have to team up with strangers, so. Midoriya hurried to help his idol. I see. Ida's frozen expression gave the impression he had just had a great revelation. Always looking to the future. I apologize. After that, the lottery finally began. Nothing special. The box contained 20 pieces of paper numbered from 1 to 10 in pairs. The students drew lots one by one. Those who got the same number were on the same team. Simple and clear. Then another box came into play. This time, All Might didn't produce it magically but brought it from around the corner. This box contained balls with numbers. 10 balls for 10 teams. 2 balls with numbers were drawn, and the teams with the corresponding numbers learned their roles. Something like that. As for the teams themselves, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ashido as villains against Mashareo Ojiro and Denki Kaminari. Koji Koda and Kyoka Jiro against Rikido Sato and Toru Hagakure. Mizo Shoji and Hanta Siro against Fumikage Tokoyami and Momo Yaoyorozu. Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida against Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. I may not remember the canon very well, but it seems I've broken something somewhere, Ryota thought distantly. As for Ryota's own team, Ryota Arai and Tsuyu Azui against Ochako Uraraka and Eijiro Kirishima. Oh, I'm up against this guy. Awesome, the red-haired, punkish-looking guy exclaimed, thrusting his fist in the air. Yeah, his partner ignited with some unhealthy enthusiasm. Let's tear them to shreds. Uraraka-san. Kirishima took a step back, his eyes wide. Random distribution. Yeah, right, Ryota chuckled internally, watching the chaos unfold. What a surprising coincidence that only the students whose quirks could protect them from a building collapse ended up in my block. Looks like they still don't trust me very much. Karo. My name is Tsuyu Azui, a calm voice came from his side. Ryota turned toward the voice and met the coal-black eyes of his temporary partner. Honestly, to meet the girl's gaze, he had to tilt his head down quite a bit. Tsuyu Azui was short and slender. But because she was always slouching, she seemed even shorter. She had large oval eyes, a wide mouth, and rather large hands. Otherwise, she was no different from an ordinary girl and was even quite pretty. He had seen similar things before, like Yuriko with her third eye. What, in most normal situations, might be considered ugliness or something like that, in the world of MHA, only added to the character's individuality. Except for most second-rate villains, of course. Ryota Arai, he answered in his habitually cold tone, his face unchanged. From the outside, they probably looked strange. The emotionless, ice-covered face of the tall guy, who seemed like he would look at a colossus as if it were just a larva at his feet. And the short, imperturbable girl who managed to meet Ryota's gaze in a way that made it clear she certainly didn't consider herself either above or below him. For 10 seconds, silence hung between the two teenagers. The only thing missing was the music from some moss-covered western. "Do you not like me?" The frog girl was the first to break the silence. "Why would you think that?" Ryota asked in confusion. True, from the outside, the slight, barely 1.5-degree tilt of his head to his shoulder was the only indication of his bewilderment. "Your face doesn't look like you like me." "My face always looks like this." Another 10 seconds of mutual silence. "My condolences." If it weren't for the habit of keeping a cold, imperturbable face ingrained in every particle of Ryota, his eye would have definitely twitched at that statement. Silence. Symmetric. Silence. Even the sounds of the still loudly chatting student seemed to fade into the background. The staring contest continued for about a minute. Cold versus imperturbable. Hard versus unreadable. "You can call me Tsuyu," the girl's words rang out like thunder. "Then you call me Ryota." After this brief exchange, the teenagers synchronously averted their gazes from each other and finally paid attention to All Might, who was trying to call the students to order. Whether the crowd of teenagers had finally expressed their enthusiasm sufficiently, or whether the authority of the number one hero had finally come into play, the noise around began to subside, and All Might was finally allowed to get a word in. One last reminder, this is just training, so try to restrain yourselves. It would be unpleasant if you got seriously hurt, the men warned everyone. According to our scenario, the villain team is already inside, so the heroes will enter 5 minutes after the villains. If the fight does get out of hand, I will still intervene. Fundamental hero training had begun. The heroes are given 10 minutes to disarm the bomb, otherwise it will explode, which is an automatic loss. In addition, everyone was given special straps. If you tie one of these around an opponent, they are out of the fight. If you tie both, it's an automatic victory. The rules are quite simple. But when teenagers with quirks get involved, things get much more chaotic. All the students not participating in the battle, along with All Might, gathered in a large, dark room with a bunch of monitors. Each monitor displayed several images from each of the 4 floors of the training ground. The bomb was on the 4th floor, while the heroes started on the 1st. And right now, all those monitors were broadcasting quite a comedy. Yuga Aoyama. In his past world, when Ryota met such people, he preferred to hit them. Preferably in the head. The behavior of such individuals made him uncomfortable. But his quirk was good. The laser beam was powerful enough to penetrate quite thick stone walls. And the limitation of a short operating time could likely become significantly weaker with training. On the other hand, this laser caused Ryota pain. Not physical pain. Note, this laser hurts in a different way. Hard light. Seriously. Not to mention that the generation of the beam somehow creates recoil, which shakes the guy quite noticeably, throwing off his aim. Then there was his partner, Mina Ashido, with her selectively corrosive acid. They just took out a load-bearing wall on the 3rd floor, Momo Yayarosa said somewhat phlegmatically, looking at the monitor showing the pair of guys opposing the strange duo trying to escape from under the rubble with horror in their eyes. All Might was clearly suffering. And apparently no less than Ryota, who, with each passing second, was more and more broken by the ease with which simple children were sending physics to hell. "I'm stopping this fight," the hero shouted and ran toward the exit. A second later, the monitors showed him carrying the 4 teenagers away from the collapsing building at an impressive speed. Ryota ignored the debriefing and the number one hero's reprimand, as he was much more occupied with other thoughts. How does this work? The laser emitted by this weirdo is hundreds of thousands of times slower than the speed of light waves. At the same time, given the shown density of the radiation and its color temperature, it should be damn hot and simply melt the stone. But it just breaks it, like a stream of water under very high pressure. The loaded guy wanted to rub his temples. The only reason he didn't was that he wasn't alone in the room. Okay, fine. Let's assume the nature of his quirk has nothing to do with light radiation. So why the hell does it have its properties? How does this laser manage to pass through the lens in his costume without destroying it? Karo. The unexpected sound made Ryota flinch slightly. But he instantly calmed down and turned toward the sound. Of course, he met the unblinking gaze of the frog girl once again. Are you okay? Everything is not okay. Ryota was surprised himself at how much emotion had crept into his voice. But it doesn't matter. I'll bear it. Try your best. Due to the excessive destruction, the training ground had to be changed for the following fights. Luckily, there were plenty of them. Watching what happened on the monitors afterward, Ryota, as promised, endured it quite well. He was still very confused by some of the students' abilities. But there, at least, he could theorize based on his existing knowledge. But even so, in some cases, it was impossible to come to any definitive conclusion. How did Fumikage Tokoyami's shadow work? Where did Hantasiro's tape come from? How cheat-like was Momo Yaoyorozu's resource conversion efficiency? Could she create food with the same, who knows how many percent, efficiency to replenish those resources? On what principles did Shoto Todoroki's freezing work? Speaking of the latter, that was a phenomenal fight after which they had to change the training ground again. But the guy was really strong. Freezing a 5-story building in seconds wasn't something to sneeze at. Not that it stopped anyone. Ida's engines allowed him to escape from the ice, and Bakugo simply blew up the barrier restraining him. This fight could have easily been the second one that All Might stopped, so intense was the atmosphere. However, Midoriya managed to show his class by disorienting his opponents with his self-harming but still damn powerful punch. So, the last group. All Might turned his whole body away from the monitors, fixing his almost glowing with inner power gaze directly on Ryota. Glad to see you here, young Arai. It's been a long time, Ryota nodded slightly in response, ignoring the curious looks of the others. You wouldn't mind if I changed the training conditions a bit for your case? This could be interesting. Chapter 27, Chapter 25, Movement Toward Openness. Chapter 25, Movement Toward Openness. This could be interesting, Ryota thought. He didn't hesitate to voice it. Sounds intriguing. What kind of changes are we talking about? His habitually cold tone didn't sound particularly interested. As you already know, All Might addressed not only Ryota but also the slightly confused teenagers in his group. After the hero team enters the building, they have 10 minutes to neutralize the bomb. However, this time, they'll only have 5 minutes. And during those 5 minutes, young Arai cannot directly attack the opponents or catch them with the capture tape. That sounds like you want him to be alone against 3 of us in this training, Kirishima said, scratching his head, catching the hero's paws. This guy is smarter than he looks, Ryota thought, assessing his classmate's comment. And he's absolutely right. He noted All Might's silent agreement with the student's words. Exactly. The hero team of 3 will have 5 minutes to reach and disarm the nuclear weapon. The villain will only hinder them indirectly. Is it because Ryota-chan is too strong, and with normal rules, his victory would be obvious? Karo, the frog girl asked, tilting her head to her shoulder without changing her expression or being at all embarrassed. Ryota-chan, seriously. Ryota thought distantly, glancing at the imperturbable Azui. All Might was clearly thrown off balance by such directness. Or are you afraid of a repeat of the incident from 8 years ago? Ryota's voice rang out, insinuatingly cool, while he stared intently at All Might's face. I've significantly improved my control since that day, so. He continued, having seen something in the hero's reaction. But he didn't get to finish. No. All Might hurriedly shouted, not letting Ryota finish. I saw how you performed on the entrance exam, young Arai. I have no doubts about you. Yeah, right, Ryota snorted internally, keeping his face cold. It seems like he's trying to convince himself more than me. Fine. I'll play by his rules if it makes him feel better. I don't mind, Ryota said, barely shrugging his shoulders as if loosening them up. However, I'm not the only one who decides. He glanced thoughtfully at the frowning Uraraka and Kirishima. Azui, meanwhile, was drilling the guy with her gaze. But she didn't seem to have any objections. Well, he really is very strong, Ijiro Kirishima finally said somewhat uncertainly, apparently remembering Aizawa's first lesson. But it's still unfair to him. Uraraka nodded vigorously in agreement with her teammate. No problem. Sensei has his reasons for doing what he does. And believe me, these conditions don't put me at a disadvantage at all. Ryota decided to expand on his answer a bit. With my quirk, he had to put some effort into calling his abilities by that ridiculous word. I'll be much more comfortable acting alone. You'll see when we start. The last sentence, unusually for him, sounded quite quiet. But in the hushed room, Ryota's words were clearly audible. Well, if you say so. Kirishima said, slightly embarrassed. Uraraka just looked somewhat worriedly at her recent acquaintance's still emotionless face. Even back during their first meeting, his image had seemed somewhat broken to her. No, not like that. It was hard to find the words. He looked like an ice cube. Just as cold and motionless. Minimal facial expressions and gestures. It seemed like if you touched him, your hand would instantly freeze from extreme frostbite. However, in that moment when he stepped forward to catch Izuku, he looked completely different. Not an ice cube, but a real ice castle, whose indestructible walls could protect against anything. But right now, he seemed so lonely. I'm against it, Uraraka said, raising her hand slightly, not believing she was contradicting her idol. She immediately drew the attention of everyone present. I mean, this is a team training exercise. No matter how strong Arai-san is, it's unfair for him to fight against us alone. Ochako didn't understand why she had decided to say these words. But for some reason, she got the impression that if everything went according to All Might's proposed scenario, it would end badly. Not in terms of the results of the training, but something much sadder and more complicated. As if the beautiful castle would become even more distant and unattainable. For a moment, something like realization flickered in All Might's eyes. His memory immediately brought up a picture. A small police trailer. The sound of destruction and tearing metal. And him. Standing in the center of what looked like the aftermath of an explosion, with a hunted look. The full, terrified gaze of the young policewoman, Yuriko. The lonely silhouette of a child on the edge of a skyscraper's roof. Instantly, the hero was flooded with a wave of intense guilt. I'm a damn idiot. All Might screamed internally. This kind of treatment will further alienate young Arai from the group. Nizu. The smile faded from the hero's face, and his eyes seemed to light up with some otherworldly fire. It was the director who had proposed such restrictions for the boy, so that the other students could at least have something to oppose him with. At the time, it seemed logical to All Might. But he hadn't foreseen such details. And Nizu, he was much smarter. He should have foreseen the ultimate outcome of this. With difficulty, he put his usual smile back on his face before the children noticed. All Might thought. Nizu, I have some questions for you. Ryota watched the commotion and the sudden changes in the number one hero's face, bewildered. It feels like I've missed something. It was a very strange feeling, as if something quite dramatic was happening around him, and he was just standing there. Actually standing there, not understanding. Fortunately, his ability to keep a straight face helped Ryota pretend that nothing was happening around him. However, Azui, who was still attentively examining the guy, clearly noticed the barely perceptible traces of confusion. Karo. I'm also against it. In that case, forget everything I said. All Might took a hands-on-hips pose and flashed a dazzling smile. But for some reason, this familiar gesture from the hero seemed somewhat tense to Ryota. The rules remain the same. Team number 9 will be the villains, team number 10 will be the heroes. As he spoke, All Might gestured, pointing at the pairs Ryota/Azui and Uraraka/Kirishima. And still, it would be good if you, young Arai, held back a little. The hero shifted his gaze to the guy. Fine. Since things turned out this way, I still won't attack for the first 5 minutes. Excellent idea. All Might thrust his hand out with his thumb up. The two teams, led by All Might, disappeared behind the doors of the observation room. Only then did the somewhat awkwardly tense atmosphere begin to normalize. What does he think of himself? Thinks that just because he took first place in the qualifying round, he's better than everyone else. I'll destroy him. I think I don't need to explain who said this. Bakugo was deeply offended by the way All Might singled out Ryota Arai. How could he? All Might offered to change the conditions so that he could fully demonstrate his power. But not him, Katsuki Bakugo. At the same time, a rather energetic wave of discussion and speculation about what was happening spread among the students. I don't think it's that simple, Momo Yaoyorosa whispered to herself. The girl had grown up in a wealthy family, and her parents spared no expense on the best teachers for their only child. So by the age of 14, she was quite perceptive. Based on what she had heard, she was able to piece together some of the picture. There had been some kind of incident 8 years ago, as a result of which the mysterious Ryota Arai had met All Might. The incident was clearly not the most ordinary, since it had left such an impression on the number one hero. Not only Ryota had noticed the changing expressions on All Might's face. Whatever had happened had clearly affected the teenager's character and made a considerable impression on the hero. Are you afraid of a repeat of the incident from 8 years ago? I've significantly improved my control since that day. These words from her classmate wouldn't leave the head of the unusually intelligent girl, causing a strange feeling of anxiety. The strange hesitation before the word quirk. The cold, detached attitude. Individually, they were quite explainable and not surprising. But altogether, it was alarming. Arai Ryota. Is he dangerous? Momo asked herself in her mind, frowning. I'll have to carefully observe him. Ryota, along with Tsuyu, having listened to the usual instructions from All Might, who still hadn't recovered, were the first to enter the training ground building. 3 passages immediately caught their eye. Two led into rooms, one of which contained the stairs to the next floor. However, each new level of the building was completely different from the previous one, which somewhat disoriented those inside. However, of course, Ryota had already memorized the building's layout by heart. What happened 8 years ago, Kero? Hearing his partner's voice behind him, Ryota closed his eyes. Surprisingly, this time, the frog girl's directness didn't surprise him. That story is not short, Ryota answered coldly, then moved toward the room with the stairs. Kero, did you do something bad? For a few moments, the guy froze. Either Tsuyu Azui was very observant, or she possessed monstrous intuition. But her question hit the mark. Could Ryota be considered bad? Yes, he had killed several people. But according to Japanese law, considering all the circumstances such as his age at the time, the number of attackers, their status, and the context of the situation, not to mention the blatant protection of the number one hero, even a failing law student who barely graduated, and only because a relative paid, could easily win that case. If it even went to court, which it didn't. So, by all legal standards, Ryota Arai, the killer of 7 people, was innocent. That's what the law said. But what about reality? At the time of those events, Samuel was not a little boy. Behind the innocent, sympathetic appearance of an orphan was a person who had seen a lot of shit in his short 24.5 years of life in another world. Objectively analyzing what had happened, Ryota clearly understood that he could have easily avoided casualties, even given his unfamiliarity with his powers. Not to mention the huge number of ways to avoid a fight altogether. He could have, at the very least, started with the least impact on his opponents, not the greatest. But he didn't. So, can his action be called bad? Not once since the killings had he felt any bitterness. He didn't get nauseous at the sight of meat. Dark corridors didn't trigger frightening flashbacks. The answer: yes. At that, the conversation died down on its own. Azui continued to silently follow Ryota, who, having reached the top, went back down. Along the way, he used his abilities to break the stairs and fill the passageways and transitions with the resulting rubble. In addition, a meter above his head, a dark sphere of dust, which he had been collecting since the beginning of their strange journey, grew larger with each floor. And so, until the pair returned to the first floor. We have a minute left, Ryota said, turning to Tsuyu. If you have anything else to say, say it now. And she clearly did. For these 4 minutes, the frog girl had been drilling her partner's back with her gaze with extreme intensity. She seemed completely indifferent to the training and the preparations Ryota was making. Are you bad? She didn't even say her usual Kero. Ryota was prepared for this question. It was the logical continuation of Tsuyu's last question and had to be asked, otherwise the whole dialogue would have been meaningless. So he had already prepared his answer. There wasn't a drop of untruth, hypocrisy, or feigned penance in it. Ryota had prepared this answer based on his own feelings, simply discarding all that nonsense like, there's no black and white, there are no absolutely good or absolutely bad people, and all that. Today, for the first time in his life in the new world, he had asked himself this question. And the answer came with the same unprecedented ease with which, 8 years ago, he had answered Callie's strange questions. No. The sound signal indicating the start of the next and, at the same time, final round of fundamental hero training rang out. A/N. Fire enjoying the story? Don't stop here. The adventure continues on Patreon com/God and Devil, where readers can dive far beyond the public release. High voltage up to 30 chapters ahead. Books access to all 3 fanfics. Wrapped gift free tier available. Sparkles claim 1 free advanced chapter instantly. Join today and see what everyone else will be reading weeks from now. Chapter 28, Chapter 26, Movement Along the Right Path. Chapter 26, Movement Along the Right Path. Part. The signal was given. Only a few seconds remained before Uraraka and Kirishima appeared. So Ryota decided not to waste any more time on unnecessary conversation. Tsuyu, you handle Ijiro. Stall for time. His tone left no room for anything but agreement. The frog girl, to her credit, picked up on that and didn't even try to argue. Kero. She nodded. Stay here. I'll drive Kirishima your way. Without waiting for an answer, Ryota immediately stepped into the large room, leaving Azui behind him in the room with the destroyed staircase. At the same moment, the hero team burst into the same room. He's here. Follow the plan. Uraraka shouted. Though Ryota was curious about what the pair had come up with, he wasn't going to give them a chance to implement their ideas. I suggest you close your eyes and hold your breath, his voice rustled indifferently. The next moment, the sphere of collected dust behind his back crashed to the ground. The Esper's world froze and lost all its colors. He had gotten used to performing most simple manipulations without sinking into his personal reality. But what he was about to do was quite a difficult trick. A medium for precise calculations was essential. In a few moments, Ryota recorded every parameter his human perception and his vector sense could detect. Internal pressure of the room, air density, internal volume, location of passages, external pressure, temperature, frequency vibrations of the environment, and much more. Based on this data, he created an equation for cyclic, self-sustaining motion. He intended to apply it to the air in the room. Under ideal conditions, with constant variables, this equation could circulate the air masses in the room, lifting dust to the ceiling for several hours. However, since neither Uraraka nor Kirishima nor Ryota himself would be staying put, the variables would fluctuate considerably. The equation would only last about 10 minutes. More than enough. I suggest you close your eyes and hold your breath. Before the meaning of his opponent's words even registered in Kirishima's consciousness, the world around him plunged into darkness. He had enough reaction time to cover his mouth and nose with his palm. But his eyes were mercilessly stung by the dust that had gotten into them. As luck would have it, his hero costume was too open. It didn't even have any kind of face mask. So Ijiro found himself in a rather precarious situation. I need to redesign it, he thought, tearing a piece of fabric from his pants and wrapping it around his face, keeping his eyes tightly shut. Uraraka, are you okay? He shouted. No answer. Only the sound of whistling wind around him. Kirishima repeated his question into his earpiece. It just hissed and gave off wild interference. Get out of here as quickly as. Huh. He didn't get to finish his thought about escaping the dusty room. An unseen force gave him a sensitive shove in the side. Ijiro lost his balance and literally tumbled into the next room. On pure reflex, he activated his quirk, hardening his body. That saved him. Because after his awkward entrance, a very sensitive blow struck his torso. Kirishima quickly rolled over his back away from his attacker, trying to rub the dust out of his eyes and blink them clear during the tumble. Tears blurred his vision. But even that blurry picture was enough to understand that the dust storm was gone. To add to this observation, he no longer felt that sensation of millions of tiny grains of sand hitting his body. Before the guy could recover, another hefty blow came at him. Ijiro could only flail his arms around wildly, using his quirk at maximum, to keep from getting cuffed. He already realized his current opponent was Tsuyu Azui. She seemed, from what he could tell, to rely more on agility and flexibility than brute force. Someone like that wouldn't take him down. He just needed to stall until his eyes recovered. For now, he'd have to play the role of a blind rhinoceros trying to catch a slippery frog. Merciless streams of dust whirled through the room in a frenzied vortex, hitting Uraraka wave after wave. Even through her hero costume, she could feel the surrounding fury. It felt like countless tiny insects were crawling all over her body. Fortunately, thanks to the bubble on her head, Ochako didn't experience the same difficulties as Kirishima. Her costume even had small filters built in. Because from the very beginning, she had planned to become a rescue-oriented hero. She had designed her costume based on that aspiration. However, the visibility problem remained. Countless black grains of sand spun around without stopping, hitting the bubble and blocking out all light sources. Kirishima-kun, are you okay? Uraraka asked with genuine concern in her voice. Her partner didn't have that kind of protection from the aggressive environment. But only static came from the speaker hidden in her ear. Useless, a familiar cold voice said from behind her. Yike. She jumped to the side with a panicked squeal. I'm currently blocking all non-standard vibrations around you. Shouting and using radio are useless, the voice came from behind again. She flinched and jumped away once more. Arai-san, that's not fair. Ochako shouted, trying to hide her embarrassment behind indignation. She shouted in the direction she had last heard the voice. You promised not to attack for the first 5 minutes. Am I attacking? This time, the voice came from right next to her ear. Eek. Should I ask her to repeat that scream on tape? It sounded too cute. Ryota seriously considered this question as he tracked the girl through his vector sense. But because of his method, though he knew where Ochako was, he couldn't see her face, which was now bright red with embarrassment. Of course, Ryota himself had no difficulty being in the epicenter of the mini sandstorm. The vector shield confidently blocked the flying rock dust and sand. No, not worth it, he concluded. Too sharp a deviation from his image. However, he pulled his phone out of his pocket and turned on the voice recorder. There were ways to convince Uraraka to do an encore. A moment, and Ryota was standing behind Ochako again. She was peering intently into the dark veil. The sound signal indicating the voice recorder had been activated was silenced by vector control. Nia. Cute. With difficulty keeping an indifferent expression, Ryota turned off the phone and put it back in his pocket. He looked at the spot where Uraraka had been standing just a second ago. His arm was still slightly extended. His index finger was pointed forward. A moment ago, he had poked Ochako in the side. Not hard, but unexpectedly. That's not fair. The girl's face was blazing with embarrassment. In 3 seconds, I'm taking off my helmet. She shouted as if preparing to jump off a cliff. Ryota automatically dampened the sound waves the moment he heard them. But the girl's shout made him hesitate for a moment. He hadn't accounted for that. 3. Ochako grabbed the fasteners on her bubble. 2. The latches clicked open, and the helmet was no longer airtight. A few grains of sand immediately flew inside. 1. Taking it off. At the same moment the bubble left her head, the entire mass of dust almost instantly rushed away from her in all directions. Then, as if under the influence of an excessive gravitational force, it simply compacted into the floor, making a friendly person breathe a mixture of crushed concrete and sand. It wasn't even about the discomfort for his long atrophied conscience. It was the simple realization that such things were definitely not healthy. And Recovery Girl doesn't heal everything. Otherwise, All Might wouldn't be in such a pathetic state right now. Not to mention that such an effect on an opponent, even if loosely interpreted, could be called an attack. And Ryota didn't want to break the promise he had made to himself. And you call me unfair, Ryota said with chilling calm, looking into Uraraka's somewhat stunned eyes. Because it really was unfair. Ryota drew out his hum, making Ochako shrink back a little. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. It was time for terrible revenge. The girl watched in confusion as her opponent fiddled with his device. Then, with a slight nod, Ryota held the phone out toward Uraraka, speaker first. A recording was playing. The first couple of seconds had nothing but hissing and static. Then, Nia. After that, there was another couple of seconds of static, and the recording stopped. Ryota began to slowly put his phone back in his pocket. Ochako watched the whole process with huge, saucer-wide eyes, which were slowly turning beet red. Now that was unfair, Ryota said impassively, emphasizing the word that. I think I'll set this recording as my ringtone. With those words, the guy turned toward the next room. His silhouette blurred and, a moment later, vanished. He left Uraraka frozen like a statue in the vestibule. Stay here. I'll drive Kirishima your way. Tsuyo Azui didn't even have time to habitually tilt her head to her shoulder before her partner simply vanished. Incredible speed. If Ryota Arai could maintain this kind of speed consistently, then even just that would give him every chance of becoming an incredibly strong hero. However, the mysterious boy was capable of much more than just speed. What the girl had seen in the last 5 minutes was hard to process. Tsuyo remembered the first lesson and the furor Ryota had caused. She also remembered his fragmentary explanation of the nature of his powers. But apparently, she hadn't even imagined a tenth of the ways to use vector control that her classmate had come up with. Ryota Arai was, in general, hard to understand. During the walk to the 4th floor and back, the villain team exchanged barely a couple of words. For most people, there would be no point to them. But for Azui, it was different. She had never been very sociable. Whether it was due to her upbringing or her appearance, which stood out among all the other children, she had never managed to make real friends. So she was used to watching. Watching other people's conversations, their emotions, and everything that made them human. For the rather melancholic and damn impenetrable Tsuyu, the fact that she herself wasn't a participant in what she was used to observing wasn't a big problem. But her desire to make friends, despite everything, hadn't gone away. The facial muscles of the frog girl were structured differently from those of ordinary people. Smiling, frowning, getting angry, all were difficult for her. But she wasn't deprived of them, like any other person. So she began to communicate her thoughts, emotions, and state to the people around her in a different way. Directness. The quality she had developed to an incredibly high level and, subsequently, began to value most in others. If you're happy, say so. If something interests you, ask. Bored. Turn around and leave. That's how Tsuyo Azui presented herself to Class 1A. Not very talkative, cautious, but not afraid to ask questions that threw people off balance. Even the one she herself was secretly a little afraid of. Though she didn't have the same teachers as the Yaoyorozu family, the frog girl was perceptive even without them. She had drawn similar conclusions to Momo. So her attention toward her partner became significantly higher than usual. That's when she realized there was nothing to be afraid of. Arai Ryota created an impression. Yes, with a capital I, cold and taciturn. Mysterious. Damn strong. But Azui saw what no one else did. The slight, barely noticeable tilts of his head. His blinking. The way he stood, his involuntary hand movements, and the changing styles of his sentence construction. Though it might be an exaggeration to say that a storm of emotions was raging beneath the cold mask, her partner was definitely not an ice cube. He was just an ordinary person who might be experiencing the same problems as the frog girl herself. But for him, silence and solitude were somewhat preferable to crowded gatherings. So he didn't make any attempts to change the situation. TCH, ow. A shout from the rolling opponent snapped Tsuyu out of her thoughts. Stall for time, she remembered her partner's words. She rushed toward Eijiro Kirishima at full speed. He, purely on intuition, covered himself with stone-like growths and struck with both feet, aiming for the torso. She tried to prevent the still dust-blinded guy from recovering. A/N. Fire enjoying the story? Don't stop here. The adventure continues on Patreon com/God&Devil, where readers can dive far beyond the public release. High voltage up to 30 chapters ahead. Books access to all 3 fanfics. Join today and see what everyone else will be reading weeks from now. Chapter 29, Chapter 27, Movement Along the Right Path. Part. Chapter 27, Movement Along the Right Path. Part. Eijiro Kirishima was steadily pushing his opponent back. The initial surprise of the first moments of the fight had thrown him off balance. But the guy had good reason to be proud of his hardening quirk. Against the flexible and agile Tsuyu Ajui, he couldn't unleash all his power or show his maximum. But he could at least suppress her completely. But not defeat her. After blinking the dust out of his eyes and assessing the situation, Kirishima tried with all his might to end the clash as quickly as possible. He didn't succeed. Just as Tsuyu couldn't deal him enough damage, he could barely get a grip on her shadow. A stalemate. That's exactly the outcome Ryota had been counting on when he went out against Uraraka, leaving Eijiro to his partner. Because, no matter how she looked or was perceived, Uraraka was significantly more dangerous in close combat than her block-headed comrade. And much more unpredictable. She might not yet have enough experience to fully utilize her zero-gravity abilities. But like any other student of Class 1A, she was very talented. An unpredictable and noticeably more mobile opponent wasn't the best matchup for Tsuyu Ajui. Despite all her agility, she could only go all out in water. Dodging another admittedly well-placed but still straightforward punch from Kirishima, Tsuyu caught something unusual out of the corner of her eye at the far end of the room. For a few moments, the air in that spot distorted slightly, like the air over a hot fire. The next moment, Ryota appeared there. From his position, he could survey the entire room without even turning his head. Assessing the situation took less than a second. A second later, a small bump appeared under the right foot of Kirishima, who was charging at Tsuyu with his arms spread wide. He tripped over it and tumbled head over heels, stone scraping against stone as a barrage of colorful Japanese curses echoed through the tunnel. He rolled right to the frog girl's feet. Glancing at Eijiro, sprawled in a funny pose, Tsuyu Ajui shifted her gaze back to the corner. But Ryota was no longer there. "Don't move," his habitually indifferent voice said right next to her ear. The next moment, the girl flinched slightly, feeling a strong hand on her waist. Karo. Tsuyu didn't get to say anything else. The world blurred before her eyes for an imperceptible moment. Then she realized she was in a completely different place. Only the imitation of a nuclear missile helped her identify this place as the 4th floor of the training building. "Sorry," Ryota said, removing his hand. "It's my first time moving with someone. I was confident in the calculations, but I decided to play it safe. I even reduced the speed." His completely cold tone didn't quite match the obvious concern in his words. But Tsuyu didn't pay much attention to that right now. That was reduced speed, flashed through her mind. She unconsciously put her hand to her side. The spot where the guy's hand had been was tingling slightly. With difficulty pushing away extraneous thoughts, Ajui focused on her feelings. Surprisingly, after this almost instantaneous movement, she didn't feel sick or uncomfortable. Though she understood that at such speeds, a violent reaction from her vestibular system should be normal. Not to mention the significant G-forces. "Why the 4th floor, Karo?" she asked, deciding to take everything that was happening as a given. They don't have much time left before the 5-minute mark. If they come up through the stairwells, they won't make it. Uraraka's quirk nullifies gravity, Ryota said, presenting a series of somewhat disconnected points. However, Tsuyu understood. With an expectant look, she shifted her gaze to the only window in the room. Tsuyu Ajui really did understand everything. Even what Ryota had been too lazy to say out loud. 5 minutes. That's how long until the guy, according to the rules he had set for himself, could start acting for real. Both Uraraka and Kirishima should have already realized that a direct confrontation meant defeat. So trying to be clever would be useless. The calculation proved correct. Less than a minute later, Kirishima's joyful voice came from the window. You could vaguely make out something like, "I'm flying." Woohoo. A second later, his silhouette appeared in the window. Ryota, with difficulty restraining himself from face-palming at such a stealthy intrusion, lightly hit the floor beneath his feet with his right foot. The section of floor where Eijiro was supposed to land cracked and crumbled into small stones. "Hey! Stop!" That's not fair, the boy, covered in rocky protrusions, shouted as he flew straight into the hole. Silence. That was pretty awkward, Ryota thought. Meanwhile, maintaining the same imperturbability on her face, Ajui walked over to the hole in the floor and looked down. Karo. She saw another hole. And another one below that. In short, Kirishima was now looking up from the first floor with a completely stunned expression, covered in stone dust. Ryota wasn't particularly interested in the intensity of the emotions displayed on the student's face. So he walked over to the window and looked for Uraraka. She was standing with her hands on her knees, breathing heavily. Is it harder for her to reduce the gravity of people? I vaguely remember something like that from the canon. How does that even make sense logically? He had to restrain himself from rubbing his nose bridge in irritation again. All these quirks, such a headache. After a couple of dozen seconds, Uraraka managed to catch her breath. She raised her gaze, full of hope, to the window. That expression didn't stay on her face long. Her classmate's habitually cold mug, indifferently gazing down at her, left no hope for a positive outcome. Only the question of Kirishima remained. But that soon faded into the background. Ryota, who had been watching her from above without pause, smoothly brought his right hand to his left wrist and lightly tapped the outside of his wrist with his index finger. 5 minutes were up. His figure blurred and disappeared. It was a victory. Possibly not the fairest and, certainly, far from the most just. But still a victory. Tying up the stunned Uraraka and Kirishima was easy for Ryota. It took him less than 20 seconds. Though it couldn't be said that the last trick with Kirishima was easy. Simultaneously sending 3 impulses, 2 of which were out of his line of sight, was if not at the very limit of his current abilities, then close to it. The post-match analysis didn't go well. All Might, clearly in a hurry to get somewhere, dismissed the class almost immediately after Ryota's group entered the observation room. He didn't even wait for everyone to change out of their hero costumes. Ryota, having almost habitually distanced himself from the enthusiasm of the students, headed slowly toward the locker room. Ryota-chan, Karo. Tsuyu, he said, looking over his shoulder. The frog girl had caught him at the threshold of the locker room. Good work, she said, holding out her closed fist toward the guy. Ryota slowly extended his hand and lightly touched the knuckles of his clenched fist to his partner's fingers. Yeah, not bad. He smiled. Not much. Just a slight curve of his lips and a corresponding squint of his eyes. Heh, looks like I broke her, Ryota chuckled internally, watching the frozen girl's face slowly turn red. I need to do this more often. With a final snort, not waiting for the girl to recover, he walked into the locker room. Changing didn't take long. By the time the other guys, loudly chatting, entered the room, he was already heading out. Arai-san, a voice called from behind. Tenya-san. Ryota answered in a questioning tone, turning around. One of the teachers was looking for you. He asked you to come see the director, Ida informed him in a rather amusing tone. He sounded as if he had just reported to the president. Got it. Hurry up. You shouldn't keep the director of UA waiting. Ryota was no longer listening to the flow of eloquence that poured into his back. The director of UA. He tried to remember something about this character from the canon. I wonder what he wants from me. He had a rough idea of where the director's office was. He had been in that area when he was getting his own apartment, making his pilgrimage through all sorts of bureaucratic hurdles. There was no other way to put it. True, even so, he didn't know the exact location of the right door. He had to use his meager social skills and ask for directions from the staff, who occasionally appeared in their offices or just walked the halls on their own business. Knock, knock, knock. The measured, indifferent sound of knuckles on the wooden surface of a massive door rang out. It's open, come in, a voice, high-pitched even through the thick layer of wood, called out. Sorry for the intrusion. Over the 8 years, even though he wasn't a particularly sociable person, Ryota had thoroughly absorbed Japanese customs. These words came out automatically. As soon as he entered the office, his eyes were drawn to the somewhat incongruous, oversized interior. A huge table, the size of a king-sized bed. Chairs that looked like only someone like All Might could move them. And a small little animal presiding over it all. Moreover, the chairs and the table were only the first things that caught his eye upon entering. If you looked around more carefully, you would realize that all the local furniture could be used by its owner as a huge playground. If you looked closely, you could make out almost invisible, because they were the same color as the doors, ladders, and stairs on the walls of some cabinets. Oh, Arai-kun, the director's thin voice distracted him from his contemplation. Come in, have a seat. The director himself was clearly sitting on a small chair with long legs. Without any embarrassment, he had set it up on his throne, on which even an ordinary person would have been uncomfortable sitting. Ryota didn't refuse. Without showing any surprise at his surroundings, he calmly walked over to the chair and sat down. He fixed Nizu with an expectant gaze. You don't look at all surprised, Araikuin, the little animal suddenly said. At what? My appearance, Nizu nodded to himself with satisfaction. As a rule, when people first see me in this chair, they're stunned. Photos of UA Academy staff, including its director, are publicly available. Interesting answer. However, though you're right, not all of our staff have public portfolios, Nizu said, tilting his head to his shoulder and squinting. Ask, and it shall be given you, seek, and ye shall find, knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For every one that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. Oh ho ho. Quoting the gospel. The little animal leaned forward with interest in his eyes. Are you religious? No. Just because of some circumstances, I was interested in various religions. Yeah, with such unpretentious and stupid circumstances as a goddess in acquaintances, and possible gods in non-acquaintances, who could cause problems, Ryota thought. I see, the little animal nodded. How rude of me not to introduce myself yet. My name is Nizu, and I am the director of the Hero Academy you attend. The little animal made a happy face and, jumping onto the table, walked over to Ryota, extending his hand. Arai. Ryota Arai, the guy answered coldly, fully understanding that there was no point in this introduction. Nizu already knew him. But customs were customs. He didn't extend his hand. Nice to meet you. Nizu answered with the same smile, lowering his hand as if nothing had happened. I think you'll forgive me if I finally get to the point of why I called you here. Ryota continued to remain silent. But his gaze spoke louder than any answer. Curiosity got the better of me, Nedzu smiled again, not at all offended by the uncommunicativeness. The superhuman phenomenon. Just 2 words. 2 words that were more than enough for Ryota to instantly become all ears and push aside his irritation at being kept after school. Nizu didn't miss it. Quite a fascinating read. That group didn't have much time for study, but they had extensive experience. So the data is highly interesting. And unique in its own way. Nizu smiled and was silent for a while. He began to pace from one end of the table to the other, building up the atmosphere. What do you know about quirks? The unexpected question didn't throw Ryota off balance. It was even, rather, expected, though the phrase, expected unexpected, sounds strange. The director was using simple psychological tricks. The main thing was to be attentive enough to notice them. Though, to be fair, Ryota suspected that Nizu did this more out of habit than intentionally. A lot. And at the same time, nothing. Even the philosophers of the past couldn't have answered more precisely and at the same time more vaguely. Nizu clapped his paws. And exactly the same knowledge is shared by everyone else who has ever studied quirks. 200 years of extensive research. And humanity isn't even halfway there. Can you tell me why? The law of conservation of energy. Bullseye, the director nodded. Though excessively laconic. You see, scientists still don't understand where all that comes from. Why one person, by their own power, can become almost a walking flamethrower. Another can teleport anywhere on the planet. And a third is half-lion. At the same time, at early stages, the presence of a quirk can be diagnosed in all the above cases by the same set of signs. The absence of a joint in the little toe is just one of them. Can you guess anything else? Nizu fixed Ryota with an expectant stare. Almost complete restructuring of rudimentary organs and fine-tuning of the body's functions. If I start listing them, I won't finish until tomorrow. But in general terms, blurring of limits. You've really studied this issue. The right decision. Between an ordinary person and a person with a quirk, there will always be a difference, not just in the presence or absence of superpowers. Where an ordinary person hits a wall they can't go beyond, a person with a quirk simply steps over it as if over a threshold. And that's what makes you unique. The director glanced at Ryota. By all accounts and measurements, you are an ordinary person. Yet you can use a quirk. Or, your ability was never a quirk in the first place. At these words, Nizu finally stopped pacing around the table. He sat back in his chair, propped his elbows on the table, and rested his head on his hands. I came to this assumption a long time ago. But I never had a chance to confirm or deny it. Until recently. And why should I answer your questions, Nizu-sensei? Because. The director didn't even get to finish the word. The door to the office opened without any knock. Heavy footsteps were heard. Nizu. All Might's voice came after the loud bang of the door and the sound of a latch clicking. The hero was walking straight toward his old acquaintance's desk with an expression of determination on his face. As mentioned before, all the furniture, including the chairs, was made in a giant style. Because of this, the number 1 hero didn't see that Ryota was sitting opposite Nedzu. And, predictably, PSSHHH. The stunned director had no time to react to the events unfolding. To Ryota's left, a thin, skeletal-looking man appeared. Steam poured from his body in all directions. But All Might reached the table, slammed his palms on its surface, opened his mouth to say something, and caught something out of the corner of his eye that he clearly hadn't expected to see there. Well, this is a turn of events, flashed through the guy's mind. What do I do? Pretend I didn't understand anything. Ha. All Might Sensei. A/N. Fire enjoying the story? Don't stop here. The adventure continues on Patreon co/God and Devil, where readers can dive far beyond the public release. High voltage up to 30 chapters ahead. Books access to all 3 fanfics. Join today and see what everyone else will be reading weeks from now. Chapter 30, Chapter 28, Movement Along Someone Else's Blueprints. Chapter 28, Movement Along Someone Else's Blueprints. The first thing Toshinori Yagi did after the rather chaotic end to the training session was to hurry to his personal office. The first lesson hadn't gone exactly as the number 1 hero had planned. But that was due to his lack of experience working with teenagers. It had taken too much time. And considering that All Might had already used his quirk a couple of times during the day, he was already on the verge during the last few minutes. However, young Arai is truly magnificent, he thought with a slight tremor in his soul, hurrying through the academy's hallways. 8 years ago, I didn't have the opportunity to fully grasp the potential of his unusual power. But it's something incredible. Most likely, his abilities surpass even the one-for-all quirk. At least in its current form. Bursting into his office, All Might immediately cancelled his transformation. A wave of unpleasant sensations crashed over his consciousness. His vision darkened. His chest constricted sharply, as if a truck tire had been placed on it. Liquid with a metallic taste began to collect in his dry throat. With difficulty, he made it to the bathroom provided for his personal use. He rushed to the sink. A moment later, he vomited a foul stream of thick blood from his mouth. I'll have to see Recovery Girl again today. She'll be mad, the hero thought with resignation. After passing on one for all to Midoriya Izuku, Toshinori had paid even less attention to his own health. He had become a frequent visitor to one of the best heroes with a healing quirk whom he could trust. Recovery Girl couldn't completely heal the extensive internal damage. But she could partially relieve the symptoms, even if it cost the hero a terrible amount of life force. All Might suspected that even if he completely stopped using his quirk, he wouldn't live more than 5 years. His condition was simply too bad. After recovering somewhat, the hero made an effort and, with a groan, resumed his muscle form. Then, making sure he hadn't left any traces of his weakness, he hurried to the director's office. With each step, with every meter he crossed, his irritation at his old friend's actions flared up anew, as did his self-reproach. If it hadn't been for the truly amazing children of Class 1A, All Might probably wouldn't even have noticed how he had completely isolated Ryota Arai from the group. So, by the time he flung open the giant oak door, Toshinori was sufficiently worked up that his caution about his own secret took a back seat. He only passed his enhanced senses over the room for a moment. Not finding anyone, he completely relaxed. How was he supposed to know that the strongest manifestation of the room's visitor's abilities completely blocked almost all signs of his presence? Scent, radiating heat, the sound of breathing and heartbeat. None of it escaped the vector shield's veil. Nizu, the hero shouted. Seeing the barely perceptible smile on the little animal's face, he immediately deactivated his quirk. A wave of steam passed from his body in all directions. But by now, All Might had long since gotten used to that. He quickly walked to the desk, slapped his hand on its surface, and was just about to open his mouth for an angry speech. Then he caught something strange and alarming out of the corner of his eye. All Might Sensei. Ryota watched the frozen figure in shock with interest hidden deep in his eyes. For a few seconds, awkward silence hung in the air. That was enough time for the guy to take a closer look at the appearance of the latest visitor to the office. In this form, All Might's disheveled, unkempt light hair was fluffed in all directions, making his hairstyle quite messy. His sunken blue eyes seemed to stare out from the deepest darkness. They looked creepy, especially in tandem with his sharp, glass-edged cheekbones and sunken, bloodless cheeks. Young Arai, the hero whispered in shock. Ahem. I mean, what are you talking about, kid? You're clearly mistaken. Where am I, and where is All Might? He spread his arms, showing off his body. Yes, there was no trace of that brutality and strength here. His thin, bamboo sprout-like arms seemed incredibly fragile. The skin stretching over what looked like only bones looked dry and sickly. The suit, hanging like a sack, made it impossible to discern the body of the man standing before Ryota. But there was clearly nothing good there either. Indeed, little resemblance to the greatest hero. However, this man was a terrible actor. A darting gaze, a crooked smile, an uncertain posture. Not to mention that he had already given himself away at the very beginning. All Might Sensei, don't take me for a fool. Who else could enter the #1 Academy's director's office this way? Whose voice is identical to All Might's? Not to mention that you already gave yourself away with your behavior. And when you entered the office, your weight was about 5 times greater. For a few seconds, while Toshinori processed his student's words, silence hung in the air. How did you know about the weight? Nizu leaned forward in his chair with interest, seemingly not at all offended by what had happened. He asked the boy. Seeing this reaction, an obvious thought came to Ryota's mind. Set up. The guy looked at the little animal sitting in front of him with a gloomy gaze. He remembered that his quirk was incredible intelligence. You still haven't answered me, Director Nizu. Why should I answer your questions? Watching this dialogue, the stunned All Might was dumbfounded. Young Arai, aren't you surprised at all? Toshinori asked the teenager with some kind of incomprehensible internal strain. For a few moments, Ryota focused his gaze on the hero's eyes, thinking about his answer. I'm surprised by the situation, not the fact, he answered somewhat incomprehensibly. It was obvious to me that since you're never seen in a civilian guise, which, given your distinctive appearance, is quite surprising, then your quirk must allow you to look different. The only question was which form was the real one. He glanced at Toshinori's frozen figure. I think the answer is obvious now. For a while, All Might was silent, looking at Ryota with a lost gaze. Finally, he exhaled in relief, accepting the situation. Fine, what's done is done. The only thing I ask is that you don't tell anyone what you saw. And if you still have any questions, I think we can discuss them later. The hero hesitated a little. For now, if you don't mind, I need to talk to Nizu. Director Nizu alone. Ryota understood the hint. He had already been trying to think of an excuse to leave anyway. This was a perfect opportunity. He silently stood up, gave a slight bow to All Might and a barely noticeable nod to the director, and calmly walked out the door. TCH. After getting some distance from the office, he couldn't help but exhale in annoyance. Looking at Nizu's cute, harmless appearance, it was too easy to forget what kind of intellect he possessed. From the moment he entered the office until the second his foot crossed the threshold on the way out, Ryota had been maintaining a prickly, unsociable manner of speaking. Because he remembered. And he wasn't going to make it easy for this creature. However, even so, it had easily and simply outplayed him without even noticing his attempts at resistance. Was the scene with All Might accidental? Ryota strongly doubted it. While he was focused on the conversation, a second layer of some plan was clearly taking place behind his back. The meaning of which he didn't understand. And there could have been many more layers. A flood of countless questions washed over the guy's mind. When had it all started? What was the purpose of this exposure? A test of character? But wasn't it too risky? What if Ryota, out of pure natural spite, decided to spread the information about the world's most famous hero? And then, riding the wave of universal madness, decided to become a villain. That would be an absolute and irrevocable catastrophe. Of course, he wasn't going to do anything like that. But how was the director of UA Academy supposed to know that? The ice mask had become so ingrained in Ryota that he seriously doubted it could be read easily. Of course, he wasn't completely sure about that. He suspected that the very fact of the mask had been uncovered by Nizu without any problem. But wouldn't that have alarmed the director even more? If a person is hiding something from you, it's very likely that, if revealed, you won't like it. That's obvious to anyone whose IQ exceeds their age. Or did he take a risk anyway? Too complicated. On top of everything else, Nizu was clearly interested in Ryota's abilities. And, judging by his mention of the superhuman phenomenon, he clearly had access to information unavailable to most. He was ready to exchange it for the data he was interested in. But was it worth it? Was Ryota interested enough in the investigation of the 8-year-old incident and some exclusive information about quirks to voluntarily provide information about his powers to this creature? On one hand, that could have unpredictable consequences. On the other, he would find out everything that interested him sooner or later anyway. I need to think about this carefully, a determined thought flashed through Ryota's head. He quickened his pace toward his home. While Ryota was thinking about everything on the way home, in the director's office, All Might was looking at his old friend with a piercing, soul-chilling gaze. If the guy could only assume and build conjectures, Toshinori was 100% sure that Nizu's fluffy paw was involved in everything that had happened. But the director's motives, to All Might's deepest regret, were still unclear to him. Of course, his first thought had also been a test of character. But he quickly dismissed it as unlikely. Too simple. Why all this, the hero asked, deciding not to rack his brains and instead ask directly. Scenes from the past few days flashed through his mind. No, long before that. Random phrases, leading questions. Too many of Nizu's seemingly random actions led to this moment. And All Might was afraid to even guess how much else there was that he hadn't been able to see or understand. I've already told you, Toshinori-kun. He will become the best of heroes. And I will do everything in my modest power to make that happen as quickly as possible. The director fixed his serious gaze on his frowning interlocutor. You don't have much time left. Nizu's words fell on the hero's head like the blade of a guillotine. I know you are an extremely strong-willed person, and I deeply respect your methods and character. But in this matter, there can be no compromise. And you know that perfectly well. Society cannot be without its all might. And Midoriya Izukukuin will not reach the level required to take on that title for a very long time. You've waited too long. And I don't regret it one bit, All Might said, proudly thrusting out his sunken chest. Young Midoriya is the ideal candidate for the one-for-all quirk. And you underestimate him greatly. Perhaps, the fluffy head nodded readily. He may very well reach your level of strength by the time he's needed. However, his character still has a long way to grow, the director delivered a ruthless verdict. Who better than you to understand that the role of the number one hero is much heavier and dirtier than it might seem at first glance. Unlike Midoriya, Arai's character is much more resilient and ruthless. Toshinori didn't even try to deny Nizu's words. He really did understand perfectly well that being a hero was very different from what teenagers romanticized. I admire his restraint and intellect. But my memory is still crystal clear. I remember him standing impassively in the middle of a room full of dead bodies, calmly talking to a villain drenched in cold sweat. If he's changed since then, it's not by much. His image might frighten ordinary citizens even more than villains and criminals. That's exactly why he's here, Nizu readily nodded to his friend's words. I will do everything in my power to polish him and smooth out his rough edges. I'm already working on it. In that case, I won't ask for any more answers, Toshinori said with an exhausted sigh. He coughed painfully. Too much of his strength and nerves had simply evaporated in the last 5 minutes. I just hope you know what you're doing. With those words, the hunched figure turned toward the exit. With a deep breath, he transformed into the form so familiar to the countless fans of the number one hero. Not waiting for an answer and not even expecting one, All Might walked out the door. Me too, my friend. Me too. A/N. Fire enjoying the story? Don't stop here. The adventure continues on Patreon.com/God and Devil, where readers can dive far beyond the public release. High voltage up to 30 chapters ahead. Books access to all 3 fanfics. Wrapped gift free tier available. Sparkles claim 1 free advanced chapter instantly. Join today and see what everyone else will be reading weeks from now. Chapter 31, Chapter 29, Movement, but in the genre of everyday life. Chapter 29, Movement, but in the genre of everyday life. When Ryota got home, he tossed the groceries he'd bought on the way into their proper places. He put a skillet on the stove over low heat and went into the almost empty room. Nothing clears the mind like a session of self-flagellation that dedicated people call training. And the guy definitely needed something like that. The day had been incredibly rich in events and emotions. The world froze and lost its colors. He sank into the depths of his personal reality. But he didn't stay there long. Soon, he returned to objective reality, pushing a rather complex equation into it. Activating the saved template in his memory, Ryota felt as if he had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. He began to flow smoothly from one pose to another, in the manner of wushu. His body moved with difficulty and required maximum effort for any action. At the same time, the same vector program increased the oxygen content in the room for a greater training effect. Today, for the first time, Ryota had used his powers in combat. And, unsurprisingly, he'd really enjoyed the feeling. He didn't count the incident 8 years ago. Back then, he'd acted more on autopilot and mostly just defended himself. Before this, Ryota's head had occasionally been visited by thoughts like, I shouldn't have wished for such a strong ability. It might make things too boring. Now he felt completely different. A feeling of total control. A sense of invincibility, like typing a command for immortality into the console. It was mesmerizing. Why bother enduring with risk to your life when a moment of simple calculation is more than enough to end the life of the person threatening you? Should he worry about Director Nizu's intrigues, considering that if he went too far and got carried away, crushing him would take not even a minute, but a couple of seconds? As the saying goes, just give me a reason. After 15 minutes of training, Ryota was sufficiently exhausted and sweaty. He deactivated the program and hurried to the shower. 5 minutes. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei, Ryota gave his usual greeting. Good luck with that, the man sighed wearily. Making a pitying face, he turned toward the approaching flood of journalists. In all honesty, he should have reprimanded the student for his stunt. But besides being too lazy, he also internally supported the guy's method. Go to class. Ryota nodded silently in response and headed for the main building. He could hear the noise of the crowd slowly growing behind him. He walked to the classroom in a bit of a daze. After yesterday's conversation with Nizu and the incident with All Might, Ryota's paranoia had decided to make up for years of suppression and oppression. He started seeing possible setups everywhere. Was it a coincidence that, on the very next day after All Might's identity was revealed to him, the academy was besieged by journalists? They had practically served him on a silver platter the opportunity to immediately land on the front page with news about the current state of the symbol of peace. No, maybe the whole reporter thing was in the canon too. Ryota vaguely remembered something like that. There was something about cat girls and fox girls, anyway, it all seemed too conveniently timed. Lost in his thoughts, he barely noticed anything around him. He reached the classroom and walked in without hesitation. Arai, a shout came straight to his face. Why did you leave so quickly yesterday? Forcibly pulled out of his thoughts, Ryota turned his attention to the person who had addressed him so unexpectedly. Good morning to you too, Kirishima, he greeted his classmate in his habitually cold tone. He didn't show the slightest irritation at the familiarity. Being originally a Westerner, all these dances around first names, last names, and suffixes still caused Ryota some confusion. The director called me, he finished, already walking to his desk. Really? Something important. The events of yesterday immediately resurfaced in Ryota's mind at these words. No. Trivial things not worth attention, he answered. The sarcasm in this reply was so deeply masked that it was impossible to detect at a glance. I see. To be fair, Eijiro Kirishima didn't even try. Did the journalists catch you at the entrance too? I wonder what they want. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, and Ryota gave him a thoughtful look. Is he trying to be friends? The guy realized with some surprise. After so many years, he had forgotten that, as a child, to become, if not a friend, then at least a good acquaintance, all you needed was to share an adventure or a fun story. A training battle in fundamental training fit that description perfectly. They tried. Heh. Kirishima grinned like a punk. I almost feel sorry for them. Unlike me, falling from the third floor is a lot more dangerous for them. Ryota was about to answer when the door opened. He saw the face of his former partner from yesterday's training. It was, as always, imperturbable and somewhat unusual. Karo. Hi, Ryota-chan, the girl walked up to his desk. She held her hands in front of her chest in a rather cute way. Hi, Tsuyu, he greeted the frog girl with his eyes only, not turning his head. Azui, however, was satisfied with that. She nodded calmly and walked toward her desk. Chan. And you two are even on a first-name basis. Kirishima blinked. He had been standing off to the side the whole time, not trying to interrupt. Were you friends before the academy, he guessed. No. It just happened. Any further, clearly impending interrogation was cut short by the arrival of the missing half of the class and Aizawa. They entered almost simultaneously. The latter, without even waiting for the bell, there were still a few minutes left, immediately stood in front of the board. One look was enough to make all the students take their seats. After making sure everyone was ready to listen, Aizawa started the lesson without any preamble. I hope you all rested after yesterday's battle trial. He scanned the students with his trademark, what am I even doing here, look. I took the liberty of looking at your results. He shook a thick notebook in the air. Then, completely contradicting his last words, he opened it and quickly skimmed the text. Bakugo, stop acting like a preschooler. You're wasting your talent. I know, the human embodiment of butthurt answered, surprisingly calmly, gritting his teeth. Midoriya. Still breaking your arm. Aizawa raised his eyebrows, shifting his gaze from the notebook to the guy. And yes, yesterday's fight for Izuku Midoriya ended, like any other previous one, in the nurse's office. Because of this, he once again missed Ryota's demonstration of skills. The guy was starting to suspect some kind of strange pattern. Midoriya just looked down in response and silently clenched his fists. If you keep saying, I can't control my quirk, so I have no choice, you won't get far. Don't make me repeat myself. If you can overcome this obstacle, you can achieve much more. So give it your all. Got it. Yes. Izuku shouted back, making a determined face worthy of a true endurance athlete. Arai. Pay more attention to your comrades. Not every problem can be solved alone. Aizawa stared intently into the guy's eyes. But he got no reaction. Ryota just closed his eyes slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the teacher's words. Everyone else should already be aware of their own problems and shortcomings. But if you have any questions, you can come see me after class. Right now. He made an ominous pause, making the whole class tense up. You never know what to expect from this guy. We need a class representative. Finally, something normal, like in a regular school. If thoughts spoken in unison could be heard, Aizawa would have gone deaf right then. As soon as Ryota heard the end of the man's speech, he immediately cut off all sound with his vector shield. And not a moment too soon. The whole class seemed to explode. The students jumped up from their seats and began frantically raising their hands. Everyone wanted to occupy the coveted position. Ryota himself, closing his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest and lowered his head, completely ignoring what was happening. Besides, he'd stayed up too late at the computer last night and had no desire to waste his energy now. The position of class representative. Whether he got it or not, either option would suit him. On one hand, he didn't need the extra hassle in his school life. On the other, the position of class representative meant connections. And connections are useful. He emerged from his half-asleep state only when a piece of paper was thrown on his desk and someone gently tapped his shoulder. The vector shield didn't detect any threat in the movement, so it allowed it. Or rather, that's how it might seem. After all, Ryota had spent 8 years working on the functionality of this cheat ability and had brought its performance, if not to perfection, then to something infinitely close to it. Throwing an indifferent glance at Uraraka, who was distributing the sheets, the guy finally decided to see what he'd been given. The paper turned out to be covered in names with empty squares next to them. Democracy, Ryota thought lazily. He ran his eyes down the list and almost randomly placed a checkmark next to Ida's name. This will be fun. A/N. Fire enjoying the story? Don't stop here. The adventure continues on Patreon com/God&Devil, where readers can dive far beyond the public release. High voltage up to 30 chapters ahead. Books access to all 3 fanfics. Join today and see what everyone else will be reading weeks from now. Chapter 32, Chapter 30, Movement into the Role of Leader. Chapter 30, Movement into the Role of Leader. So, something like that, Aizawa said wearily, waving his hand at the board he'd filled with the results. He'd been tasked with counting and announcing the votes as a disinterested party, judging by his expression when asked, categorically should be added to that description. The results. Ryota Arai, 4 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 2 votes. There was no point in mentioning the others. They either had 0 votes because they'd voted for someone else, or they had 1 vote because they'd voted for themselves. So, Uraraka, Midoriya, Tsuyu, and Hagakure have 0 votes. Plus, Ida only has 1 vote, mine, so he gave his to someone else. It looks like everyone except the invisible girl voted for me, and Toru gave hers to Momo. Ryota quickly analyzed the results in his head. 1 vote. Ida Tenya, staring at the board, was trembling slightly. Ida, don't be upset. Someone voted for me. Someone actually voted for me. I knew my efforts wouldn't go unnoticed. The next moment, the student's eyes lit up. It seemed like he might cry from happiness at any moment. Next time, I'll have to try even harder. Such an outburst of seemingly groundless joy caused some bewilderment in everyone who heard it, mixed with an unconscious feeling of pity. It really is funny, Ryota thought, remaining outwardly indifferent. So, Aizawa said in an exhausted, lifeless, his most normal, tone, the class representative is Ryota Arai, and his deputy is Momo Yaoyorozu. He waved his hand, inviting the named students to the board. Momo didn't hesitate. Unlike Ryota, who yawned openly and barely dragged himself to the demonstration spot. From the outside, his behavior looked more like, I couldn't care less about this position, or, it's a piece of cake. He didn't even try to suppress his body's natural reaction to fatigue. It was unlikely that even the most sophisticated mind would think that his current state was caused by a late-night anime marathon. As soon as the 2 students stood in front of the class, the others reacted immediately. Well, I'd be surprised if the results were any different. Though it's a bit disappointing. Is he really suited to be class rep? A voice from the back row asked, not even trying to hide. He doesn't look friendly. Sorry about that, Ryota waved lazily in his mind, yawning again. The last episode was definitely one too many, or 2, or 3. I probably shouldn't have started a new series at 11:30. Momo, standing to his left, gave him a disapproving look. Only for a moment. Actually, regarding that last question from the audience, Ryota had something to say. He really wasn't the best fit for the role of class rep, but that's where the democracy he'd mentioned in his thoughts came in. Momo Yaoyorozu was a far more suitable candidate. But she hadn't had time to properly prove herself in the few days of school. So she didn't get the majority of votes. Just because the majority votes for someone doesn't mean they're the best candidate. They just had the best advertising campaign. That's the true face of a single vote system, showing all the beauty of the word democracy. After homeroom and the class rep election, there were a couple more general education lessons. Then came lunch. Students from all over the school, whether from the hero course, support course, or management course, began streaming toward the cafeteria. They created a noisy, lively atmosphere in the hallways. Ryota grabbed his bag, which contained a neatly packed bento box, and followed the general flow. Even after all these years, he still couldn't completely shake his paranoia. He absolutely refused to eat food prepared by others. In the orphanage days, this had been quite difficult. But once he moved into the dorm, he could act much more freely and indulge this harmless quirk of his to the fullest. Besides, creating a vector shield configuration to block poison food was still in the process of being developed. At the conceptual stage, to be precise. He still hadn't decided which angle to approach the problem from. He was only studying the basics of anatomy and the principles of how various substances affect the human body. Purely theoretically, of course. Ignoring the line at the cafeteria counter, Ryota walked to the furthest free table by the wall. He sat comfortably facing the window and began his modest lunch. Fried rice, braised beef, a simple Russian-style salad, cucumbers, tomatoes, salt, mayonnaise, and, to top it all off, a thermos of still-hot black tea. He placed his left hand, palm open, over the rice and beef. He sank into his personal reality for a few moments. Then, the air in the space between his hand and the box began to shimmer strangely. The light rays passing through the distortion seemed to take on a slightly different hue. How do you heat air with vector manipulation abilities? You can think of quite a few ways. But Ryota, realistically assessing his capabilities and the limits of his manipulation scale, came up with the idea of super high-frequency radiation, or, simply put, microwaves. Imitating the effect of a magnetron with vector control wasn't the easiest task. But it was more than interesting. So he'd spent several months acquiring this skill. Plus, using microwaves simultaneously while limiting their spread, which is quite harmful in itself, was a good brain workout. And now, finally, he could say that he had the skill, portable microwave, allowing him to heat up food anywhere and anytime. And no, that didn't mean he suddenly mastered the ability to manipulate microscopic objects like dipole molecules. Only very indirect and crude methods. Developing them, as mentioned, had taken months. And given his computational power, that was a lot. But it was worth it. Canceling the effect, the lone guy looked at his steaming food. The simple salad remained just as refreshingly cool. He nodded to himself with internal pride. Definitely worth it. Ignoring the gradually filling, noisy hall as students took their seats, Ryota picked up his bamboo chopsticks between the thumb and index fingers of both hands. He put his palms together in a prayer-like gesture. Itadakamasu. He picked up a steaming clump of rice and was about to bring it to his mouth. Arai. Already eating. That was fast. Kirishima unceremoniously sat down across from him. A couple of seconds later, the quiet, relatively, place abruptly ceased to be quiet. Uraraka plopped down on the bench next to him from the same side, followed by Ida. Across the table, Midoriya and Tsuyu hurried to take the two remaining seats. All this while still loudly chatting, completely ignoring the fact that they had just invaded someone's personal space. I'll have to find a more secluded spot, Ryota thought with annoyance, finishing the movement of his frozen hand and putting a piece of now much less desirable food into his mouth. Even the table that had been free just moments ago was no longer free, covered with their trays. You picked a bad table. Next time, sit closer, the red-haired guy said carelessly. The chopsticks in Ryota's hand creaked slightly. Definitely. I definitely need to find another place for lunch. Oh, Arai-san, is that a homemade bento? Yes, Ryota answered in a resigned tone to Uraraka's cheerful voice. You made it yourself? Or did your parents make it? Yes, the guy answered on autopilot, listlessly poking at his salad with his chopsticks. I mean, I made it myself, he corrected himself. For a moment, the thought crossed his mind that if he said something like, I don't have parents to make my lunches, the mood at the table would immediately sour. Then they probably wouldn't sit with him like this next time. But he immediately dismissed the idea. Not because of a sudden resurgence of decency, but because he understood that it would only make the children feel pity and sympathy. Then they would become completely unbearable. So, what's it like being the big shot? Kirishima barged in. Got any secret plans? Be serious, Kirishima-san. Being a class representative is a huge responsibility entrusted to Arai-san by the trust of everyone. Ida's broad-shouldered figure exclaimed indignantly. The class rep must be serious and responsible. I believe I didn't waste my vote on Arai-san. He fits those criteria like no one else. You voted for him. But you wanted to be class rep more than anyone. And you even have glasses. Wanting alone isn't enough to be class rep, Ida said, manfully ignoring the last part of Uraraka's statement. I was just following my own judgment when I voted for the person I thought would handle the role best. Serious, responsible. Karo, shouldn't a class rep also have impressive communication skills? For a couple of seconds, silence fell at the table. Tsuyo, as always, stunningly direct, Ryota smiled slightly. No one noticed because everyone was staring at the frog girl. Except Azui herself. Her pupils widened slightly in surprise. Come on, Arai-san isn't that. Midoriya, who had been silent until then, began to speak, slightly embarrassed, trying to defend his savior. But he didn't get to finish. It's true, Ryota's cold tone cut Izuku off mid-sentence, making him flinch slightly. I'm not the most sociable person, the guy continued monotonously, not looking up from his salad. And I can understand your doubts. But I'm really glad you all voted for me. Even if it was pretty predictable, he mentally finished. He lifted his gaze from his food and looked at his classmates' surprised faces, feeling his throat start to go dry. After taking a couple of slow sips of tea from his thermos lid, he continued. I have my reasons for being like this. But I promise to try my best to fulfill my duties properly, he said with as much sincerity as he could muster. He hadn't lied. Not a word. The class rep position really did offer quite a few useful perks with not too complicated duties. He wasn't going to give it up and lose it. Not to mention, maybe it was time to start loosening his ingrained mask. Of course, he couldn't become the person he used to be in his past world just like that. But softening his overly off-putting image a little was a start. Besides, there was no longer any point in alienating people. Conversations with younger students had been incredibly boring and made him want to stay far away from them. Here, at least, he could hope for something more sensible. Midoriya started to say something but was cut off again. This time for a different reason. Ween. The merciless sound of a siren burst into the cafeteria. It tried to burrow through the ears into the brains of the teenagers filling the hall. A couple of seconds later, the entire cafeteria was turned upside down. Not literally, luckily. Didn't they have evacuation drills in elementary school? Ryota thought, watching the crowd of students rush toward the exit in complete disorder. Also, to his slight annoyance, the student sitting at his table also jumped up and headed for the exit. Freeze, Ryota's clear, cool voice momentarily cut through the alarm's noise. He was trying to remember, did something like this happen in the canon? Arai-san. Ida looked at the guy, who was still calmly sitting at the table, in confusion. There's no need to make the already packed hallway even more crowded, Ryota nodded slightly toward the indicated corridor. For a while, the teenagers watched the not-so-pleasant sight of a mass of panicking teenagers. And this was in an academy of heroes. But we need to stop this. Someone could get hurt. Ida continued to push his point. This time, he got agreeing nods from Midoriya and Uraraka. And how do you plan to do that? Your voice is certainly loud. But even it won't drown out the crowd. And even if it does, it won't do any good, Ryota said calmly, standing up from his seat. And if you try to use your quirk, there are two options. In the first, you actually have a chance of getting their attention. In the second, you'll just encourage the crowd to imitate you. A bunch of panicking teenagers suddenly remembering they have quirks in a confined space isn't exactly healthy. But how? Ryota didn't answer. With unshakable calm, he turned toward the commotion and spread his arms, opening his palms. Clap. Then, a moment later, he brought them together in a simple gesture. Midoriya, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, Tsuyu. None of them understood what had just happened. They watched his closed palms with slight surprise. They hadn't made a sound. But the glass windows rattled. The cutlery and trays clattered. The crowd suddenly crouched down from a sound that seemed to drill into their very brains through their ears. The altered configuration of the sound wave, after the initial moment of the acoustic blast, shifted into a piercing, monotonous whine. It sounded like a flashbang had gone off next to them. But, as mentioned, Ryota's table companions didn't hear it. For them, one clap from Ryota had caused the whole world to pause for a few moments without any visible reason. Freeze, the guy's voice repeated his earlier words. But this time, his tone was noticeably less friendly and calm. Everyone, form 2 columns. Starting with the first years. Class reps, find the students from your classes. Split up by class. There's no reason to panic. And, miraculously, intelligence began to show in the eyes of the panicking students. The voice seemed to speak almost inside their heads, ignoring the hands clamped over their ears in the first moment. It seemed to have no source or direction. Everyone assumed it belonged to one of the UA staff. A tiny misconception that instantly solved all the problems. Ryota wasn't going to correct it. A/N. Fire enjoying the story? Don't stop here. The adventure continues on Patreon com/God&Devil, where readers can dive far beyond the public release. High voltage up to 30 chapters ahead. Books access to all 3 fanfics. Join today and see what everyone else will be reading weeks from now. Chapter 33, Chapter 31, Movement from Side to Side. Chapter 31, Movement from Side to Side. Security Level 3 has been breached. Students, please evacuate promptly. The warning repeated for what felt like the 100th time. The somewhat stunned students were now filing out of the building relatively orderly, heading toward the stadium. What does security level 3 mean? Ida asked, tilting his head in confusion, gesturing animatedly. Unauthorized entry onto school grounds, Ryota answered indifferently from a few steps behind the group. How do you know that? The bespectacled guy turned toward him in surprise. I read the official website. There's a lot of useful information there. For a few moments, Ida froze in shock. Apparently, he'd never even considered getting useful information from the internet. Which was strange, considering the year. I wonder why a school, even one like UA, needs such a security system. Denki Kaminari asked the open air. Well, since it went off, it must be for a good reason, right? A light voice answered. Or, more precisely, empty air. The invisible girl, Toru Hagakure. Ryota remained silent. He could have easily explained the purpose of all the security systems to the students, at least as he understood it. But that would have been slightly alarming for the kids. They didn't need to know that in case of an emergency, UA's regulations had protocols for sheltering students on campus. With full room and board. The security measures on UA were paranoid enough to make the unknown room under the White House feel inadequate. Bet you it was that crowd of journalists that broke through, Kirishima said, voicing what many students were thinking. Yeah, I saw them too, nodded a guy with disproportionately long arms and strange thickenings at his elbows. Hantasiro. You think one of them did it? Uraraka. Not sure. As far as I know, UA's defenses are very multi-layered. Just jumping the fence wouldn't work. And the gates, you've seen them yourself, Momo Yaoyorozu said thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Ryota felt his head begin to throb. Could he program his vector shield to protect against the mimetic threat of a bunch of chattering students? It probably wasn't the reporters, he said quietly, in a somewhat tired but still cool tone. Everyone around him flinched and fell silent in thought. For a while, he had bought himself some peace. Hey, it was probably some villain who was offended by our bomb boom guy and came for revenge, right? Kirishima said, with a hint of well-acted, enlightened excitement. I'll kill you. The peace didn't last long. It probably wasn't the reporters, Aizawa said in his usual tired tone, lounging in a chair. Definitely not, a short, Einstein-looking old man grumbled. Special chromium tungsten composite coated with rhenium, alternating with alloy steel, and... Short version, they're very strong gates, Present Mike interrupted the old man tactlessly. I'm practically sure breaking through the surrounding wall would have been easier. But they broke through the gate. They did break through, didn't they? I wouldn't say that, the interrupted old man grumbled, offended. The damage resembles exposure to concentrated sulfur trioxide or maybe chlorine trifluoride. Although for the latter, there's too little boiling and evaporating metal from overheating. Very reassuring. For a while, the gathered heroes continued to talk and theorize. But what did they even want? Cementos asked, crossing his arms. Good question. What about the cameras? Midnight rubbed her chin. Nothing, Cementos said. The control room was destroyed the same way as the gate. Moreover, the time between the two events was less than a minute. Teleport. A rare quirk, Aizawa said. And our sensors? Something disabled them. So, someone broke the gate, let a crowd of journalists onto the grounds, somehow disabled the sensors, trashed the surveillance room, to what? Aizawa asked with an irritated look. No one could answer with any certainty. For a while, the conversation revolved around the reasons for the attack. The timing, by the way, was very well chosen, a large, dangerous-looking man in a red-themed costume said thoughtfully. All the students were in the cafeteria. The crowd of journalists that broke through distracted the teachers. According to their plan, there should have been panic among the children, which equals another distraction. But thankfully, it all worked out. Speaking of which, Nizu unexpectedly raised his head, having been silent until then, I heard someone manage to quell the panic with some kind of sound quirk. Everyone immediately turned to present Mike, no. I wish, but no, the hero shrugged with an annoying expression. Interesting, the director said thoughtfully, stroking his fluffy muzzle. I think I need to have a chat with someone. After the alarm ended, all the students were sent home. The situation wasn't exactly routine. An investigation was required. But for some reason, that sent home part didn't seem to apply to Ryota. Excuse me, he said, walking into the office without knocking. You called, Director-san. He quickly scanned the room for anything unusual, tightening the straps on his mask. Everything seemed clean. Yes, come in. The little animal jumped up on his chair happily. We didn't get to talk properly last time. Ryota, showing no reaction to the burst of enthusiasm, walked over to the huge desk and sat down across from Nizu. He immediately felt like he was drowning in the oversized chair. Tea. Coffee. Mineral water. No, the guy cut him off shortly, and sat waiting expectantly, staring at the being showing hospitality. Fine, suit yourself, the director shrugged carelessly. I, on the other hand, won't say no to a cup of good, strong, black coffee. He announced, and under the uncomfortably emotionless, unblinking gaze of the teenager, he headed for the coffee machine. With each second of this X-ray stare, Ryota realized that the director, apparently, had already figured out that he was behaving this way deliberately. And he didn't even flinch. Either he had steel balls, because the unblinking, monotonous stare on an almost accelerator-like face looked alarming, to say the least. That was the problem with all these intelligence-enhancing abilities. You never knew when your opponent was bluffing, and when they were rubbing their paws together, having several trump cards hidden up their sleeve, considering that they only had one in the deck. Today was a tense day, wasn't it? Nizu asked, as if casually, to the sound of coffee pouring into a cup. Yes, Ryota exhaled slightly and looked away, ending their staring contest. He wasn't going to get anywhere with it. You were probably in the cafeteria when it all started, weren't you? Could you tell me what happened there? My data is a bit inconsistent. For a few seconds, Ryota paused, looking at the director and thinking about his answer. Well, they'd find out eventually anyway. Panic started. I stopped it. Let everyone out, he reported as dryly as possible. That's what I thought. But how? Nizu sat down on his little chair and placed a tiny, thimble-sized cup of aromatic drink in front of him on the table. Closed acoustic field. Potential difference. Continuous loop. Wave resonance, Ryota said in one breath, rattling off a series of seemingly unrelated phrases. He watched the director with interest. Wait. Nizu frowned his fluffy brows. You somehow implemented what would you call it, audio induction. He stared at the guy with widened pupils. In a heterogeneous medium. He pushed his cup away, spilling some of the black drink. But the director didn't even notice. And without establishing an acoustic vacuum, he climbed onto the table. Ryota watched the director's frantic pacing across the desk with slight surprise and a hint of involuntary respect. To reach the conclusion Nizu had, simple intelligence wasn't enough. You needed some serious reading. Wait. The director spun around to face him. Closed acoustic field. At what point? Stop. He raised his paw toward Ryota, not letting him explain, not that he was going to. The first stage of the effect. Many described it as a clap, but much stronger. Probably, the sound was also much higher frequency. It made the windows shake and the walls vibrate. He raised his shocked gaze to the guy, who was genuinely surprised by the speed of his deduction. You essentially created something like a Faraday cage, but for sound. Making sound behave like electricity was really hard, the guy tried to justify himself weakly, in response to Nizu's disheveled look. Now I want to know even more, how your abilities work. I still haven't heard the reason why I should answer that question, Ryota said with a cold stare. Director Nizu watched the back of the student leaving his office with his usual welcoming look. As always, he hadn't gotten all the answers he wanted. But the understanding of the subtlety that Ryota Arai was capable of with his non-quirk was useful. The more the director learned about the guy's abilities, the more it took his breath away. According to his reasoning, the next successor to One for All would have to be the strongest of them all. He would just have to wait. But Ryota was already stronger than that. Though all this dancing around is quite amusing, Nizu laughed cheerfully. The director knew what Ryota was hinting at with his, why should I answer you? But in any negotiation, the one who names the price first loses. And then. I know that you know that I know. Both Ryota and Nizu clearly understood what the other wanted. But neither was entirely sure of the price they would be charged. Well, at least the director wasn't in a hurry. He could easily entertain himself this way for some time longer. A slightly sulking Ryota flew into the still-open library and hurried to the nearest available computer. Fumbling in his backpack, he pulled out the flash drive that had been sitting there for a while. He quickly plugged it into a USB port and leaned back in his chair expectantly. I hope Nizu is careless enough to keep the data I'm interested in electronically, he thought doubtfully. Though it's unlikely. Well, I promised anyway. A window about a driver update flickered in the bottom right corner of the monitor. Shimizu's nesting doll was in the system. All he had to do was wait. Chapter 34, Chapter 32, Movement Toward Conflict. Chapter 32, Movement Toward Conflict. The next day was fairly calm, at least compared to the alarm, the panic, and the invasion of journalists. Classes went on as usual. Ryota was relieved to discover that he didn't need to do the everyone stand bow routine before every lesson, which all Japanese class reps cherished as one of their most honorable duties. The teachers here were quite laid back. They didn't demand the formality typical of any ordinary school. On the contrary, they encouraged students to treat them simply, ask any questions, or ask for advice. Ectoplasm, who taught mathematics, argued that sooner or later they would be on equal footing. Feigned politeness in a combat situation wasn't just rare and undesirable, it was somewhat dangerous. On top of that, Ryota discovered that the cafeteria incident had boosted his popularity in the class. He'd like to say he'd lost count of the approving, friendly slaps on the back. But no. He physically couldn't lose count. Exactly 17 times. Minus Ryota himself, minus Bakugo, who would have thought, and minus Aoyama, who lived in a somewhat different universe from normal people. But even he somehow expressed his approval. Somehow. Toward the end of the rather sluggish day, Aizawa called a homeroom meeting. So. It's been decided that today's training will be supervised by 3 heroes, myself, All Might, and someone else. Sensei, what are we doing? Siro's shout broke the silence after the teacher's words. Aizawa shot him an unreadable look that, with a bit of imagination, could be called benevolent. Heroes do many things. Almost everything, Aizawa said after a couple of seconds of thought. Fighting villains, putting out fires, preventing accidents, helping with floods, collapses, and other natural or man-made disasters. We'll be doing rescue training. At the teacher's words, the usual hubbub rose in the classroom. Rescue training. That sounds pretty tough, Kaminari said uncertainly from the front row. Idiot, that's the main job of a hero. I can't wait. Ryota recognized Kirishima's shout. Floods are my specialty, Karo, Tsuyu said with her usual indifference. Don't celebrate too soon, Aizawa cut off all the enthusiasm and pressed a button on a device that had appeared in his hand at some point. Part of the wall slid forward, revealing 20 numbered cases. This time, you can decide for yourselves whether to wear your costumes or not. Many of them might not be well thought out, he informed the class casually, not really expecting anyone to follow his advice. The training site is quite far away, so we'll be taking a bus. That's all. Start getting ready. He then climbed into his sleeping bag, sat on the floor, and leaned his back against the wall. A few seconds later, peaceful snoring could be heard. Fast, Ryota thought, slowly getting up from his seat and following the others to his case. So, the bus, Ryota said lazily, standing before the crowd of students. Just get on and sit down. On the seats. However you want. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded to himself, satisfied with his actions as class rep, he turned toward the entrance to the vehicle. I really like our class rep, hey, Kirishima chuckled, following Ryota up the high steps. Hey. That's completely wrong. Ida's indignant voice rang out. Everything should be orderly. He accompanied each word with a wave of his spread palms. Everyone would have sat where they wanted anyway, Momo said, rubbing her nose bridge as she walked past the bespectacled guy. Amidst the cheerful chatter and joking, and Ida's indignant muttering, the crowd of teenagers occupied the bus. Hey, Midoriya, you know, I always say what's on my mind, Karo, the frog girl's voice rustled. Ah, what? Azui, the guy replied, somewhat flustered. Call me Tsuyu, she turned to him. Your quirk reminds me of All Might. At these words, the guy's face paled, then turned green. Ryota watched this metamorphosis with mild interest and made a mental note. If he ever had to explain how he guessed the connection between All Might and an ordinary schoolboy, this would be one of his arguments. Midoriya's mouth opened in panic and began sputtering excuses. Huh? What are you talking about? His voice cracked. My quirk isn't that cool. He waved his arms frantically. Slow down, Azui, Kirishima, sitting nearby, intervened. All Might never hurts himself. That's the end of the similarity. The guy nodded, satisfied with his argument. But Midoriya's quirk is pretty good. Flashy and strong enough to do a lot on his own. I'm a little jealous with my hardening. What do you think, Ryota? Your quirk is just insanely strong. He shifted his attention to the quietly sitting Esper. Yeah, and super flashy. Mina Ashido chimed in. Yeah, Ryota said, brushing them off with a single word. You guys communicate fine without me. No need to drag me in. Man, you're too serious. Kirishima shook his head jokingly, pouting. Maybe you could tell us something. All I've heard is vector what's it. I didn't understand anything, honestly. If I ever mentally praised this guy's intelligence before, I'm taking it all back, Ryota sighed, resigned, and leaned back in his seat. Come on, don't pretend to fall asleep, Kirishima continued to prod, under the interested gazes of the others. What exactly do you want to know? That trick with the floor breaking under my feet, the guy said without hesitation. And the dust trick, too, while we're at it. The floor. Fine. If you want details, listen. Ryota sighed slightly, catching his breath. My abilities are very flexible and controlled by mathematical calculations. In that specific situation, I took a three-dimensional model of the room, marked mental reference points on it to define the area of influence. Then I had to set the initial impulse. 10 minutes and an unusually large number of words from a near introvert later. So the encapsulated kinetic impulse resonated between two given guides, creating a cumulative effect. The regression of the force of impact relative to the force required to destroy the porous structure can be calculated by the formula. 5 more minutes later. The bus passengers were starting to doubt that what Ryota was saying were actually words. So, extrapolating the expression obtained in the last calculations into the formula for the medium's reaction and calculating it using the formula. 5 more minutes later. Only the prepositions were still understandable. So we can calculate the path for the force to be applied and the required vibration amplitude. To deliver it to the required area, I used the formula. 5 more minutes later. Even the prepositions stopped making sense. So a cumulative effect was triggered, causing the concrete to shrink in the area by disrupting its porous structure. The end. Phew. Ryota exhaled slightly tiredly and reached into his bag for a water bottle. After taking a couple of sips, he glanced at the class, frozen with their eyes bulging in his direction. It seemed even the bus had stopped. Wait, it had actually stopped. Ah, we're getting out. We've arrived, Aizawa's somewhat hoarse voice gave the command. His face, just a second ago, had been in the same state of shock and awe as the students. Shrugging, Ryota threw the half-empty bottle back into his bag, slung it over his shoulder, and walked toward the exit. Everyone get up and exit. He remembered his role as class rep, not all at once. He nodded to himself with satisfaction and stepped outside. Kirishima. Kaminari's somewhat hoarse voice came from the bus. Yeah, the teenager answered weakly. Never ask Arai to explain his techniques again. Not when I'm around. I won't. Oh, by the way, the silver-haired head of the topic of discussion appeared in the doorway. I didn't have time to tell you about the dust trick, so I'll do it sometime later. It's a bit more complicated, so it won't be as quick. The head disappeared from view again. Ah, this feels good. Ryota smiled internally. The guy felt surprisingly good, given that in the last 20 minutes he had said more words than in all 8 years in the New World combined. Before this, he had never voiced his calculations out loud. It turned out to be surprisingly interesting and useful. Not to mention the effect of blowing the minds of those unschooled in mathematics. I should do this again sometime, Ryota whispered barely audibly to himself. As soon as these words barely rustled in the air, almost the entire class walking behind him shuddered without any apparent reason. Another half-hour of mind-breaking mathematical lectures in an enclosed space with no escape. All Might, save us. Ryota didn't even notice what was happening behind him. Water disasters, landslides, fires, and the like. I've divided this zone to simulate a wide variety of catastrophes and accidents, a short figure in a sealed spacesuit preached before the crowd of students. The figure waved a hand behind its back, indicating a truly impressive sight. The huge space was simply packed with all sorts of simulations of natural disasters. Even setting up just part of this zone would require incredible resources and effort. Which shows how UA doesn't skimp on its students. And its name is the Greatest Disaster Zone. Are you all okay? Something happened on the way. Usually, everyone reacts much livelier to this training ground, the muffled voice said, slightly embarrassed. Everything's fine, 13, Aizawa answered, slightly glancing at Ryota, who was indifferently examining the open views. Unfortunately, the stunned state of the students after his little lecture couldn't last forever. Soon, they were all discussing the open possibilities quite animatedly. Before we begin. 13 interrupted the rising noise. I'll say one thing, or two, or three. The number keeps growing, Ryota noted distantly. Or 4. As you probably know, my quirk is black hole. No matter what it absorbs, it turns to dust. Essentially, a local version of a certain ability, but at range. Cheat. This quirk is perfect for removing debris and rescuing people from natural disasters. Midoriya commented, with Uraraka nodding vigorously. Correct. However, even this power can be used to kill. Like any other. The class fell silent, influenced by the hero's serious voice. Naturally, in our society, there are limits. The use of quirks is strictly regulated. And so it is all over the world. Each of you possesses an ability that can be misused. During Aizawa-sensei's physical test, you learned the potential of your quirks. All Might's test showed you how dangerous your powers can be. At this moment, the whole class flinched slightly and glanced at the calmly standing Ryota. My lesson should serve as a new starting point for you. 13 didn't notice the class's strange reaction. Here, you'll learn how your abilities can be used to save others. Your quirks exist not to harm others. Please, finish this class with the thought that your powers only serve to help people. That's all. Thank you for listening so attentively and patiently. 13 bowed theatrically at the end. The students applauded loudly, energized by the hero's inspiring words. Shouts of amazing, cool, bravo, and all that could be heard. Well said. A bit too much peace/friendship/gum propaganda, but overall, not bad, Ryota offered his mental praise. All right, to start. Aizawa began, but then stopped. At the same moment, Ryota felt something strange with his vector perception. He immediately turned toward the source of the anomaly, noticing out of the corner of his eye that his teacher's perpetually tired expression was starting to change. In his perception, all the vectors forming the norm in the direction of his gaze suddenly looked very strange. Almost broken. At the very bottom of the park, above the central square with a fountain, a strange-looking dark spot was forming. A few moments later, a pale hand emerged from it. Then a grotesque face. The League of Villains. I almost forgot about you, Ryota whispered in his mind, feeling a grin break through his mask and all his willpower. Chapter 35, Chapter 33, Movement Toward the Enemy. Chapter 33, Movement Toward the Enemy. The dark spot grew larger and larger. More silhouettes continued to emerge from it. You didn't need to be a great detective to understand what you were looking at. Villains. Everything about them screamed it. Their walk, their demeanor, their costumes, their appearance. What a cliché. Ryota laughed internally, hurriedly reattaching the collar, adapted for a hood, back into place. It covered his still grinning mouth. At the sound of the zipper, Aizawa flinched. He seemed to snap out of it, sharply turning toward the confused crowd of students. Everyone, gather together and don't move. Huh. The students' confusion didn't fade. 13. Protect the students. With a decisive, clearly practiced motion, Aizawa put his vision-obscuring goggles on his head. What's going on there? Kirishima asked, still not understanding the situation, raising his hand to his forehead like a visor. Is this according to the entrance exam script? They're villains. It was Aizawa's shout that finally brought the students to their senses. The bewildered whispers died down. The suspicious expressions disappeared. The teenagers slowly began to realize that this wasn't a game. They felt the threat. Eraserhead. 13. According to the information we gathered yesterday, All Might was supposed to be with you. A calm, even somewhat soft voice came from the black spot. Two small lights appeared in it, like eyes, speaking directly from its depths. Ah, so that's what the alarm was about, Ryota thought distantly, trying to bring his face back to its usual norm. It wasn't going well. Where is he? A hoarse voice asked. The sound sent chills down most of the students' spines. We gathered so many people and went through so much trouble. Don't tell me that All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here. The speaker took a couple of unsteady steps toward the stairs. The teenagers behind Ryota instinctively took the same number of steps back. Frankly, this villain wasn't very impressive. He wasn't tall, looked pretty frail, but he was creepy. Especially the human hands covering his body from all sides, one of which covered his face. Will he show himself if we kill all these children? Oh. Well, fuck that, Ryota exhaled, completely abandoning any attempt to control his expression. After that line, the grin began to turn into something completely unpresentable. Luckily, the lower half of his face was still hidden by his mask. The villains continued to emerge from the dark void in space. Each new silhouette made the students more and more nervous. Sensei. Momo Yaoyorozu shouted, turning her whole body toward the figure in the spacesuit. What about the sensors? Of course we have them. 13's voice carried distinct panic. They should have detected spatial movement quirks. Interesting. From the context, I can infer that the sensors can detect spatial quirks. I'd love to study them, a thought flashed through Ryota's mind. He pushed it aside for later with an act of will. It seems they've been planning this attack for quite a while, a calm voice said. For a change, it wasn't Ryota. It was Shoto Todoroki. They blocked the sensors, chose a good time when we had a class here. This is definitely not a coincidence. This was almost the first time Ryota had heard Todoroki speak since he first saw him. At least, he had never witnessed anything like it before. 13. Aizawa cut off the rising noise decisively, taking command. Start the evacuation and try to restore contact with the academy. They're blocking the sensors. They might have someone with an electromagnetic quirk who can jam communications. As he gave the hurried instructions, the hero unwound the ribbons wrapped around his neck like a scarf. Kaminari, you too. Try to use your quirk to disrupt the jamming field. The teacher continued assigning tasks. The blonde guy started to get visibly nervous from the responsibility. Arai. Aizawa turned his whole body, already ready for battle, toward him. You're the fastest one here. Get to UA and report the situation. With your abilities, no one can stop you. Having finished speaking, the teacher had already turned toward the stairs, ready to join the fight. However, And no one can stop me if I decide to destroy them all, Ryota answered, especially quietly. Aizawa froze. His student had voiced the thought he had been carefully pushing away. Law number 126, subparagraph 2, in the event of an attack by persons identifying themselves as villains, and or if the present hero/law enforcement officer identifies them as such, civilians are permitted to use their quirks in self-defense, upon obtaining consent for these actions from the aforementioned persons. Ryota quoted one of the paragraphs of Japanese law he had memorized by heart. Amendment 1, he continued, looking at Aizawa's slightly hunched back, which still hadn't turned toward him. If a civilian can be identified as a legally confirmed hero student/law enforcement trainee, they have the right to self-defense under the responsibility of the aforementioned persons. The student stared at Ryota in stunned amazement. They were amazed not only by the guy's words, but also by his completely inexplicable talkativeness that day. The amendment is described somewhat incorrectly, a new one had just been passed, but with the correct interpretation, I can join the fight right now. Ryota paused for a few moments, letting Aizawa process his words. Only out of respect for you, I haven't done so yet. Each word drilled into the tense teacher's head like a drill. Give me permission. You don't even have to say it out loud. A nod is enough. Slowly, almost with a creak, Aizawa turned his head. For the first time in the last 5 minutes, he looked into the half-hidden face of his student. Everything will be fine, Ryota said in the same cold tone, seeing something in the teacher's eyes. I'll tear them apart. Figuratively. No one will die. Well, probably. After the first statement, Aizawa stared at him in shock. After the second, he calmed down a little. After the third, he closed his eyes. After the fourth, he squeezed them shut so tightly it was noticeable even behind his goggles. But he nodded. Slowly. Almost with a creak. But his head tilted forward, then back. A moment later, the figure in the black and white costume simply dissolved into the air. It left behind a rapidly filling vacuum that created a fairly strong gust of wind, hitting everyone. So, where to begin, Ryota thought, having exited his acceleration. He was hovering directly above the group of villains, which was still emerging from the portal. He counted about 50 of them. But judging by the continuing flow, that number was far from complete. Dealing with each one individually was insane. So he needed to reduce the number of enemies in one fell swoop, without killing everyone outright. I don't want to repeat myself, but this is the best option. He spread his arms wide. A person loses consciousness at 150 decibels. 180 decibels are considered lethal. People with quirks are somewhat tougher. I think 170 should be enough. His spread palms came together. A clap. Aizawa watched the spot where his student had stood just a moment ago with a heavy heart. He was already beginning to regret his decision. How irresponsible did you have to be to entrust the defense of children to one of them? Was the student's overwhelming power enough of a reason? He didn't know the answers to these questions. Turning away from the now empty patch of space, he saw the villains continuing to appear. No sign of Ryota Arai. For a second, relief washed over him. Maybe the guy had realized that getting into a fight was too dangerous and had decided to get to UA and call for help after all. Look. Up there, a shout came from behind him. The teacher reflexively looked up. His hope for the student's prudence immediately died. The black and white silhouette stood out sharply against the transparent domed ceiling of the complex, behind which the clear blue sky was visible. He spread his arms wide, as if trying to embrace the whole world. Hovering in the air, he looked like some kind of religious omen. Ryota Arai's hands came together. The world stopped. The air shuddered. But it seemed there was no effect. Aizawa shifted his confused gaze downward. Dozens of villains, clutching their heads and opening their mouths in shock, fell to the ground, where they lay motionless. The man's incredibly sharp vision distinguished the thin streams of blood flowing from their ears. In his head, a memory of yesterday's meeting surfaced. More specifically, of the unknown person who had used a sound quirk to calm the students during the alarm. So he can control even sound, a thought flashed through the man's mind. The black and white silhouette hanging in the air blurred. It broke the sound barrier and shot toward the ground, straight into the center of the cluster of villains still standing on their feet. I need a vacation, a surprisingly indifferent thought flew through the man's mind a moment before Ryota Arai hit the ground. The plan was going like clockwork. A small-time crook found by chance, with an electromagnetic quirk, had done an excellent job of blocking the disaster complex's alarm system. The promise of eternal glory and incredible wealth had spurred a surprising number of small-time villains to join the revenge mission. But the symbol of peace wasn't at the attack site. The villains had prepared for a huge number of possibilities. They'd worked out hundreds of scenarios. Except this one. It didn't occur to anyone that, for some reason, All Might wouldn't show up for the ambush. As Shigaraki would say, it's like finding an empty throne in a room with a raid boss. But none of that mattered right now. Another scenario that hadn't been prepared for. Among the students would be someone whose power rivaled the symbol of pieces. Kurogyri convulsively shook his head, rubbing his ringing ears with the heels of his palms. The unexpected attack had been powerful enough that the villain responsible for transporting all the forces into the complex lost consciousness for a moment. The dark portal he was maintaining collapsed on both sides. The villain needed some time to open it again and continue transporting the hired muscle. Time he wasn't given. With a powerful crash, even penetrating the ringing in his ears, a silhouette slammed into the ground a few steps away from Kurogyri. The impact cracked and shattered the paved stone slabs. Numerous fragments flew toward the few who had been strong enough to survive the sound attack, albeit with some difficulty. The man reacted on pure instinct and reflex. He opened a dark portal a few centimeters from his body, right in the path of a projectile. At the same time, he did the same for Tamura Shigaraki, who was standing a few steps away. The air must not be harmed. Even before the stone fragments scattered in all directions, Ryota had given each one the correct vector. He directed the improvised projectiles toward the few villains still standing. He deflected random ones away from those who were already unconscious on the ground and couldn't defend themselves. His brain worked at full capacity. It registered each of those who had survived the acoustic attack. It used his vector perception to its fullest to track those who might regain consciousness at any moment. Those who, from the defeated, could suddenly become an unexpected obstacle. Therefore, the pieces of stone slabs flying toward him were neither a surprise nor a problem for Ryota. The projectiles sent back at him from the small black spot simply flowed harmlessly off the vector shield, which was fitted flush against his body. Another means of psychological pressure. Let them think his body was invulnerable by its very nature, and not due to some manifestation of an ability. Ryota scanned the few who had managed to withstand his two attacks. A man emitting black mist, dressed in something resembling a purple tuxedo, as if ripped straight from the Joker of a very dark universe. A short, skinny guy whose body was wrapped in human hands. Despite his apparent weakness, he had relatively painlessly endured the sonic attack. A hulking thing, with All Might's proportions, skin the color of soot, and complete indifference to what was happening. He was the only one who had survived both of Ryota's attacks without any visible damage. On the periphery of his vision, there were a couple more villains still capable of fighting. But they didn't interest him much. He noted their presence in passing, then focused on the trio that was the cause of today's party. "Who the hell are you?" the human facepalm asked, picking his ear with his pinky, his voice hoarse. He's tougher than he looks, Ryota thought, noting someone quietly moving behind him with his vector perception. "Just an ordinary, friendly schoolboy from UA, he answered in a cold voice. "Die!" the villain behind him screamed shrilly and struck. A powerful, stone-covered fist didn't even rustle Ryota's costume. "And may blood wash over anyone who doubts my friendliness." The stone-covered arm cracked in several places. Then, with a bone-chilling crunch, it bent in ways nature never intended. "Ahhh!" the villain screamed in pain. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto his back. He clutched his injured limb, whimpered, and lost consciousness. Chapter 36, Chapter 34, Movement Toward the Outcome. Chapter 34, Movement Toward the Outcome. After the sound and stone attacks, only 4 remained standing. Now 3. The man covered in a stone crust clearly hadn't expected his sneaky attack to end this way. His right arm was now beyond repair. There wasn't a single intact bone left in it. Not even a fragment larger than a thumbnail. Even supermedics would struggle to heal something like this. At least, most of them. What the hell? The facepalm guy tilted his head toward his shoulder. That wasn't in the plan. He immediately turned to the cloud of black mist standing next to him. Everything was supposed to be different. Who is this? Where's All Might? The villain shouted hysterically. "Kurogyri, do something about him. Throw him into space, or I don't know, into a damn abyss." "As you wish," the barely visible silhouette from the darkness answered calmly. At that same moment, the mist moved toward Ryota. It swallowed up the unconscious bodies of the small-time villains along the way. With each passing meter, the wave of dark haze expanded further and further. Soon, it obscured the guy's view of his opponents entirely. However, this didn't bother him much. Take the risk, or not. As mentioned before, over the past 8 years, Ryota had devoted a lot of attention to comprehensively upgrading his vector shield. He had tried to cover all his weaknesses. The list of improvements included a complex of changes that should, in theory, block all sorts of spatial nonsense. What was the point? It was a completely separate matrix of the vector shield. In essence, it should influence what happened inside a given area, with the user at its center. More specifically, the whole point was rigid stabilization. In other words, by generously fueling this matrix with AIM field energy, Ryota could partially overlay his personal reality onto objective reality. He wouldn't have any power there. But as a final effect, any effects that contradicted the norm simply couldn't enter the shield's boundaries. Theoretically, such a trick could completely block any paranormal phenomena. From banal illogical lasers to spatial distortions and even temporal effects. In essence, the vector shield in this variation replicated the ability of the main character from the Index fandom, with his nullification of all magical esper nonsense. Quite ironic. However, not everything was rosy. There was a drawback. An unexpected change in the vector of motion was also a paranormal phenomenon. In other words, this method of protection couldn't protect the user from logical attacks. If a stone was thrown at Ryota and it hit him, he would be hurt. If someone shot him with a pistol, it would be game over. So, at this moment, Ryota was hesitating. Here and now, he could test his abilities without much risk. Not only because the villains would most likely not be aiming to kill, but also because the mist wasn't fast enough. If he noticed something was wrong, he could disable the shield modification and quickly get out of there, thus showing his weakness. Not to mention that everything mentioned above was just theoretical speculation without practically confirmed justification. After another second of deliberation, Ryota made his choice. Risk unacceptable. A powerful wave of air immediately shot from his body. It swept away the mist, which had already gotten quite close, back toward the villains. He could test the new configuration later. He could simply ask one of the students to use their powers nearby. As for the threat of spatial manipulators, it's hard to defend against something you've never seen with your own eyes. But now Ryota had seen it. He had felt the strange wrongness of the vectors. He had gotten a couple of new ideas to work with in his spare time. For now, he needed to test a couple more things. Wind. Kurogyri tilted his head to his shoulder in confusion. His mist had been completely dispersed, making him visible again. What kind of quirk do you have? Ryota didn't answer. He silently raised his hand. The light around him became noticeably dimmer. But in return, a tiny, dazzling ball of light began to form on the tip of his index finger. His portals don't seem to let light through, Ryota thought, remembering how the villain had used his powers earlier. The light, which should also pass through the portal, hadn't been refracted at all. Plus, they're black inside. At that moment, the tense Kurogyri, seeing what was happening, immediately created a black oval of teleportation in front of himself and Shigaraki. The ball of light suddenly shot from Ryota's finger. It shot straight toward the center in a solid beam. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. Ryota decided to experiment with the radiation spectrum. Huh, the villain grunted in surprise when the beam of light pierced through his portal. Ahhhhh, and hit his eyes. Ryota immediately stopped collecting nearby light rays. The improvised laser ceased its work. I suggest you see an ophthalmologist, the guy commented coolly, looking at the doubled-over villain through the hole literally burned through the portal. The light I hit your eyes with isn't much different from what hits the Earth's atmosphere. Just a little radioactive. Collecting protons and building up the magnetic range to recreate the desired spectrum is quite tedious, Ryota mentally wiped the sweat from his brow. Almost 10 seconds to simulate the yellow-green spectrum. NOMU. Crush him. This time, Shigaraki finally lost control. The loss of all his minor minions hadn't bothered him at all. Easy come, easy go. He could always find new small fry and cannon fodder. But the serious injury to Kurogyri, it had enraged him. RRRGH, a furious roar came from the previously inactive giant. He lunged at the designated target. The lunge was good. About a tenth of what Ryota had observed from All Might 8 years ago. But even that, despite appearing low, was really impressive. However, it was still just banal physical strength. Dumb power, obeying the good old and completely logical second law of Newton, F equals ma. And it had a simple, directed vector. Nothing to worry about. What interested Ryota much more was observing the consequences of his impromptu attack with accelerated, electromagnetically radiated protons combined with compressed and redirected light rays. As mentioned earlier, during the few times Kurogyri had used his portals, Ryota had noticed with his vector perception that the spatial distortions the villain created ignored sunlight. Perhaps not only sunlight. But he didn't have any other options for the experiment at hand. The second noted point was that the portal was black. And black, as anyone with any observation skills knows, absorbs directed light more than it reflects. For example, walking in the sun in black pants and a t-shirt will give you a taste of the joys of being a baked potato in its jacket. So, we have a portal that doesn't reflect or transmit light. And the ability to shine a bright light on it. It was an interesting experiment. And, rather strangely, a successful one. Though, in reality, any experiment, regardless of the result, can be considered successful. The unknown matter of the portal had clearly reached its heat absorption limit. It simply self-annihilated, instantly releasing the accumulated energy into the environment. It created a scattered cloud of charged protons, which further distorted the still ongoing rays toward greater lethality. Without real paranormal medical help, Kurogyari would never see again. I wonder if he can set his portals without looking, a thoughtful thought crossed Ryota's mind. TCH. Annoying, he exhaled shortly, when the nth punch from Nomu harmlessly bounced off his fitted vector shield. Freeze. The giant, whose fist was currently colliding with the guy's body, obediently froze. Well, obediently. As soon as Nomu made contact with Ryota's body, it was instantly pierced by an intense flow of AIM field energy. It instantly nullified all vectors except the vital ones and continued to do so in real time. On your knees. A wave of vibrations, created by the flow of the creature's blood through its veins, amplified 1,000-fold, passed through its incredibly strong bones. It reached the kneecaps and released itself as a single kinetic impulse. Nomu's kneecaps turned to dust. At the same moment, Ryota slightly released the vector lock. The giant fell to the ground, obeying the command. What the fuck? Shigaraki whined in shock, just before his slightly recovered comrade pulled him away with a teleport. Silence. Looks like he can, Ryota said, slightly surprised, answering his last unasked question. The angrily roaring mountain of muscle known as Nomu stopped trying to twitch and growl. It froze, like a toy with dead batteries. And so, the villain's attack had exhausted itself without even getting started. A vivid illustration of an example, excessive self-confidence against an unstoppable force. Like a chihuahua, 50% fear, 50% hatred, furiously yapping and charging at a steamroller. The outcome is clear, obvious, predictable, and a dozen other synonyms. Of course, projecting onto reality, many might not understand the concept of ordinary high school student equals steamroller. It's hard to accept. Even harder to accept that the 15-year-old guy standing before you is actually a goddamn hovercraft carrier that eats steamrollers for breakfast. Accordingly, the figure of the guy calmly walking back up the stairs was watched by everyone present, from Aizawa to his classmates, with eyes like saucers and mouths hanging open. Aizawa hadn't even recovered from his state when All Might flew into the room with his signature, "Everything's okay because I am here." He looked around. He was stunned. He began interrogating the clearly overloaded teacher with a barrage of questions. Then he joined the impromptu flash mob, staring at Ryota, who was calmly standing off to the side. Then more reinforcements began to arrive. There was no real point to them anymore. Apparently, after the overly strong student's first move, the villain blocking communications had conveniently fizzled out. The block on the sensors and alarms dropped. As a result, everyone suddenly realized what was happening and rushed to help. Gradually, the commotion around them grew. The arriving heroes first made sure to securely restrain the villains neutralized at the bottom of the square. Then, after brief inquiries about what had happened, they launched a new wave of flash mobs. Ryota was neither hot nor cold about the general attention. Right now, his mind was entirely occupied by the irregularity in the vector space created by Kurogyari's quirk. It opened up possibilities. Very interesting possibilities. What kind of model is this? Let's say, take a Mobius strip and turn it inside out. Wait, that's still a Mobius strip, he shook his head, dismissing the stupid idea. Before this, Ryota had thought many times about how he could influence space with vectors. He'd experimented very carefully with gravity and electromagnetism, trying to practically reproduce the theories of an old German scientist with a funny-sounding name to Russian ears. The Germans, in general, had done more than anyone else to study such a subtle matter. Ryota was still inspired by Theodore Kaluza's work and Hilbert's theory of multidimensional space. However, while their mathematics was understandable to him, he just couldn't push it into objective reality. Nothing would pass through. He had an excellent lever, but he lacked both a fulcrum and a point of application for the force. But now, everything was different. He just needed time. Gradually, the vast space of the disaster complex filled with more and more people. The wide gates calmly admitted ambulances and operational police vehicles. "Glad to see you're okay," Araikuin, a man in a light gray trench coat and hat said with a smile, approaching Ryota. "Naomasa-san," the guy said with annoyance, recognizing one of the extras from the incident 8 years ago. The unexpected address had broken his train of thought. "Long time no see. Looks like you're really ramping things up, huh?" The men gestured at the controlled chaos, the inevitable result of detaining more than 50 villains. "I'm already dreading the next time," he joked. "Can I help you with something?" Ryota didn't respond to the joke, getting straight to the point. "Yes," Naomasa said, his tone becoming somewhat more serious. "You can come with me. I'd like to hear your version of events and ask you a couple of questions." "Lead the way," the guy nodded after a couple of seconds of thought. Chapter 37, Chapter 35, Movement Toward Analysis. Chapter 35, Movement Toward Analysis. At that moment, they retreated, using the villain Kurogyari's quirk. In a small conference room, hastily equipped for an unplanned meeting, a debriefing was underway. Around the oval table sat all the witnesses to the attack, along with several heroes who had arrived in a hurry. All Might, in his brutal, muscular form. Aizawa. 13. Detective Nao Mesa. Director Nizu of UA Academy. Chief of Police Tsukachi's deputy, the dog-headed officer Tsuragami. And, of course, the main guest of the program, Ryota Arai. He had just finished recounting what had happened in his usual measured, cold tone. Good. Thank you for the detailed account, Nao Mesa said thoughtfully, stroking the brim of his hat, which lay on the table. Can you add anything about the villain's quirks? After all, you had significantly more contact with them than the rest of us. Fine, Ryota said with a grimace. First, Kurogyri. Quirk, creation of mist that distorts space. Specifics, opening portals and rifts of various sizes. Creating a rift large enough to fit an average-sized person takes 3.5 seconds in combat conditions. Unknown in peaceful conditions. In my opinion, he can create portals in places he's already been or has seen with his own eyes. Any basis for that? Officer Tsuragami, who had been carefully taking notes of Ryota's every word, raised his head. Their group had a villain capable of blocking sensors, which implies knowledge of their existence. That's point 1. The guy readily moved on to the explanation. Among the teleported villains were several whose quirks were highly specialized for aquatic conditions. That would have been a stupid choice if they didn't have information about the pavilion's terrain and the presence of an environment suitable for their powers. That shows their level of information. Point 2. Most likely, someone from the villain team had already been in the disaster zone. Possibly Kurogyri himself. That's not ironclad proof of such a limitation, woof, the dog-headed man objected. Absolutely. But to create portals blind, Kurogyri would have to possess some form of spatial sensitivity. I noticed nothing of the sort. And even if he does, I seriously doubt it has a sufficient radius. Considering the sheer number of villains, they couldn't have gathered anywhere near the training ground. Accepted, Tsuragami nodded, twitching his ears. By the way, considering their supposed leader's slip, which hinted that they were the cause of yesterday's incident, I can assume that the villain could now open a portal into UA. At any time. At these words, everyone present tensed noticeably. During the fight against Kurogyri, I discovered a weakness in the spatial rifts created by his quirk, vulnerability to high-intensity green-yellow spectrum radiation. I used concentrated sunlight and accelerated protons to simulate it. But something less dangerous might also work. In connection with this, I recommend updating the Academy's defense systems. Install sensors that register spatial fluctuations and automatically deploy directed spectrum emitters. Excellent idea. Director Nizu exclaimed happily. I'll get on it as soon as I return. I can offer to write the required software as an outsourced project, Ryota said after a moment's thought. At a reasonable price. We'll discuss that after the meeting, Araikun, Nizu nodded with satisfaction. I've heard quite a bit about your success in that area. Ryota nodded, then shifted his gaze back to the thoughtful Nao Mesa. He had no doubt which of the 2 police officers present had more authority. So, the supposed leader is one Tamura Shigaraki. During the attack, he didn't have time to take any action, so his quirk is unknown. But, given yesterday's attack on the Academy and his connection to today's villains, I can assume that it was with his help that the villains managed to get onto the Academy grounds. Makes sense. Again, Ryota continued, since he never once used his quirk in my presence, it's reasonable to assume there are limitations. Perhaps it only works on contact. Some form of touch-based destruction. I only glimpsed the gate damage, so I can't say anything specific. I'll note that in the report, the dog-headed man nodded, making it clear that they wouldn't just take the word of some kid, but that they would at least take note of it. Something, at least. What about the big guy? Nao Mesa unexpectedly asked. Nomu, right. Strong and fast, Ryota said, looking up at the ceiling. About 1/10 of All Might's power from 8 years ago. Maybe a little weaker, but capable of rapid regeneration. He shifted his gaze to the tense symbol of peace. There might be something else. But he was clearly the basis for their confidence. I see. The detective shot All Might a worried look. Anything else? No. Good. Now, I think we can move on to questions. What were you thinking, charging alone into a crowd of villains? Officer Tsuragami snarled. He had been calm until then. It was the optimal solution, Ryota answered coldly. If Aizawa-sensei had attacked them himself, Kurogyri could have attacked us, teleporting villains to us. Or the reverse. Everyone, including me, would have had to fight. But the risk would have been much higher. If he had stayed with us, the villains would have attacked us anyway. Same thing. But if I went into battle... He gestured at the result before their eyes. The result is in front of you. 13 would have stayed with you. With all due respect, Ryota cut the officer off. 13's specialty is disasters and catastrophes, not combat. Plus, her quirk is quite destructive and could have put the children in a risky situation. Tense silence fell. There was no argument against such reasoning. Don't make a precedent out of nothing, Ryota spoke up. Make a statement that everything was under control and that All Might dealt with the villains. Under such a scenario, any small-timers will be wary of joining villain groups in the future. Ordinary people will be happy to applaud. Just another feat of the greatest hero. Besides, the villains won't deny it. It's one thing to fail in an attack on the symbol of peace. It's quite another to lose to a single unknown schoolboy. Again, silence. The stunned heroes and police officers stared at the indifferent teenager. Looks like you've already thought it all through, Director Nizu's pleased voice was heard. But Ryota left it without comment. May I go? Everyone present exchanged tense glances. Yes, you can go. The guy stood up, bowed slightly, and walked out. An hour later, Ryota was already sitting at home. Leaning back in his chair, he balanced on its back legs without any vector control, effortlessly. The debriefing had gone quite well. His recklessness had been swept under the rug, and his arguments accepted. A good outcome. He could freeze his preparations in case of conflict. Yes, from a legal standpoint, there couldn't be any serious complaints about Ryota in this case. But they could put quite a bit of pressure on him. Nothing too serious, but it's worth remembering that his apartment was given to him as collateral for good behavior. Such a precedent would somewhat contradict that, to say the least. If someone got a wild hair, Ryota could easily lose his cozy nest. But, regarding pressure, the guy had something to answer with. The mere fact of an attack on students was already quite an unpleasant PR story for UA. But if the public started hearing rumors that children had to deal with the threat themselves, that would be a PR catastrophe. And Ryota, with his savings, could quite easily arrange such a catastrophe. Well, all's well that ends well. Right now, there were more important, and to be honest, more interesting things to do. The world froze and turned gray. Ryota was waiting for research and experiments with spatial distortion. 2 days later. UA Academy. Class 1A, Ryota mumbled vaguely, standing at the board facing the class. Whatever. After such a profound speech, he staggered to his seat in an unsteady, wobbling gait. What had he even been doing in front of the class? His tired brain was giving him some nonsense about needing to seat everyone and announce the start of homeroom, since he was, after all, the class rep, in short, nonsense. Yawning widely, he rubbed his eyes, which had impressive shadows under them. He slumped onto his desk, burying his face in the crook of his elbow. 2 days without sleep was taking its toll. The possibilities opened up by even extremely limited spatial manipulations were just too interesting. True, he hadn't been able to reach all of them. For the most part, he'd limited himself to upgrading the vector shield. But he'd managed to master some interesting tricks. On top of that, the fatigue had been compounded by a request from Director Nizu to develop control software for the emitters. He cursed his own tongue. Good morning, everyone, Aizawa walked in, as exhausted as usual. All the students immediately shifted their gazes from their class rep to the teacher, and then back. The resemblance was uncanny. Something deep in the poor students' brains itched and tingled from it. The image of the crushing force of 100 villains just didn't match what they were seeing now. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei, the students greeted him in a scattered chorus. What's with Arai? Aizawa shifted his gaze from the body sprawled across the desk to the vice rep, He's sleeping. He didn't look very energetic today, Momo answered. The teacher didn't comment, but the look he gave Ryota clearly showed envy. I have an announcement. Pass it on to him when he wakes up. The children immediately perked up and began boring holes in the teacher with their gazes. An announcement from Aizawa. That sounded like a threat. The UA Sports Festival will be announced soon. A short pause of silence. The whole classroom was flooded with joyful exclamations from excited students. Ryota, on pure reflex, even without waking up, changed the vector shield settings to suppress noise. I conducted a thorough search by the name Shigaraki and his quirk, assuming it was some form of destruction, as Ryota Araikuin suggested. In a room almost identical to the conference room where the meeting had been held 2 days ago, Tsukachi Naomasa spoke before the assembled heroes. This time, for a change, he was dressed not in his Inspector Gadget trench coat, but in a strict black suit. I searched through the quirk registration list for all people between the ages of 20 and 30. No matches. Same situation with the second villain, a certain Kurojiri, Naomasa reported, occasionally glancing at the papers in his hands. Maybe they've never been registered, or they use aliases. In any case, they're well hidden. Their quirks haven't shown up anywhere yet. Too bad. I have a feeling that once their mist guy recovers from his eye injuries, they'll try something nasty again. True. We've taken 58 villains into custody. All third-rate, picked up almost from doorways. But. He paused, and the heroes in the room turned their serious gazes on him. Getting such a group to follow you isn't easy. But they did. Without any hesitation. In this age of hero supremacy, such people feel a lot of pressure. They readily followed someone who gave them at least some hope of revolution. Of defeating All Might. All eyes turned to the symbol of peace, who was currently in his emaciated form. Heroes are very helpful in investigations and other aspects. So I'll try to increase the number of special capture units to be ready. Ready for what? For anything. The steady hum of working equipment. The smell of bleach and medical preparations. I'm done, a short, plump old man with bushy whiskers exhaled wearily. They fluttered slightly. I don't know what burned your eyes like that, but try not to do it again. Transplanting such a complex organ is a very difficult process. Sorry for the inconvenience, the man lying on the low cot answered calmly, feeling his face once again enveloped by the familiar, comforting black mist. Oh, don't worry about it, the doctor waved his hand, jumping off the small platform. You wouldn't listen anyway. Don't take off the bandage for the next 2 days. After that, wear sunglasses for a week. Got it. Of course. Well, I'll be going. He wants to talk to you. Kurogyri didn't answer. The sound of an opening door was heard. Cool air rushed in through the open passage. The old man left the room, leaving Kurogyri alone in complete darkness. Not that it caused him any inconvenience. Kurogyri was ready to give much more than just his sight to please his master. 10 minutes later, the door opened again. The sound of creaking wheels and a working drive came from the room. Kurogyri, a familiar voice, with a smile in it, said. Master, the villain hurried to sit up. Lie down. You need to recover. As you say, master. How did the treatment go? Satisfactory. The doctor said I'd be back to normal in a couple of weeks. That's good. We'll need your eyes. For a few seconds, silence reigned, broken only by the sound of the working equipment. Though, with the arrival of the new visitor, the sounds had become much more numerous. I heard from Tamura about what happened. He said a schoolboy dealt with you, the smile was still in his voice, but Kurogyri had to struggle to keep from flinching. That's right, master. He was incredibly strong. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that the boy is more worthy of the name All Might than the one who currently holds it. Interesting assessment. What quirk does he have? He didn't say. From observation alone, it's impossible to say anything. Too versatile. Details. A sound attack that immediately took down all our pawns. Enormous speed and strength. Some form of indestructibility. One of the minions with an enhancement quirk hit him directly in the back. He didn't even feel it. The minion lost his arm. Control of light, which is why I'm in this state. And, I can't be sure, but after he hit with sound and crashed into the ground, all the fragments created by his landing flew in strange trajectories. Exactly toward those who were strong enough to stay standing after the acoustic blast. Interesting. Chapter 38, Chapter 36, Movement Toward Revelations. Chapter 36, Movement Toward Revelations. Sports Festival. I almost forgot this was a school. Aizawa's announcement, unsurprisingly, sparked a wave of enthusiasm in the classroom. The UA Sports Festival. So much meaning in those words. Yet they captured so little of the real significance. An event that, year after year, attracted hundreds and thousands of spectators from around the world. It was on the stage that a nobody could leap straight into the elite. Thanks to its incredible, almost excessive funding, this sports event could rival the old Olympic Games, at least within the scale of one particularly well-known school. Even a loss, just one spectacular performance in this competition, didn't bring the winner untold wealth or glory. But it gave them something far more important in the reality of the hero world. Reputation. Contacts with hero agencies, personal connections, and some experience in fighting quirk users. Wait. Wouldn't villains flock to the festival? Will everything be okay? Ida's worried shout came from his seat, his hand raised. Don't worry, Aizawa replied calmly. If the academy didn't cancel the festival, it means they're confident they can handle any situation. There will be 5 times as many police this time. The class breathed a sigh of relief at this announcement. But that shouldn't concern you. What you should be thinking about right now is the huge opportunity this festival provides. This event isn't held so that villains can stop it. Our sports festival is the largest in Japan. The teacher couldn't resist adding a touch of national pride to his voice. Every major agency in the country will send representatives. For you, this is a chance to show yourselves in the best light. Aizawa paused for a few seconds, letting the students digest his words. This opportunity comes once a year. 3 chances during your 3-year training period. If you want to become heroes, you can't ignore this event. Ryota woke up because someone was persistently trying to reach him through his vector shield. It was an interesting sensation, like a mosquito buzzing in his ear. Of course, he could have easily disabled this function and continued his blissful sleep. But, fortunately or unfortunately, he was aware of where he was. He didn't particularly want to miss several lessons just because no one could move him. Last night had been exhausting, and not just because of his research into the interesting phenomenon of spatial distortion. As mentioned, he had spent most of the night writing code for UA's defense systems. That had been unexpectedly time-consuming. Ryota himself didn't understand why he'd made that offer. Whether the situation had been conducive, or whether he had subconsciously expected to be politely told to get lost. But it was somewhat presumptuous to try to predict someone like Director Nizu. Yawning widely, the guy sat up straight, stretched with a crack, and looked around. The class was mostly empty. Near his seat, Momo Yaoyorozu stood, her lips pressed together in annoyance. After staring blankly for a few moments at how the girl was moving her mouth, trying to say something to him, Ryota realized he still had the sound blocked. He quickly edited the vector shield's functionality. Could you repeat that? He said indifferently, making sure sound waves could pass through the invisible film again. Class is over, the girl said, still annoyed by her class rep's behavior. It's lunch break. Aizawa-sensei asked me to pass on some information to you. Oh. About the festival, right? The guy stood up from his favorite spot. What? He asked the obviously surprised Momo coldly. It happens around the same time every year. Besides, it was already announced. Yawning again, Ryota stretched his arms behind his head and rolled his shoulders with gusto. The sleeves of his school uniform slid down slightly, showing off his muscular forearms to anyone who cared to look. His shirt, visible under his unbuttoned jacket, clearly outlined his toned torso. Well, are you coming? He asked, ignoring the girl's frozen state. He grabbed his bag. Where? Momo stammered, blushing profusely. To the cafeteria. To eat, he explained, as if to a slow-witted child. Internally, he chuckled at the girl's reaction. Momo blinked in confusion at the offer, then blushed again. After a few seconds of thought, she nodded in agreement. Having gotten her consent, Ryota turned toward the exit without a second thought and began walking at a leisurely pace. Momo silently followed at a slight distance. Can I ask you something? After a few minutes of rather awkward silence, she caught up with him. Go ahead, Ryota said without looking back. You don't have to answer if it's uncomfortable, the girl said hurriedly. He just waved his hand dismissively. The incident 8 years ago. She seemed to be jumping off a cliff, her head tucked into her shoulders. I was interested in your slip of the tongue at the last lesson, and I looked into the news from that time. She kept watching his reaction. And? Ryota asked with his usual indifference. The arrest of a villain group in the suburbs of Utsunomiya. About 24 members of the group were detained. 1 hostage was freed. 6 dead on the villain's side, 1 in critical condition. She tensed up. That hostage was you, wasn't it? Ryota glanced at his interlocutor and chuckled slightly. Apparently, Momo had gotten herself quite worked up before voicing her suspicions. Just that moment was enough to understand that the background of the events hadn't remained a secret from her, despite the rather sparse details in the newspaper reports. Me, he didn't avoid the question. And, answering your unasked question, the one responsible for the new names in the obituary was also me, he continued casually, not paying attention to how the girl paled with each word. I still remember the moment I realized they'd sold me and to whom. And I remember just as clearly the stone floor covered with groaning and already lifeless bodies, and the pale look of All Might, who came to rescue me. He kept walking until he realized he no longer heard her footsteps. Stopping and glancing over his shoulder, he saw the frozen, clearly frightened girl. You don't need to be afraid of me, Ryota said. For a change, his voice didn't sound nearly as cold and indifferent as before. With a little imagination, you could even sense care and warmth in his tone. You already guessed what I'd say, didn't you? He tilted his head to his shoulder, looking Momo straight in the eyes. Believe me, that incident was some real shit in its worst possible form. Sorry for the language, he chuckled at the girl's amusingly wide-eyed expression. It was true. From someone like Ryota, you usually expected a strong curse word last. If you want, I don't mind sharing the details. But then we'll have to change our route. I'm not in the mood to tell scary stories to the whole academy. He paused for a few seconds, letting the girl digest his words. Are you ready to be alone with the killer and listen to his story? For the first time in Yaoyorozu's memory, Ryota Arai's face twisted into a crooked but surprisingly organic, ironic smile. Looking at it, it was immediately obvious that the guy wasn't used to straining his facial muscles. For a minute, silence hung in the air. Momo stared tensely at the calmly standing guy, who waited with arctic patience for her answer. Yes, she said firmly. Then, not letting herself change her mind, she walked toward the slightly tilted Ryota. Somehow, she was sure he wouldn't hurt her. After lunch, it was time for literature class, taught by the rather unusual hero, Cementos. For the first time in her life, Momo Yaoyorozu found it hard to focus on the lesson. Even though she loved and respected literature with all her heart. However, her conversation with the mysterious Ryota Arai had thoroughly shaken her. From childhood, Momo had been taught that hurting people was wrong. It was a simple, universally accepted moral baseline instilled in every child whose parents weren't outcasts. And a direct extrapolation of that postulate, murder is terrible. Unnatural. Unlike the first baseline, it was rarely spoken aloud. Because there was no point. It was the most natural thought for normal people. You didn't need to be a genius to understand that murder was the greatest sin, even outside any religious context. That's why Ryota's rather shocking, detailed account had thrown her off balance. Because if a person kills people, they're a monster and a villain. But if a 6-year-old child kills other people, it's insane. It was something that didn't fit into the sheltered, somewhat naive Momo Yaoyorozu's worldview. Yes, she knew there had been many such precedents in the past. Even today, in not-so-civilized countries, you could encounter such horrors. But it was one thing to read about it in articles and books. Quite another to know that one of those children was sitting in the same room as you. Momo looked at the back of her classmate, who had so occupied her thoughts, with a slightly clearer gaze. Even despite his obvious fatigue and lack of sleep, the guy sat up straight, in contrast to previous lessons. He was paying attention to the board. However, looking closer, Momo realized with indignant surprise that Ryota was simply sleeping with his eyes open. Nothing like the image of a killer and villain that had become ingrained in her mind. In his story, Ryota had concealed almost nothing. He told her he ended up in an orphanage. That he was sold to villains like a thing. That they conducted less than humane, non-voluntary experiments on him. And about how he fought back. He held nothing back. He unloaded the unpleasant details in his usual imperturbable tone. Though, before that, he made sure his interlocutor ate her lunch. Or rather, not exactly. Momo didn't have any home-cooked food with her, and they didn't go to the cafeteria. So Ryota, without hesitation, gave her his bento. Another mind-blower. Remembering the not-so-calm moments of the day, the girl couldn't help blushing. He explained his generosity quite simply. According to him, he'd slept most of the day. But the sleepiness hadn't gone away. He assured Momo that after a heavy lunch, he'd probably pass out again. Which, in fact, had happened even without the help of the deliciously prepared food. Momo herself found it hard to characterize the guy's action. On one hand, such embarrassing concern was really nice. On the other hand, after his detailed account, the lunch nearly came back up. Luckily, she avoided that embarrassment. But she had to endure several unpleasant minutes. However, even so, Ryota hadn't told her everything. The reason he was sold to the villains, and his negative reaction to the word quirk, at least when applied to himself. According to the guy, the answer to both questions was the same. But he didn't elaborate, saying that the mysterious answer was currently a stake in some kind of argument. He said it wouldn't be sporting to reveal it to anyone. At these words, the guy smiled a thin, rather sly smile. It caused Momo's worldview to shatter once again. It also caused a slight itching in the back of her head and a sharp feeling of embarrassment. This intensified when she realized the situation she was in. She was having lunch alone with a handsome guy, eating the bento he had prepared. The context of the situation wasn't taken into account. That wasn't surprising, since despite all her virtues, Momo was a rather shy girl without close friends. The girl shook her head, chasing away unwanted thoughts and the blush that had surfaced yet again. There was still one question she was afraid to ask. Why had Ryota told her all this? And why her specifically? For some reason, that question interested her more than anything else. Even more than the true background of the 8-year-old incident. I hope it's not just because I asked before everyone else. Chapter 39, Chapter 37, Movement to the Sports Festival. Chapter 37, Movement to the Sports Festival. Sorry for the intrusion. Oh, Araikuin. Or, who knows, maybe the main topic of the conversation would be the program the guy had written the day before. I think you might be interested in why I called you here, Nisa said. Ryota just snorted at this. Was the director so observant that he could guess thoughts? Or was this a classic, talking about nothing, act that this incongruous but damn dangerous creature had simply managed to guess correctly? Indeed. In that case, here. With those words, Nisa climbed onto the table and dragged a rather hefty A4 folder over. Some information you need to know about the UA Sports Festival as class rep, date and venue. Dress code. Individual tickets for the families of participating students. Waiver forms. Safety briefing for students in 2 copies, one of which must be reviewed by their parents and signed. The director continued listing off items. Ryota had to struggle to keep his eyelid from twitching. And finally, directions to the medical building for the general medical examination of registered students. The list of required documents is on the title page. The forms need to be distributed by the end of the week. Ryota wanted to curse, long and hard. He'd become class rep as a joke, right? To get useful connections, he'd said. I understand. Oh, I hear some disappointment in your voice, Nisa said positively. But don't worry. All you need to do is gather the class, convey the main information, and hand out all the necessary papers. There are sample forms on how to fill them out. Ryota just nodded silently. Just as silently, he picked up the folder from the table. And again, silently, he walked toward the exit with a somewhat wooden gait. Oh, by the way, Arai-kun. Ryota stopped. Why did you let them go? Silence. It took a couple of seconds for the slightly overloaded Ryota to understand the question. What are you talking about, Director Nizu? He turned to the desk, tilting his head slightly. Kurogyuri and Shigaraki. Why did you let them go? The usual cheerfulness had vanished. The director had stopped radiating cheerfulness and friendliness. TCH. He won't let it go. Why do you think I let them go? Ryota answered the question with a question for the second time. I know what you're capable of. No, I can't say I know the limits of your power. But even what you've already shown would be enough to stop those 2. Fine. I have preparations for this kind of situation. Even if it's a little inconvenient. I was being cautious. Kurogyuri's spatial abilities are my weakness. Weakness. Nizu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Ryota smiled internally. This confession was definitely not what this weirdo expected. Yes. Even I wouldn't be very comfortable being teleported into space. Teleported into space. Wait. You think Kurogyuri is capable of that? I don't see why not, the teenager shrugged slightly. You yourself suggested his limitations. He has to see the place, or have been there. Don't try to act dumber than you are, Nizu-sensei. Ryota interrupted the director bluntly, earning an offended look. That problem is solved with a telescope, a clear night, and the moon in the lens. Nizu fell into thought. Honestly, right now, Ryota wasn't even being evasive. He had indeed considered such a threat, even if he didn't remember it from the canon. But, objectively speaking, he didn't remember much from the original anyway. And the title wasn't even finished when he read it. True, the danger of ending up in such near space wasn't as dangerous for an Esper with Accelerator's abilities as Ryota was trying to make it seem. Yes, finding a sufficient point of support in the cosmic vacuum to use his preferred method of movement would be a bit of a problem. But, honestly, not that big a one. Ryota always carried a small bottle of water with him. Even in his hero costume, there was a small compartment for it. How would that help? Have you ever heard that water is incompressible? The powers of vector control laugh at the stupidity of that statement. It's enough to create a sphere around the water and set the equation of the vector shield to reflect off the inner walls. Then gradually reduce the volume. The water will constantly push back, and the sphere, ignoring the opposing forces, will calmly shrink. Theoretically, you could compress a sufficiently fluid substance into an infinitely small point. And then, what happens next? Ryota's imagination was a bit fuzzy here. He wasn't an expert in material physics. Attempts to find the answer online led to verbose discussions about a piston with infinite strength and compressive force. From what he had researched on this topic out of curiosity, he had deduced one simple answer. It would be a disaster. At some point, the compressed substance, and it would no longer be water, would go beyond the bounds of any physical model. It would tear through its vector shield shell. And it would be a disaster. But if he stopped the compression at some point, the released volume of substance could serve as a kick. Then he could adjust the direction of the kick and regulate its force. The main thing was for the Earth to be in sight. Because cosmic navigation was somewhat far from the calculations the Esper's brain was tuned for. Though, as long as everything happened within the solar system, the chance of returning before the oxygen trapped by the vector shield ran out still existed. You could have prevented those two from even having a chance to attack, Nisa said after a minute of thoughtful silence. It would have been enough to land not next to them, but on them. I saw the recordings, he added at the end, as if explaining his knowledge of the details of the clash. And fly straight into an open portal, the Esper replied, not at all upset by the smart guy's words. I wasn't sure exactly how it worked. Whether Kurogyuri had the ability to redirect the destination point for each individual unit. Wasn't sure. Nizu latched onto the words. And now. 80% sure he can't. Arguments. None. Just intuition. Well, sometimes it's worth listening to that feeling. Any more questions? Nizu rubbed his chin in a very theatrical way. Either he was taking a moment to think, or he was just playing the clown, trying to lower Ryota's guard. We keep getting interrupted lately. You wanted to tell me how your abilities work. At such audacity, Ryota even blinked. Several times. I did. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course. Just imagine. People have spent 2 centuries constantly studying quirks, but they've barely advanced. But you. Your abilities are a phenomenon. Perhaps, by studying them, humanity could unlock what was previously hidden. Well said. You don't consider yourself part of humanity, Director Nizu. At this question, the director just smiled sadly. No verbal answer was needed. I feel there's something more behind your words, Ryota began in a cold voice. Phenomenon. What a tasteless word. You were also a phenomenon, weren't you, Nizu-san? An animal that acquired a quirk. Intelligence that surpasses human limits. It's so convenient. Ryota walked up to the table and leaned his palms on its surface. An animal isn't a human, Nizu tensed. Which means human laws and rights don't apply to it, right? The ideal specimen for the cruelest research and experiments. For the common good, right? You may go, Araikuin. Have a good day, Nizu-sensei. His good morning mood was gone. Ryota hadn't wanted to say all that. But as soon as the conversation turned in that direction, it all just poured out. And lately, this has been happening more often than I'd like, Ryota thought gloomily, lying in the bath at home. Even the mask doesn't help much. He scooped up a handful of hot water and splashed it on his face, then ran his hand through his hair, smoothing it back. But had it been lately? It was just that in the last few weeks, there had been more live interaction for the Ice Guide guy than in his entire previous life in this world. And then there was his age. That time. All the fun and excitement. Take yesterday, for instance. Another step toward a global goal. Another crushed butterfly. It seemed like nothing had changed, right? Ryota had just beaten everyone up himself, without the help of the class or All Might. So what? It seemed like a minor change. But it changed everything. Class 1A didn't get the experience of a combat encounter with villains. The media didn't leak who had actually repelled the attack, so public trust in UA wasn't shaken. All Might didn't weaken from the forced use of his quirk and new injuries. And Ryota himself had stepped out of the secondary character role and stolen the spotlight. And there was no reaction to this. Lightning didn't strike his head from a clear sky. Hell didn't open up beneath his feet. Nothing. Yes, Ryota hadn't completely broken the canon. As he told Nizu, he'd let Kurojiiri and Shigaraki go. The later the canon broke, the more beneficial it would be for him. Though the benefit was questionable. As for the sports festival, the teenager soaking in the bath grimaced, remembering the folder of papers waiting for him on the table. I think I can involve my deputy in this issue. His head took a deep breath and went under the water. The next 2 weeks flew by. The highly motivated students devoted all their free time to training and preparation. Ryota didn't avoid the general enthusiasm either. Riding the wave of excitement, he buried himself in research and calculations with wrong vectors. As for that folder of documents, there were no problems. With Yaoyorozu's help, all the issues were resolved the next day. Though a couple of classmates did cause some trouble. Nevertheless. Here they are. Standing in a large hangar, waiting for the door to open. Excited to the extreme, but not backing down. Soon, that moment would come when they could all show what they were made of. The UA Sports Festival. Present Mick's energetic voice boomed over the impressive stadium. The future heroes of the world are ready to go over everyone's heads to get to the best. His energetic shouts were echoed by the happy roar from the packed stands. This is our annual competition. The stadium exploded with supportive cheers. The atmosphere of competition and belonging to something so vast was mesmerizing. Even Ryota felt a flutter of excitement in his chest. The students were almost trembling with anticipation. Introducing the Hero Course. First-year students. And this is Class 1A. Something about this is unnerving. Kaminari shivered under the pressure of encouraging shouts. Don't be nervous. Kirishima tried to cheer up his friend, his teeth chattering. The main thing is not to be nervous. TCH, Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. Present Mike continued introducing the other classes. Ryota looked at the stands with slight tension. All this attention was a little overwhelming. All right. Settle down. Midnight shouted from the stands with a wide smile, scolding the excitedly chattering students. The representative. On stage. She waved her whip and looked directly at Ryota. Oh, arise our representative. Well, yeah, he took first place in the entrance exam, remember? Sighing in annoyance, the topic of discussion moved to the stage. Yeah, like he was going to his execution. When he was informed the day before the festival that he'd have to give a speech, Ryota wasn't happy. He stepped onto the stage. He turned to face the crowd of students at the podium. And he flashed everyone the V sign. Huh, what? Is he, like, hinting that he's going to win? Or maybe he's just wishing everyone good luck? Whispers came from the students. And Ryota. Good luck trying to take second place. Grinned. A/N. Fire enjoying the story? Don't stop here. The adventure continues on Patreon com/God&Devil, where readers can dive far beyond the public release. High voltage up to 30 chapters ahead. Books access to all 3 fanfics. Join today and see what everyone else will be reading weeks from now.